getting to it, y'all. We're getting to it. I have no idea what I'm gonna get into today. Um, a nigga passed out. I ain't even got no video up. Jeez. Sheesh. Oh Lord. Yeah, I'm really just getting ready. I don't know why I even started streaming. But we should be gravy. I mean, I passed out during the end of that Galen Windsor. Cause like incredibly interesting, but I was planning on, starting that at the beginning of the stream while I was still very much with it. You know what I'm saying? So like, cause I knew from what I remembered, it was like a little long-winded, not very exciting. So like, I knew it was possible a nigga might pass the fuck out, but I wasn't expecting all that there. All right, y'all do what you do. I'm about to try to get this shit finished, getting set up.
connection between those two things?
So I figure, yeah, why not? I haven't watched these videos yet, but I was sent them and figured they sent it to me because they wanted to see the reaction. So let's take a little look. See, it's a little playlist actually, but cause I got 4 from my algorithm, and then like I think 3 or 4 from this person in the chat. So, well, not this chat, but in a section of commenters, let's say. Well, yeah, get you right. I think so. Bloodsport. Rachel Wilson battles a Twitch feminist. You're delusional. February 16th, 23 debate. I don't know that I'll have anything to add to this though.
Connection between those two
didn't
things?
make
But I think
that up.
yeah,
Those are-
like it's,
Let's try this again. My ears are ready now.
connection between those
I
two
didn't
things?
make
But I think
that up.
yeah,
Those are-
like it's,
Those
yeah,
are numbers.
don't doubt
Those are
your statistics. I'm
numbers.
not going to deny your statistics. That's fine. But I'm saying what the cause of this, I don't think is directly related to like feminism. Like that seems very silly. It seems more like a corporations just being like hyper capitalist, being like, oh well, there's now more workers or whatever. Like I mean, like that's what I was trying to relate to it when it came to like. Like you can have that argument where like, oh, more workers, because that kind of seems like your argument. Maybe I should make sure I know what your argument is basically when it comes to like women being in the workplace, because I don't see the relation between necessarily that like they're women versus like being different of like just more workers.
No,
and
it's
is
not
that your
women.
argument that more workers is the reason why the wages are being driven down?
Yes, it doesn't matter what the gender was. I'm saying we doubled the workforce. I'm saying suddenly there was this giant.
And this is true. More than doubled the workforce, actually. If I'm not mistaken, there's 2 females born to every male, so, and every guy I think has like, I don't remember the exact number, but way more female ancestors than he does male. Because not all of us reproduce. It's a fraction of us that get a chance to pass our genetics on.
Labor pool we'd never had before, and this was intentional. That if you don't like capitalism, I'm with you on this one, because the people who funded the feminist movement were the Carnegies and the Rockefellers and the giant monopoly capitalists of the Gilded
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Although one could argue that they don't exactly follow the free market in the sense of creating monopolies and creating industries off of things that could have been delivered freely, which is, I mean, Eh.
Ones that
Just
push
by
back.
capitalism, and the other ones that have not.
And the point of that was to double the workforce, make labor much cheaper, and double the tax base. So who benefited? The government and the corporations. That's who benefited from pushing most women into the workforce. And now the workforce is actually.
And not to mention, you get a huge boon as political individuals and as the government, because now there's twice as many people who are subject to be able to vote out of fear. And not that, that's what all women would do, just for more big government to feel more safe and secure. But anyway,
Actually slightly more women than men. It's like 51% women to men
More
in the
stay-at-home
workforce.
dads. I support that.
I mean, I'm just saying if your objection is that what's wrong with women working, I'm saying if you want people to be able to afford families, then doubling the workforce is the thing that made it not affordable.
So why don't we
Because
just
the labor pool is
get
so
rid
big.
of that? Why don't we just have all guys work, only women working?
Well,
Wouldn't it fix the problem then that you're saying?
Well, for one thing, we can't, because as much as women like to say that they want equality, I do not see them lining up to be roofers or like
or plumbers, or people who lay asphalt or cement. I don't think I've seen a lady climb one of those towers to change those light bulbs at the top of like cable towers or whatever. That's an interesting job. I mean, heights do bother me at a certain point, but I've never frozen from being so high, and I've only been up a few hundred feet, not including planes, which I don't feel any kind of like, oh my goodness, we're so high up. Well, it's the point. If I'm falling, we're all so no point in fearing about that. Like in a small little platform on a tree, I don't know how I'm even on this, but there's so many things like septic sewer removal type shit. Like there's so many jobs that I just think they overlook if they're thinking that it's going to be just that simple for them to step into the infrastructure of this nation and run it soundly, even if they were trained and we didn't just poof, but we trained them to take our spots. Like that would be crazy. Wouldn't that be like the ultimate fumble, to go from being non-taxed but able to still make money and work? You don't have to vote. You don't have to worry about that. You don't have to go and work for some employer. And because of the fact that you're out of the workforce, your husband doesn't have to work 80 hours a week to be able to support you and 6 kids. He can work 50, 60 hours a week and support 4 or 5 people, like easy, because they have to pay him because there's a limited amount of people to do all the work. And you go from that to you doing all the work and your man being at home and not being taxed and not being able to vote, and you go to war. Like, wouldn't that be like the ultimate fumble? I mean, it's already the ultimate fumble once men gave y'all the vote. That's really where things kind of went off the rails, unfortunately.
like concrete or work at sewage treatment plants or oil rigs. I don't see them climbing cell phone towers. I don't see them doing like
you
the
think that's like a
dangerous stuff.
social, like the fact that
No,
you're
that's
even
not.
using those as an example? Could you, like, do you want to do those things? I mean, I wouldn't mind doing
Of
those
course
things. I
I
don't
don't. But
care.
yeah, you would. You would care, and you
What
wouldn't
is that supposed to
you
be?
wouldn't be able to do it.
I mean, I
You
work.
wouldn't.
I've watched some of those oil rig videos, and I tell you what, I there's a good chance she don't make it off that oil rig. Like, those are dangerous jobs for strapping young lads. You know what I'm saying? Let alone, I mean, you'd have to be a 1% female, and even then, I think like you're in trouble. There's a reason ain't no women been Navy SEALs yet. You know what I'm saying? What the trainer guy said? He said when you put 120 pounds on the back of a woman, she crumbles like a fucking crouton.
At a video game company, that's generally a guy thing. Like, what do you mean?
You work on computers, right?
Okay, what do you just like big
who
thing?
So when you get up in the morning and you turn on your lights to get ready for work, that electrical grid is maintained by men who go
I
out
don't
in
care.
snowstorms. Well, you should care.
Well, I
Because
mean,
the men
I
are
was
the ones
allowed
who
to do
build
it if
it
it was a
and
problem.
maintain.
I don't care. Like, I get people being unaware. As to like how many people are working to keep civilization running smoothly, so that when you go to flip that switch, something actually happens. I think like because they paid their bill, it's like they don't have to think about that or consider that there's a human cost to all of that, all of this. But you don't care. Knowingly, you don't care. Okay.
It. This whole modern world that made feminism possible was
Uh-huh.
built and is maintained by men. When we have
Women had no
hurricanes,
position in that.
snowstorms, blizzards, the people who go out and get the power lines back up are not women. The people who fix the roads that fall in and cave in because of terrible weather and flooding, not women.
Do you think
It's
you're
all men.
biologically not able to do that or something? Like, I
Yes,
could do that.
and I'll tell you why. I think, aren't you into fitness? You're a fitness girl, right?
Not really.
Okay. Well, I was a power lifter for years. I still lift
Nice.
weights. I'm very strong for a girl. However, my 250-pound deadlift is nothing next to a man my size. And I don't want to go out in a blizzard and try to put the power lines back up.
No lies detected. I mean, 250-pound deadlift is that's a damn good deadlift for a young woman, or for any woman, and really for any dude. I mean, I don't know what exactly her size is, but yeah, I would say up to that at least. Right? I mean, shit. It's something. But yeah, for like your average dude could probably do that. Like if you put him under the like, I don't. It is just different. This nigga right here, he didn't want to be involved in the show, but I put him in anyway. And now look at him, he's coming for revenge. This is Phoenix. is he Miguel or I don't Miles Morales? I don't lay down before Lux gets. Oh damn! So he's cool with being in the show then, cause you literally you in the background there, you're like, nah, nigga, put me in the foreground. All right. You can calm down with all that purring though. I need all that purring action. Oh. Are you good? All right. Let's continue.
50-mile-an-hour winds and sub-zero temperatures.
Well, I mean, I think
and
that
neither do any other women, but
Well,
men will do it. Men
well,
will do it.
I mean, I think that you would agree if you needed to, like, for your, I don't know, if for some reason you were the only person that you would do it, right? Like to
Right,
help
so-
out other people. Like I don't see how this has anything to do with like your gender or sex. Like
I will
I don't see
explain
the
it because
relation.
I understand that you think people are interchangeable widgets that just have
Absolutely,
varying
they
parts,
are.
right? They're actually not at all. It's not even
Mhm.
close. And only people who've never touched grass and lived life think that. So if you think
I
that you could
garden all
actually
the
go
time.
out,
Are you really gonna come at me about that?
I'm really going to come at you about that because it's completely delusional. I'm trying to
Okay.
shatter your false presuppositions that you
Okay.
can do anything
Go
a man
ahead.
can do. You can't do anything a man can do, and furthermore, and more importantly, you don't want to.
Well, maybe you can, but
You don't want to get into sewers and repair sewer lines. You don't want to lay asphalt in 100-degree weather in Texas. You don't want to climb cell towers and possibly fall to your death. The most
I
dangerous
love climbing
occupations,
cell towers.
the most dangerous occupations are still held by men, not women. So I
It's a little irritating when people kind of retreat into this childish. What did she say? I love climbing cell towers. Shut the fuck up.
I don't believe women when they say they want equality. They don't want
Sean Connery was right about a lot of things.
equality. They want privilege and they want access to things they like.
Privilege.
Yes.
Access to things they like. Okay, there's a lot
Yes.
there. So I don't understand. You said like okay, so you brought up the fact that you could like you deadlifted, but you can't deadlift the same amount as like a dude or whatever.
Mhm.
That's fine. But like, you think that these guys are just going out there by themselves? Like you're working together with people. Like I don't understand like the physical aspect of it being that important. Like you're using
Okay.
machines. Like a lot of these people are doing like construction. Like they're not just like literally like hammering in every single part of it. They're using tools to do it. I don't see why there's any reason why it like any gender or sex like couldn't do that. I feel like it's very silly to like limit the like what do you think if I touch like farming equipment or something like it'll just blow up or something. I don't get what the
okay.
difference
Fair
is.
point. Fair point. Let's just say you can do everything that my 200-pound engineer husband can do. Let's just say you can.
Were you trying to brag?
I'm pretty sure she was just being descriptive, not bragging. But I guess it might sound like a brag to someone who's pretty sure they're not gonna have a significant, positive, healthy relationship for the rest of their lives unless it's with an animal or a sex bot. Mr. What do they call him? Fister Roboto.
Why? No, I'm just saying he's like a big engineer-brained man, right? And I'm
Cool.
not. But let's just say you could. Why? Why in the last 100 years, when women have had the choice to do anything they want, why have they not chosen these things? Why don't they want to build society? Why don't they want to build
I think
infrastructure?
society has been built with women involved, or we probably wouldn't have lasted. Let's be real here. That's very silly to say it that way.
Well, but what role were they playing?
There's a lot of social condition. Like, you're from the 80s. I bet, what toys did you get when you were playing when you were a kid?
Actually, I was a tomboy. I was like a hardcore tomboy, and I grew up in a neighborhood with all boys.
Okay,
so
no, but you didn't answer my question.
I had Tonka trucks, I had He-Mans,
Sure.
I had G.I. Joes, I had
Well, maybe that's
poles.
why you're interested in deadlifting and stuff like that, because it's a more typically masculine
and
thing.
I'm a firearms instructor, and I love shooting guns. I have a bunch of
right, so maybe that is why.
Mm-hmm. Well, Andrew seems to have chosen well. Kudos.
You have those interests is because you were raised in a more, I guess, masculine, we'll say, social situation. So the fact that you are into like more masculine stuff because you're raised with more more guys around. I'm kind of the same way. Like I'm a big video gamer. I'm a sweaty nerd too. Like I like doing like guy stuff. Like I like to go out and burn wood if we're burning cardboard. That's like kind of like my like job that I enjoy doing. Like whatever. Like it's like why are you kind of denying the fact that like maybe that you enjoy it because it's something that you were socially kind of used to being more in a masculine role? So would that not track with the idea of
well it would
people
if
tending
I had...
wait hold on sorry
okay,
people tending towards one particular group of, or value of like physical work, for example, like what you're saying, like which you seem like you've also trended towards. Like would that not seem like that is more of a socially conditioned aspect than just something that is inherent?
Well, you would have a point there had I grown up to be an engineer or anything like that, but I didn't. I grew up to be a mom, and
well, you chose to do that though. I mean,
one of the most important jobs there is. One of the most critical jobs there is. No denying that. I don't think it should ever be disparaged. Disparaged? Took Goldilocks' porridge. Disporridged her.
You think that you couldn't have been an engineer?
Exactly. And what I'm saying is all women choose predominantly female things. Like I said, if
because
women
you're socially conditioned to.
You just told me I wasn't socially conditioned for that.
What?
I was socially conditioned to do more masculine things. And
well, I think being a parent is not, you weren't socially, I wasn't trying to say that you weren't socially conditioned to be a parent. I think that is something that both sides, are socially conditioned to do just in general. But I was saying that you were.
So why wouldn't I have grown up to be like a construction worker?
Well, because you said that you chose to be a parent instead, so you left college. Yeah. What were you going to college for?
I actually didn't go, but I had a full ride. I had a full ride art scholarship for fine arts.
Nice.
I was a painter and drawer and stuff, and I played the oboe, and I was really good at that. So I was like a music art nerd. Yeah. I mean, I have both sides to me, but once I became a mom, it was like the maternal instinct kicked in, and that was what I cared about most. And that happens to most women. That's why we tend to leave the workforce more often for maternity leave and things like that.
Her eyes started darting like she was looking for an exit real quick. Yeah. We're different. We're not interchangeable widgets that are exactly the same. Because we're not that within each gender. We're not that within each race. We're not that within families. Families differ wildly in their dispositions and how they learn and how they work together, and who they are as individuals and their personalities. So why would we think that we can just interchange men and women when it's just not? I don't.
Bonding that happens with mothers and babies that isn't the same for dads. Dads are super important. They're totally vital, but it's different. When you nurse an infant for 2 years straight, I mean, there's bonding there that you can't describe to somebody who hasn't experienced it. And I'm just going back to the point that if women wanted to do these things, they would be doing these things by now. They've had 100 years to get into this stuff. They're not, though. Have you looked?
You're really gonna tell me there's no woman that works in construction?
Okay, there are some women that work in some aspects of construction. No, let me help you out.
Okay.
So we've had
Please.
100 years, right? So the top 20 careers held by women in 1920 are almost exactly the same as the top 20 occupations held by women right now. The only thing that changed actually was that in 1920, more of them were doing farm labor, and now they have basically swapped that out for HR work. The rest of the
So instead of doing farm labor on the family home, you go and work for a company as, an office person, secretary.
Top 20 careers occupied by women are secretary, nurse, cook, teacher, daycare worker, bookkeeper, receptionist. All the stereotype things that women would do 100 years ago is exactly what they're choosing now. And they can do anything. Like you said, they can choose whatever they want. So why aren't they choosing to lay asphalt in the hot sun? Why aren't they choosing to go up and fix the power lines when they come down? Why aren't they choosing these things?
Well, I don't know, because you're kind of, the way you're describing them seems like they kind of suck. So maybe they're just.
Well, but you're a strong, independent woman. How come you're not out there, fixing the power lines when there's a storm?
About it. I guess maybe my job's being a piece of shit where it's making me go into the office now. So maybe I'll consider that. I'm
pretty sure that if you had to do that kind of work, you would be like, I'll be a stay-at-home mom. Please let me be a stay-at-home mom.
I think that there's
Guaranteed. A lot of, maybe not. If they set it up like that, then out of spite, they would not give up, I don't think, on that one day. But if you told them, look, realistically, you're going to have to do this. You're going to have to shovel shit. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to go to the sand mines. Like, you're going to have to do some severe manual labor that if you don't do it with good form, you might not be able to move tomorrow. You might not be able to move tomorrow anyway. And you have to do that every day for the next 30 years. What do you think they would choose then?
There's a lot of arguments that on both ends, a lot of people would be like, that's like the argument that a lot of men say, like, why can't I be a stay-at-home dad? And it's like, well, you should be able to. So it kind of seems like you're kind of being a little toxic about it, about being that
don't want to. It's not. Look, I know that you're trying to deny biology and say we're the same.
Deny biology,
and we have proof that we're not the same.
Yes, we are not literally the same. You are correct.
In Nordic,
Okay, what do we mean by stay-at-home dad? No. This is ideal circumstances. Like, if I was able to earn really ideal circumstances would be that I could literally take 2 years off of work. You know what I'm saying? off of finding jobs and off of working in general, and focus solely on my child for 2 or 3 of his first 4 years. I would still want to work in some capacity, maybe do some creative things like this, but that would be my ideal, is that I would be able to stay at home with my son. But in reality, I'm like, well, it would be cool to at least like get like a week when he's born. But then I really just need to bust ass. And although if it was possible to make 6 figures or something like that, something that would make it infinitely more convenient to work from home as opposed to working elsewhere, then that would be a way of being a stay-at-home dad. But I'd still be busting ass, still be working. So I guess it depends. But that's like ideal. I would like to for a short time, but not like, because when I think of a stay-at-home parent, I'm thinking like from the time the child's born to the time that they're leaving high school. So if that's how the question is being posed, then yeah, I wouldn't expect a lot of men to want to do that at all. That's Greek to us.
Countries where they've been the most egalitarian for the longest. We're
Okay.
talking Viking society. We're talking the socialist utopia that all of the leftist Americans love, right?
Okay.
Iceland,
that's not
Sweden,
true, but
Norway,
okay.
Finland. Yes, they love because it's so egalitarian. In those countries, we actually see a wider gap in what women choose to do for a career if they have a career
What do you
at
mean
all.
gap?
So the more egalitarian.
She heard gap and she's just like, the wage gap, huh? What? Wage gap? No, bitch. No, not that. Listen.
The society is, the more women will choose traditionally feminine things, which women are more people oriented, right? They go into psychology, sociology,
Dude, I
teaching.
fucking hate people.
Well, okay.
Did you see that look?
That's
people.
well, okay.
Rachel's look right there. Okay. Why you would say that? Look, I don't particularly always enjoy the company of other human beings, but if you got hate in your heart for every I hate people in general. Like, that's pretty okay. I want to work on you a little bit, just a little bit. And I think she's just trying to be contrary to everything she's saying, as if that is contrary to what she's saying, because she's obviously speaking about females or women in general choose not to do these careers, but she wants to act as if her denial or her willingness to do those careers somehow negates what Rachel's trying to say, and it doesn't. And I don't understand why she's taking this tact. Sometimes it would be better to just listen and than to just disagree and try to move on, as opposed to interject these things like this.
That's nice, but I'm just saying that women, okay, so maybe you are not a people person, but I bet you like to, drink your wine. You're not over there drinking beer and whiskey.
I do from time to
you have a
time.
pink background. You have a pinky purpley background. It's very cute. You got lots of stuffed animals. Clearly, you have a very strong feminine side to you.
Well, it's because it reminds
Right?
me. I mean, I like stuffed animals because I got a lot when I was a kid. So, I mean, that's.
Yeah.
I also have a
but
bow. How do you think about that?
you're not.
Rachel maybe shouldn't have been like, well, I'm gonna double down then, and I'm gonna personally look at you, at what you're presenting right now. make it personal because she's making it personal. Like, well, if I'm not like this, I don't do this. I'm different. I'm a unicorn. So she's kind of invited this, but hey, it is what it is. We're near the end now, so hopefully it doesn't turn too far left.
You're not over here with Zen Shapiro.
Also, well, it's because it reminds
Right?
me. I mean, I like Swifty Animals because I got a lot when I was a kid. So I mean, that's.
Yeah.
I also have a
but I
book.
mean,
Laugh
How do you think
too.
about that?
You're not over here with Zen Shapiro with like the buzz cut. You know, you're clearly present as a very feminine person, and maybe
Can you
have
just
a
call this a
masculine
buzz
side.
cut, Rachel?
Okay.
You think
It's
this is a
not
buzz
really
cut?
It's a very beautiful haircut. I love your hair. I wasn't throwing any
Much
shade.
better, much better. Continue.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, okay, you and I might have some really masculine traits. You might be a gamer chick who likes to swear and talk shit and all that kind of stuff.
I
And
do
I'm a
love
girl
that.
who likes to work out in the gym with my bro friends and like bench press and stuff, right?
Cool.
But we are still women and we still want to do women stuff. I still love glitter. I still love babies. We like doggies and kitty cats and we like
What, men can't
and
love
fluffy
doggies and kitty cats?
But no, we got to get back to the point, which is, has feminism been good for society? And by all the metrics I just stated, I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either. Oh, what the hell? Oh no. Okay, let's step away from that and step into Star Wars theory a little bit.
Whatever you do it for less.
I did hear that the Acolyte ain't getting a second season. I don't know how true this is, but I'm assuming that's what he's gonna get into here. And how the fuck do I? Okay, here we go. Star Wars theory. Okay, 3.3 million. This is from yesterday. 27,000 likes. This is a 15-minute video. Alright, well, let me take a little look-see.
What if the Acolyte was just bad? If people like me and YouTubers and whatnot have the power to cancel a show, then don't we have the power to make shows as well? All right, well, where's my Darth Vader show? Why wasn't the Kenobi show done well? Why are there so many problems in Star Wars? What happened with the Boba Fett show? Right, so if we have the power to destroy something, we have the power to make something too, but clearly that's not the case. It's all about numbers, and many of us were told not to watch the show because, hey, if you don't like it, don't watch it. It's exactly what we did, and you know what? Now it's canceled.
Fulfill your destiny.
Yeah. You vote with your dollars. I'm not sure what's up with the writing for Disney in general. Like, I feel like it used to be top tier as far as like maybe it's just nostalgic from like all the VHSs, you know what I'm saying, from back in the day. Even though, I mean, what, they're spread over from Pinocchio is what, the 40s or something like that. Snow White, I think, is the 30s. So it's like spread from the 30s to the 90s with these movies. So, and then really Pixar became like where I thought the good stories were being told. And when they started doing live action remakes of the classics, I was like, damn, they don't have any more ideas. But got Star Wars, gave him another chance, failed. Marvel, it didn't immediately go off a cliff because it was already set up by the time the acquisition came, but now off a cliff. It's kind of sad to see. But at the same time, if it's like anything else, when you hit a certain peak, you're going to match that below or come close to matching it below the baseline. So maybe in terms of quality of films for a particular promotion or a production company, it might be the same. You know what I mean? We rode the wave all the way up to the snap, you know what I mean? We rode the wave all the way up on the snap, and then up until the snap, and then now that was the peak, and now we have to match that beneath and has any of what Disney's made been as bad as Infinity War was good? Not to mention to think of the ride up to Infinity War. I mean, there were some misses along the way, but nothing that I feel like took away from the continuity or the overall story to the point that you were disconnected from it. Because for me, I avoided watching Captain Marvel, and then I watched Endgame, and then I was disconnected. Because as far as I understood it, Black Panther wasn't going to be there, Cap wasn't going to be there, Stark ain't going to be there. I'll watch Tom Holland's movies, but I haven't liked that. But at the time, that's what I was like. I was like, I'll watch his. I mean, I've watched Homecoming, but I still haven't seen Far From Home or No Way Home. Because I kind of felt disconnected from, like, well, is he even part of this story anymore? And I kind of lost interest. And with Star Wars, Episode 7 is really... When I seen the trailer, I was disillusioned and fearful of what was about to transpire. But because I'm usually pretty good at it, when I see a trailer, I know, okay, this probably ain't gonna end up very well. And that's the way I felt about it, but I was like, let's go see it. And it has been a shame. Like, I didn't go and watch the other two. I was like, well, they'll come on where I can stream them for free, or, well, the subscription I'm already paying, or I'll wait for Mauler to break them down 2 years from now, and I can watch the guys break them down. Well, I wasn't watching that at the time, but I didn't watch them until, like, literally until after I had seen Mauler do a review on them, which it's just funny how that ended up happening. But I don't know what this video is even about. What am I even... Okay, so backlash concerning the cancellation. I wonder where that backlash is coming from. Let's see.
TheorySabers.com.
Ooh, yeah, this the aftermath always gets interesting. You never really know what you get with it, but
Doesn't my dog have, like, one of those Vince McMahon butthole chins? I mean, it's fine. I just can't, I don't know. know why I have to do that. Alright, let's just move on.
I'm here to talk about something on both sides of the fandom. I don't really want to drag this on too long, but I have something to say on both sides. On the first side, people like myself who absolutely despise The Acolyte think it's quite possibly the most horrible, poorly written project show that's ever come out in history, especially.
Now again, like, I don't say this to insult at all. I really don't. I mean, that was like a great statement. Like, most horribly written television project of all time. That's all it is. But okay, well, damn. I mean, I guess is that Grievous back there? All right. Let's shrink this whole bag down. All right. Oh Lord, we starting with it early today. One of these cats done. Oh, hit him with the. I'm gonna start calling this cat Vladimir. Because they're always Putin.
Especially for Star Wars, I have to say that, yeah, I'm happy that this is no longer getting a season 2. But I guess I'm a grifter and I just want to talk about how bad it is, so wouldn't I want a season 2 if that's the case? Anyways, continuing on to the main subject here. I see a lot of people that are doing the same thing that happened with the prequel trilogy. They are just going after the actors. And listen, I don't like Leslie Headland. I don't like Amanda Stenberg. She's been calling fans racist for a while. She just released that stupid rap video that was horrible and just
Rap video? I can only imagine what that looks like and what that sounds like. Huh. Okay, maybe next. If I still remember, then maybe I want to see it that bad. But let's keep moving.
literally calling anybody who didn't like The Acolyte a racist. I think that kind of behavior is just so P-minded and so ridiculous. And it's honestly just like the weakest scapegoat that at this point it's losing any sort of value when you say that to someone, because it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's just your argument again. Okay, cool, you're pulling that. And even so, I'd really like to say, hey, I think the best way is to not repeat the past, what they did with Hayden and Ahmed and the prequel trilogy. Even though those guys never attacked fans, even though those guys weren't assholes to fans, they had no part and they were just actors, right? They were doing their job. The same goes here. I'd say leave the actors out of it. If you really want to express your anger, I would express it towards the writing of this show. Not
He's not wrong. He's not wrong at all. The only time that I would have to disagree with that, because we can't say, always or never. When these actors come out and say things like, this film isn't for white men, or what they say, straight white men, or straight white cis men, or however they said it, when 63% of this country is white, and at least 30% of this country is straight white male, like, why would you? And then even worse, when you think about the comic book movies, the Star Wars movies, your core fan base is going to be straight white males. Why are you insulting your core fan base? What helps prop you up?
And so then I opened
What?
You on stream?
No.
Well, you have a mic and your lights and you're sitting. How I told you how he drives.
What?
Oh, what you mean?
Yeah, I was muted.
Oh, hey y'all, just came home from school. Hey, baby cutie.
How was it?
It was good.
A good day?
Are you still muted?
No.
Okay. Y'all, I did 6. Can't count. I did 16 pull-ups. I did 16 pull-ups today, y'all. I think it was really good.
That is good.
Yeah. And then we had PT and JROTC today, and I almost fought the girl who's a student that was leading us because he was being incredibly way too bossy. I get you meant to be bossy in JROTC. That's okay. She was being too bossy. She almost caught this fade.
You farted. Are you about to fart?
Every time it sounds like I say fight, you think fart.
Yeah. Well, fault.
Oh, fart. Okay. Oh my god, it does sound like fart. But see, when I say fart, I enunciate it more because it actually
like
has
fart.
an R in it. So when I say fart, sometimes it sounds like an R because I used to say fart like fought because I can't pronounce my R's. I'm done.
All right. Now we'll mute it. What are we gonna do?
Not necessarily the people behind it, but how shitty the writing is, how they've
Yeah, so that was all I was gonna say is when motherfuckers who weren't writers but were involved in it or were the cast and crew that weren't writers are insulting people's intelligence and lying about it, then it's fine.
Do you know what time mom's coming home?
Like 6:30 or something. And then I think it's fine that you can criticize them just as heavily. But yeah, as far as why isn't my Star Wars good anymore, it's because you can't relate to the characters because the people writing the film, for lack of a better term, suck at writing films.
projected so much garbage and
I guess I shouldn't even say they suck. I just think they're either woefully inexperienced, unprepared in a situation like the CG companies are sometimes, where it's like you're under an unrealistic to do anything good would take more time. And you're already beneath that requirement to start with. So I can see where sometimes, like, even a writer may be brought onto a project and you got 2 or 3 months and you don't have any help. Like, you can write as many drafts as you want, but if you're by yourself and you're woefully inexperienced, I don't think you're gonna come out with a good enough story in 2 or 3 months, unless you're just insanely talented. But unfortunately, we're not hiring, and we're not producing a bunch of prodigy playwright types.
politics and agendas, how the writing for the characters in and of themselves, even outside of Star Wars, was horrible. How the set design, the costumes, all that stuff, go into detail on how trash that was. That, I think, is a much better argument. Because here's what it does. When you go after the actors and you get ugly like that, it does 2 things. First of all, it's not very nice. Okay, so two wrongs don't make a right, right? When they're doing
Well, that is true. I mean, I just make like being critical of the actors' performances, and especially if they are disrespectful to the fans, to the people who paid money to see that bullshit. And that you yourself as an actor can't accept where people are coming from, that this is trash. Why would you be proud to have your name attached to something like this? Some people who are artists used to have this like integrity, this intense integrity, where let's say they called me in, or I was already under contract to write something, or they were using a story that I made, like Quentin Tarantino. That's a perfect example. I believe it's a story that he had, but they were it was going to be trash. It was going to be trash, and he was appalled to have his name attached. The thought of people thinking that he wrote that shit bothered him so much that he had his name taken off the writing credit. Gave up all kinds of money. And instead it just said story by Quentin Tarantino, but they didn't think that he wrote that dialogue and that fucking story in that movie. So, but that's what integrity looks like, and sometimes it looks just eccentric or maybe even arrogant. But you gotta do that. You gotta, I mean, as an artist, like, and I feel like actors used to be like that too. Like, they didn't want to be a part of a poorly written film unless they were the kind of actor that just wanted money.
It's two wrongs don't make a right. An eye for an eye makes the world blind. The second thing is that it just allows for an easy way out for the people who are looking, because they know you're spitting facts. They know you have points against the show. And whether they want to defend it or not, they're going to completely disregard any facts you might have and your argument towards, the lore of the show or what within Star Wars, and be like, oh, see what he's doing? He said this and this and this, cancel him. Or she said that and that and that against the actors. They're a horrible person. And it completely derails. So first of all, it's not very nice. Don't have to stoop to their level when they're doing it, when the actors are doing it. And second of all, and most times
Not stooping to people's level is always a good piece of advice to remember. That is true. Because people will have you betraying your character as a human being because of how little character they actually have. And when things get heated or emotional, like if they're destroying a story or a particular character that you related with that you feel some kind of way about, you might get a little emotional about that. I could see that, especially if they then insulted you for caring about the movie or about the story. Then you might, be easily drug into matching their energy, and a lot of times their energy is hellish, so you want to stay away from any of that.
I don't feel like many of them do, but some who do are, they're assholes, and I don't like them. But I also don't think that it's best to just go after them. Just, a dog's barking at you, let the dog bark, whatever. But in this case, I think it's best that if you really want to get on this show, just make it be known that, hey, yeah, this is garbage because of these reasons, and give your reasons. That's why I say always eloquently give your reasons, man. Respectfully give your reasons, because it's just a much more elite way of going about things, and it gets your point across. There's no derailment whatsoever. I always remembered this when I was a kid. An eye for an eye makes the world blind. And Gandhi said that, and I believe it, because there have been many times in my life where I've just constantly kind of stooped to the same level because
Yo, I was 15 when YouTube came out. And the wars that were fought in the comments over nothingness. I mean, sometimes it was fun, but sometimes you would see it go left, and you would see people just engaging in this like almost like how it's almost a sterilized roast battle. And I say sterilized, it's the opposite of what would happen in real life, where people are trying to say something that would be funny but not incite you to violence, whereas over the internet there's no risk of violence, so people will want to incite you to say the worst things possible.
I was hurt or I was feeling pain, and I just ended up doing the same thing back. And it's just this cycle, man. Is you just cut the cycle and get to facts.
Do you like having a P.O. box but are tired of wasting time and money driving to the post office?
Leave the actors out of it, even though some of them are complete assholes. I agree. They're not very nice to fans. But let them wallow in their own pity. Let them be in that mindset. And that's very sad for them. Maybe one day they'll progress in this life and they'll try to understand, hey, you know what? Maybe the show's just shit. Maybe I could have handled things a little bit better. Maybe I didn't have to attack fans. Absolutely, there are racist fans.
Well, I think they might accept that faster and come to that realization faster if we, well, I wouldn't say we, because I'm not going to do all that, but if enough people were to bombard them, I mean, that's how the mob's done a lot of things. Kevin Hart made a joke 10 years ago that I don't like. He can't host the Oscars no more. Well, we could be like, look, y'all made a terrible show that destroyed characters that we loved. You don't get to work in Hollywood anymore. Right? Or is that too far? Yeah, it probably is too far. They should, your whole creative career shouldn't be on the line every time you make a creative endeavor, and that's for sure.
And there are assholes and all that out there on every side of the fandom, every side of life, every walk of life. But that doesn't mean that that's the majority. There are weird people, crazy people everywhere. Now, on the other side of this video, I also want to talk about the absolute psychopaths who are in love with this show and writing things like, anyone who is happy about this, I wish your family death, I hope.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I gotta just back it up and let it play.
Talk about the absolute psychopaths who are in love with this show and writing things like, anyone who is happy about this, I wish your family death, I hope.
Okay. People are taking this seriously, but I guess they must really like bad shows, bad stories. Is that possible? Do you think they're trolling, like that this fan, like they're pretending like there would be a fan that would care that much about this show? I feel like it's garbage. Like I watched the trailer and I was like, that doesn't look good. It's not a good sign. It doesn't excite me to watch the show. And then, yeah, I'm sorry. It was a shame. Like, honestly, there was so much that could have been done there. There was so much that could have been done there. There was a germ of an idea multiple times, but there's no life in that show. There's no life in the performances. And then the story itself just falls apart. And then you're meant to root for people who exactly, like who exactly? Not the Jedi. So the witch coven that was holding children against their will, I'm not going down this road because it didn't make any sense to me. And then the creator's like, yeah, like she had a positive corruption arc where somehow it was good that she became, like, I don't know if, like, to her, would Anakin's arc be considered a positive corruption arc where he killed all those children? Would that have been well, he's a man, so it probably would have been. If he identified as a girl, though, what then? Oh, my back. My back. My leg. My leg.
You die. I'm sending a curse on you. I'm seeing a
It still cracks me up just to think that people who give a fuck about this movie and be like, or this show, if you're happy that this show got canceled, I hope your heart stops beating, you son of a bitch. Like, I can't imagine like anybody actually seriously. Well, okay, maybe if you like hate order and hate your father and want to run off with a weird, goofy, bad boy murderer, I mean, like, then maybe I could see something relatable about this character. But no, I don't think so. Please, Phoenix, just walk through there, buddy. Just walk through there. Don't knock anything, please. The whole damn camera's gonna come tumbling before the end of this. I already know.
a lot of that on Twitter, on X, and I just really think that that is just ridiculous. This is one, for example, that popped up. Me in the Disney headquarters after they canceled The Acolyte, even though it was actually very popular.
You're on your own. It's just you. But, man, it's poor taste. It's Twitter, though, isn't it? Yeah.
I can assume that this is a joke, but it's just not funny when you're talking about walking into a headquarter, walking into a place of business, walking to anywhere, and pointing a gun at people because you didn't like how they handled your media. That is just unhinged. And I've
Maybe just a little bit. I didn't even read it. Me in the Disney headquarters after they canceled the Acolyte, even though it was actually very popular. So maybe that's where the disconnect is. People think that a show should get more seasons regardless of if the story calls for it, regardless of if it's good or bad or neutral, or, if all the characters die in it, period. It makes no difference. It should get another series. It should get another season because it was actually very popular. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I made a movie or a TV show where at the finale, the Earth explodes, and it's the most popular show on television, according to this person, well, I guess that's not the same as it being canceled, but I don't know. I just don't like the argument that it was popular as to why it shouldn't be canceled or shouldn't end. And you should end that. I'm sorry. That's don't let those people anywhere near Plagueis at all. I barely know anything about it. And I'm probably just going to read the book because I was hoping that like they would make something that would be good. But Disney is incapable at this moment of having their hands in anything that's even remotely what those original studios who own those properties did with them. It's sad to see. I think Sony is probably having a better go of it than Disney has had. Fucking weird.
Seen so many different things. I'm trying to find the freaking tweet. I didn't engage with it whatsoever, otherwise I could have found it, but I just thought it was like horrible that these people are just so full of hatred for anybody who did not like this show that they want to now go and kill anyone who is happy about the canceling of this show. Look at this one, for example. The Acolyte being canceled is just another example of toxic internet hate. The show never got a chance to breathe, and half the people hating on it never even watched an episode. It's not my favorite piece of Star Wars content, but it certainly didn't deserve to be axed. Well,
some people who didn't like it not only watched it, but watched it a second time, then watched 6 of their favorite reviewers break the shit down frame by frame and still didn't like it. Every episode. It's a wonder. Like I would have felt proud to have been able to write that story in middle school, I think. But I think by high school I would have definitely been embarrassed by this tale. It's the more convenience and contrivance and there's no characters here. There's nothing here for me to grab onto for anybody, and then people just do things because the plot, well, we need them over here now, and we need them to be doing this now, because if we don't, then we can't do the next set piece or the next fight that we want to show. With how wild you could be with Star Wars, like it, like, cause I imagine, like, and you tell me if you could see something like this, and it's so simple because Star Wars is its own property. It's an infinite galaxy that you can draw from. So even if there are similarities to other science fiction properties, I don't think there's going to be too much backlash, right? Because it's Star Wars, and we got lightsabers in this, and we got the Force in this, so it's a Star Wars movie, and we change enough of the things, to make it so we can do this. It's very simple. You've seen Pitch Black. You know what I'm saying? Have a Sith lure a fucking Jedi You know, at some point in the distant past or in the future, we don't need to know. We don't even need to know. You could do any kind of thing like this, and it doesn't hurt the overall narrative. It's just a random story of like a Jedi Knight whose Padawan turned to the dark side and is now luring his former master down to this planet, or even you could do it to where it's not quite that. I kind of like the idea of like it not being Vader and the Emperor type of dark side. I like the idea of because I think in the books they talk about Mace Windu using both sides of the Force, and that there are people like that who don't use only one. But I feel like at some point you could say that under certain circumstances, if a person has a tendency to use the dark side of the Force, the Jedi will kick them out or maybe keep them under surveillance type of thing and watching for them to use it, and if they use it, maybe throw them in the brig type of thing. I don't fucking know. But I thought it would be a cool idea to have a more philosophical antagonist. Or maybe even he can be the protagonist in this one. But I wanted him to turn to the light by the end, if nothing else. But I like the idea of like the knight that trained him, the Jedi that trained him, tracked him down, captured him, and through some space shenanigans, you know what I mean, they wind up then I guess that's why it's not as, but I don't know, basically pitch black. You know what I'm saying? Like they get drugged down there, or they crash down there, or the Jedi gets lured down there, and they end up having to work together to fucking try to survive these like huge predatory fucking species that are like constantly going at it on this planet. I would say pitch black because I like the idea of it being like kind of like a mystery, but a horror movie. Like it comes to fruition where we figure out what it is, and yeah, and they're trying to survive it. But I mean, there's so many options. There's so many stories that you could tell just dropping in this universe. But I feel as though they don't have any creativity at all, because mine isn't even my own original idea. You see what I'm saying? It's just being like, well, what about pitch black in the Star Wars universe where you just drop a couple of Jedi after a Sith down onto a like planet that they're unaware of the creatures. It's an unlisted planet or an uncharted planet, and there's these crazy like strong creatures that are very fast and it's simple, you know what I mean? Like, but there's got to be a million ideas just like that in that vein that you could literally draw from that don't have anything to do with Luke or Han or Leia, but they want to make them be in the story, in someone else's story, basically, because we don't see their I don't like it. We don't see really how Luke ends up the way that he is. That's why, like, when I seen that, I'm like, well, damn, like, why do they have to attach themselves to the first 6 episodes? If y'all bought it, you can do what you want to do. You don't have to make episodes 7, 8, 9 as if it's the continuation of 1 through 6. Why are you feeling the need to do that? You don't have to. But that was probably the most profitable thing they thought they could capitalize on, is the idea that people would think this is the end of Luke's entire story. or the end of Anakin's story, depending on which way you want to look at it. The
Oh, it doesn't
Skywalker
matter what
saga.
deserves or doesn't deserve to be axed in your eyes. For Disney, it's all about money. It's all about views. If something is not profitable, they're not going to spend another 180 to 200 million dollars of their money on something that makes no return. This was a dump for them. This wasted their money. They're going to write it off most likely. I don't know, I assume. But they're not going to go and renew this for a season 2. They'd be insane. It was the worst rated, worst watched show for Star Wars in history. I mean, when you're sitting at you're a boardroom executive and you're handling the finances and you're handling, where does this company go next? Are we going to dump our cash into something that really isn't going to give us any sort of return? Not only that, but it's also going to destroy our fan base and alienate them, so they won't even come back for other things like merchandise.
Yeah. But that's the question, isn't it? Because I feel like well, then again, when I think about it, there was a lot of like love for Force Awakens when it first came out. I was not impressed. But if Return of the Jedi wasn't an indication, and some of the shows weren't an indication how they were received, I don't think they were paying attention. I don't think that really is how they determine whether something gets canceled or not. Because this thing just replaced the last thing that was the worst made, worst reviewed, worst received Star Wars project. That's all. It just eclipsed the last one, and they've been horrible regardless, and they've still greenlit them after they've been horrible. So let's just see.
Merchandise or supporting some of the other shows and movies that come out, because they're done. It's not even like you release a bad project once. You literally piss people off and alienate them. That's really bad. And you're spending money to do that. Holy crap, that's horrible. That's suicide, company suicide, essentially. And if I'm not wrong, it was all of the Acolyte fans who encouraged everyone who talked poorly about the show to not watch. And that's literally what happened. People literally took the advice from Acolyte fans who said, don't watch the show if you don't like it, and now the show is canceled because they didn't watch.
I believe that is called getting what you asked for. And the philosopher Mick Jagger once said, you can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you just might find. You get what you need.
Because they didn't like it. It almost seems like we're living in some sort of a weird dictatorship where if you don't get what you want, then you should have been made to sit in front of the TV and watch it. For this show, for example. And I have a real problem with that. Like, look, like this tweet, man, it got a million views. That's crazy. Remember, the critics had nothing to do with the cancellation of The Acolyte. Only analytics, metrics, corporate interests, and most of all, viewership did. The show failed because it betrayed the brand and put an agenda before legacy, characters, and sincere storytelling. Absolutely true.
Sincere storytelling. Like, quite literally, like, we are so bereft of it. People are starving for good stories. Like, I don't know if people even go to cinemas anymore. Last time I went was for Deadpool. You know the time I went before that was? Endgame. You know the time I went before that? Infinity War. Before that? I don't know. But I've slowly, and I used to be a person who literally, I remember hiding out in the theater all day. Like, I'd be in there for 8-10 hours, watch 4 or 5 movies, just jumping from theater to theater to theater. A lot of times, you know, you buy one ticket, you wait till one of your homies hit you up, let you know they're there. Then you come out of the movie theater, you go down the side door, you open it up, you let them in. Come back, sit in the theater, and then wait for your homies, you know what I'm saying, throughout the day, and then y'all can go jump and see that R-rated movie together. And now everybody's put in their, you know, their $2 or whatever for the movie ticket in the first place. So now I've basically got to watch 4 or 5 movies for free, and got all my buddies to watch a rated R movie they wouldn't be able to see otherwise, and for $2 each, you know. So I used to really love films and just watching them, and I felt like there was such good work out there, and now it's like getting to the point where I'm like, damn, there's gotta be good stories still being told. It's just like almost impossible that there wouldn't be. But the fact that like the big studios don't seem to be able to identify good storytelling anymore, that they're greenlighting, and not just greenlighting, but then okaying and red carpeting, and because I remember a time when studios would be like, no, it's delayed. No, it's delayed again. No, it's delayed. We're not putting out a shit movie. But now it's like they'll put out things that it looks like the CGI department had 3 months to make a Aquaman movie or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't. I don't mean Aquaman specifically, but I mean a movie that relies heavily on computer generated effects, but they've only given them a truncated timetable to work on it. That's what some of this looks like, and it's like that executives would be cool with dragging down the legacy or the name or the reputation of your company to put out like almost half-finished works, like it's a video game and you can download the DLC by getting the director's cut next year, like, or something. Like, that's wild to me.
True. They had a show that was really poorly written. It didn't go anywhere. The characters were unbelievably ridiculous. Not only that, but they jangled keys like Plagueis and Yoda, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and they shouldn't have ever done such a thing. They then went in and destroyed a whole bunch of canon from George Lucas, where he said that Sith weren't supposed to show up for 1,000 years, and all of a sudden now we're supposed to make logic of this. And this is.
And that's the thing. We got to start writing the show for the people to try to make the canon work the way it was originally intended. That's never a good sign. Where now I'm like, okay, well then I guess no, because now the Jedi Order is aware of Dark Force users, not to mention Monday being alive however many years before he should have been born, but I didn't get into that. Somebody told me that. I'm not a lore person per se. But there are things that just like spit in the face of just the normal logic brought up by the films themselves. And I'm like, fuck. Why would you do that? Like, couldn't you have just watched the material? I mean, you're about to make however much money, you're making millions of dollars to direct this thing or to write this thing. Isn't it worth just doing the research to, you know, make some notes on the stories, on the writing, on the script, on the characters, etc., so that you can, you know, add something to it, not make something that stands in opposition or in spite of or in addition to, but something that works within it. I mean, maybe it's harder than it seems. I mean, of course it's harder than it seems, but I know writing's hard, but it can't be that Disney can't find better writers than this.
It's supposed to be okay. Wow, these tweets are pretty bad, man. 4 years ago, Leslie Headland deleted 250 tweets bashing white men the day before Disney announced her show. She hired writers that would never even seen Star Wars, a fake Trekkie, and she'd make the Acolyte woke. Leslie Headland's
4 years ago, she deleted 250 tweets bashing white men the day before Disney announced her show.
failure is now complete. You want to read some of those comments to her tweets, which are now unavailable? Go ahead. Damn, and it seems like Amanda Stenberg's diss track actually damaged the Acolyte's reputation with audiences. Hollywood knows attacking the fans hurts them, they just can't resist it. It was an easy target, in quotes, said one source of the back and forth's connection to the show's cancellation, and hurt the public perception of the show. It definitely did. I mean, when you do something like that, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people that are racist, and, it's horrible that we still live in a time where that.
A lot of people are. Unfortunately, a lot of them believe they can't be.
Exists, and homophobes exist, and all of that sexism and all this shit exists, but at the same time, that's not everybody, right? That's a minority, I would feel like. I think most people just judge you.
Picture this. You're sitting at home alone watching YouTube videos, wondering why you can't find the motivation to do the
based on you being a nice person or not. The Acolyte wasn't canceled because it's woke or because of incel.
Don't go to BetterHelp. From what I understand, they don't even have truly accredited people there. I haven't researched it myself, but all I'm telling you is you better research it yourself. If you need fucking therapy, you better take that seriously and try to get the absolute best therapist that you can for yourself. Don't settle for just like an online therapist, as if it's like, well, the guy downstairs doesn't have great weed, but he lives downstairs. It's convenient. This is your mental health. This is your life. Like, take it seriously.
It was canceled because of the lowest viewed Star Wars show in Disney Plus, and it cost a fortune to make. Absolutely right. Here's another. What if the Acolyte was just bad? If people like me and YouTubers and whatnot have the power to cancel a show, then don't we have the power to make shows as well? All right, well, where's my Darth Vader show? Why wasn't the Kenobi show done well? Why are there so many problems in Star Wars? What happened with the Boba Fett show? Right, so if we have the power to destroy something, we have the power to make something too, but clearly that's not the case. It's all about numbers, and many of us were told not to watch the show because, hey, if you don't like it, don't watch it. It's exactly what we did, and you know what? Now it's canceled. Hey, I'm seeing tons of this. I love how people are blaming toxic Star Wars fans for the Acolyte being canceled when the final episode of the series was the reportedly lowest viewed of any Star Wars show. Again, man, just look at the views. Look at the audience score here, 18%. And the tomato meter was 78%. This is what, like 50 people or 100 people, 300 people voted on the tomato meter. And then this is in the, 10,000s, maybe even more. It's just ridiculous shite like this. Star Wars content has been the same boring blaster pew pew media for years. And we finally get a show diving into Jedi Sith lore, and y'all get it canceled because the lead isn't a white man. No, it's because the show was shit and poorly written. I mean,
Andor movie is written well. Nobody cares what anyone's race is in the film, period. Whether it's extras, supporting cast, main stars, no one would care. As long as it's written well. Because that is what draws people in. That's what allows them to really enjoy the film.
Ahsoka, for example, and hey, that got a season 2. The Kenobi show. Lead was, well, 2 white men. Wow. You know what? Actually, I don't even think Kenobi was the lead in his own show. I think it was Reva. So, hey, even there you go. Riddle me that one. So, I mean, just scrolling under this one, there's just a few here that I found. Check it out. F. Disney, F. Lucasfilm, F. Dave Filoni, F. Jon Favreau, Kathleen Kennedy. It's just, oh, I didn't see my name in there. F Star Wars Theory, F Incels, F Grogu, F all of you. Well, that's wild. I'm never going to effing go to bat for Star Wars again. Absolutely atrocious when this show was going viral every single day on here and had multiple renew campaigns by the fans. They've shown where their priorities lie, and it's in continually catering to a crowd of toxic incels. Fully disagree with this. Their
This kind of reminds me of like when a bunch of feminists get together and do a talk show like The View or something, and they're like, why don't the women make as much as the boys? And that's just sexist. And then you're like, well, do you watch the WNBA? And they're like, no, never heard of it. Well, can you name 3 teams? No. What's that have to do with anything? It's sexist. And it's like, I mean, at least that's the way this is coming across to me, because why would you be upset that people who love the franchise and want nothing but success for the franchise, the people who literally that you're talking about would be the ones to who you would think would be the ones to make excuses about it being good, to under any circumstances they would want it to continue, right? Because they're toxic incels, or because they're just fucking Star Wars nerds, right? But if the people who have the most investment into a particular fucking media or a property, if they have the most investment into it and they're telling you that it's not good, the people who theoretically would enjoy it the most are telling you it's not good. What does that mean to you? That they're a bigot, or a toxic incel, or what? That's ridiculous.
priorities aren't to cater to any side of the fandom. Their priority is in their pockets. Whatever makes them more money, they're going to go for that. And so far, they've thought catering to one side of the fandom, people who like The Acolyte, people who like hit shows like Kenobi and Book of Boba Fett, and that kind of writing is what they've been trying to cater to. Then, when they try to cater to good storytelling, they get shows like The Mandalorian, which pretty much all across the board, except for Season 3, brought Star Wars up. And that's really what they need to be
I'm going to watch Andor. I've heard that it has great writing. I haven't watched Mandalorian. I thought they were going to fuck it up, but from what I hear, the first season at least is all good, so I want to check that out too. We'll see.
focusing on is catering to a good story and not any side of the fandom or even their pockets. When you detach yourself from the outcome of anything is when you do the best you can. The Acolyte being canceled makes me want to wage war on everything that white boys love. They couldn't let the series exist without war on it, so the movies and shows they like deserve the same treatment. Yeah, that's already happened to a lot of people by getting The Acolyte. That's like punishment enough. And the Kenobi show, which had our two most favorite characters, Anakin and Obi-Wan, in there, and Darth Vader, and they just shat the bed on that. And then Book of Boba Fett. I mean, they ruined Boba Fett as well. It's like the annihilation of every male character, essentially. Look at it. Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, Boba Fett, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I mean, Darth Vader makes stupid decisions, can't even go around a fire, for example. Mandalorian gets sidelined pretty much in his own show as well in season 3. And then with the Acolyte, it's like, you know, you had Soul, which was in the beginning kind of a compelling character, and then he just withered into nothing and died. And that was also his fault. He couldn't just let her kill him, murder him for nothing. They had to have him not say it's okay as she's murdering him so that she could have that moment. He didn't let her have that moment, according to Leslie Headland in an interview. It's wild to me, man. It's wild. Anyways, there's a crap ton more.
It's unfortunately that's what you're gonna get when people value skin color and sexual orientation more than a person's skill, talent, merit, or character. The art is a reflection of the culture, and the culture is corrupted, so I guess we're gonna see a lot of corrupted shit until enough of a light is shined on it to force it to slither back into the darkness where it belongs, shamed and ridiculed.
Like this out there, and if you come across any more, you know, tweet them at me, let me know. You know, I don't check Twitter very often. I kind of just upload my stuff and I bounce, and I don't really engage in much back and forths. I used to, but I just got too much going on right now with the Sabres, and I'm really trying to grow that company, and there's so much that needs to be handled for it. It is growing astronomically, so my focus is on that. My focus is on making videos and also growing Comic Theory, which is my comic book channel that I run with my friend Nick, and just having fun making content. So if you guys see anything, yeah, feel free to tag me. No promises, I'll respond. But if you want the cliff notes for this video, you know, I think that we shouldn't be attacking actors, and I also think that we shouldn't be attacking anyone who dislikes or likes the show. The show didn't get renewed, and that is out of every one of our hands, and only in the real power at Disney, which is those boardroom executives. And those.
So what you're saying is, out of the kindness of their hearts, that boardroom of executives decided to do the right thing and cancel that shit. So I don't even want to know what was gonna happen. What? Sometimes I think some of these writers are praying that it gets canceled, because once they've watched it, they realize they don't have any talent and they shouldn't be in this industry. And so they're like, well, man, come on, just don't make me make another season of this drivel.
Those are the ones that call the shots and greenlight shows. Not even Leslie Headland has that power. It's really up to them. It's not up to us. Not enough people watch the show, and that's a direct indication of the show not being liked, not being Star Wars, and therefore not getting renewed for a season.
All right, let's move on. What is this? Star Wars Theory. I guess he sells theory sabers like these. 404. Huh. Have to check that out at some point. Alright, what's next? The flat earth community is imploding. I'm not sure I want to even waste my time. Should I? Yeah, I mean,
If you've been getting scam texts
they sent
like
it to
these,
me.
it was me. I said that probably means your data's been leaked. And
What happens when a staunch flat earth legend starts throwing shade at the entire flat earth community? Pure pandemonium. And Level Earth Observer is having none of it. You've got to watch this one because the entire flat earth community is imploding.
Do you see anything behind this guy's eyes? Just looks like bags with money signs on it to me.
Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a massive thank you to the sponsors of today's video, Magic Spoon. Now Magic Spoon is a bowl...
My God, the stone's on you.
upgraded with grown-up ingredients. Now the Magic Spoon cereal has 0 grams of sugar and Dan for your $5 off. Right, on with today's video, which is from Level Earth Observer. Now he's not very happy with another flat earther, Jeran from Jeranism. Now for those of you who don't know, Jeran has agreed to take the Flat Earth complimentary spot on the final experiment trip to Antarctica in December. Now this is an
I don't like where this is going.
expedition organised by Will Duffy, who wants to take 12 globe earthers and 12 flat earthers out to Antarctica in December to witness the 24-hour sun. So
I was about to say, you're only going to be able to go where the government allows you to go. So what would be the point? You can see a 24-hour sun in Alaska too. I don't understand what...
So that this flat Earth versus globe Earth debate can be finally settled once and for all. Of course, we all know what the outcome's going to be here. Now, unfortunately, I can't go due to family commitments, but I believe Channel...
Convenient? Family convenience? Family contrivance? Family what?
Friend Dave McKeegan is going, so keep an eye out for that. Now, Jeran is potentially saying that a 24-hour sun, if seen down in Antarctica, does destroy flat Earth. And Level Earth Observer is not happy with him. Let's see it all unfold, shall we?
No, it does not. It would depend on where you're at, what time of year, etc., and you would still be able to see it, yeah. I don't think that destroys anything, quite honestly. But continue with the straw man that you are building, sir.
A funny thing happened on the way to Antarctica. Essentially, Jeran has already shut down this final experiment 6 months before it's supposed to begin. How, you're asking? Well, the very community in which Jeran is supposed to be representing in December in Antarctica. That said community don't even trust Jeran anymore.
I'm not sure I can take this. I might just have to read the transcript. It seems like waste.
The very community he's supposed to be representing don't even trust him.
...of flat Earth to witness a 24-hour sun, and in doing so possibly end the debate.
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what Big Wireless
Sending a man that's supposed to be representing a community to Antarctica when that said community do not.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and move on. It's ridiculous.
Considering the incredible differences in size and morphology, how Gingrich could have made his claim that Pachycetus was a perfect intermediate, a missing link between land mammals and whales, when its current description is that of a wolf-like animal about 1 to 2 meters long, is frankly astonishing and a testimony to the amount of storytelling commonly involved in the so-called science of evolution.
No. This is one I had a bit of trouble with myself. In biology, I tried to have the conversation with my teacher. And I was kind of like brushed away. I said teacher, right? Professor. But later we ended up getting back into it. And one of the examples that was used to make me look stupid, right, was that vestigial organs were proof through observation that change in kinds can happen, to where whale hip bones were an example of vestigial structures left over from when the whale was a creature that walked on land. If this was the case, then it was a change in kind, correct? And I said, yeah. And so then he said that the whale's hip bones were in fact vestigial organs, and proved just that. So I went down to the library and I started looking into different animal books, and I found a Whale Anatomy 101 type of book, whale anatomy book, and I had to bring it back in there the next time I had the class, which I think was like 2 days later, and I had to put on a show. And I had to say, now, didn't you say that these whales' hip bones have no purpose? They're vestigial structures, correct? Leftovers from evolution, even though you're supposed to be gaining useful structures, not holding on to useless ones. He conceded. And so then I went on to pull the book out, flip to the appropriate page that I had marked, and read out what the whale's hip bones are used for. So not only are they used, they're quite possibly the most important bones and structure within the whale's body, because it facilitates mating. It allows mating to be possible. So why would you be teaching us kids that evolution is true because of this, when your own science book right here says incorrect? This isn't a vestigial structure. And they try to tell you that the appendix is, and that the your tonsils are. No, they're part of your lymphatic system. They're part of your immune system. And they help to filter poisons and other things out of your system. Because you can live without it doesn't mean that it's vestigial. Because if that was the case, then hands and feet and everything except for what you would absolutely need to survive would all be vestigial, and that's ridiculous. But so that was my story pertaining to the whale, though. Let's see where we go.
For over 100 years now, a variety of fossil skulls and bones described as missing links between various creatures have been displayed in museums and featured in textbooks in support of the story of.
Yeah, a lot of them have been put in textbooks. Not many of them have actually been verified or authenticated. Most of the times when you attempt to, they have to admit that they're a fraudulent example, and then they'll just wait a good 50 years before they take it out of any textbooks. One in particular, if I'm not mistaken, is the Cro-Magnon man. Don't remember if I just said that last stream before that. Who gives a shit? Point is, these niggas glued an orangutan jaw to a human skull, put that shit in 2 feet of earth, and then dug it up and said, look at what I found, the missing link, nigga.
Evolution. And why are they referred to as missing links? Well, because evolutionists don't seem to find enough fossils to fill all of the spaces in between the various kinds of creatures we know about, i.e., they're missing.
And it's worse than that. It's worse than that. It's worse than the fossil record. If evolution was true, then we should be able to observe hundreds upon hundreds, if not hundreds of thousands of species on this planet right now that are in between kinds, that right now are the missing links between like a future species and an older one. But they can't find one of these either. So I just it's telling.
Charles Darwin himself considered the weakest link in his entire naturalistic hypothesis to be the lack of fossil evidence for these missing intermediate links, a problem which has never been overcome. Darwin asked a question, then made an admission and a statement, all in one quote, that perfectly sums up the problem. Why then is not every geological formation and every stratum full of such intermediate links?
Geology assuredly does not reveal any such finely granulated organic chain, and this perhaps is the most obvious and serious objection which can be urged against the theory. Now again, my understanding of Darwin is that he thought that if you went down to the microscopic level, things would get simpler and simpler and simpler. And that's the only way that evolution would be feasible as a theory. That the atoms and these other microscopic things would, in fact, be simple, like billiard balls. You know what I mean? But the level of complexity only increases as we zoom in and in and in till you get to tardigrades, and you start to get to just more and more complexity as life becomes, I mean, to me, again, it's exponentially more complex the smaller you go. It's the opposite of what Darwin thought it would be. So again, just take that with the grain of salt as well.
Geology assuredly does not reveal any such finely graduated organic chain. And this, perhaps, is the most obvious and serious objection which can be urged against the theory. Unfortunately for evolutionists, more than 150 years later, they only have a few handfuls of highly disputed, even among their own evolutionary community, transitional forms to point to. So what might then be put out there front and center as solid evidence of a transitional fossil candidate these days? Well, many evolutionists will claim it's been indisputably proven that whales evolved from land animals, and this whole idea came originally from a specimen dubbed Pachycetus, meaning whale of Pakistan.
I'm taking 4 of my esteemed colleagues and you across.
If a teacher randomly threw the name Pachycetus at a student who didn't know about it and asked them to do a report on what it is, the average high schooler would likely hop online and look up some of the top results to prepare their work. However, what they would find wouldn't just be the facts, so to speak. It would be a mixture of facts combined with interpretations of those facts based on evolutionary presuppositions, all wrapped in some heavy storytelling. And what do I mean by that? Well,
I believe you mean propaganda.
let me read you a description from the Britannica website describing this creature. And I'm going to modify it by omitting some comments first time around. And then I'll insert them back in the second time to demonstrate the obvious storytelling going on here despite the facts that have been found. Pachycetus, extinct genus of early mammals known from fossils discovered in 48.5 million-year-old river delta deposits in present-day Pakistan. Pachycetus was discovered with functional legs. It has many features of terrestrial mammals, including an auditory system for hearing in air, a dentition not unlike that of its closest relatives, such as the Masonichids, extinct mammals similar in appearance to wolves, and functional feet capable of locomotion on land. The body mass of Pachycetus was estimated at 45 kilograms, roughly the size of a wolf or large dog. The dentition of the animal indicates that it had a diet primarily of fish. However, its skeleton and skull suggest that it spent a considerable amount of time on land. Okay, so along with
So they're saying a wolf-like creature turned into a whale? That's their... Okay.
the artist's rendition provided alongside the description I gave, the student would get a pretty clear understanding of what sort of creature this was. Namely, a land-dwelling, four-legged mammal roughly the size of a wolf that's depicted looking somewhat between a dog and a giant rat. Nowhere in the description would the idea of a whale pop into your mind based on the facts presented. Now, this time, I'm going to present the entire entry verbatim, and I want you to notice all the nuances in phrasing and the way they try to convince you based on assumptions that we'll explore later. To try to sound like this is evidence of a creature transitioning into a whale, which I omitted the first time around. Pachycetus, extinct genus of early cetacean mammals known from fossils, discovered in 48.5 million-year-old river delta deposits in present-day Pakistan. Pachycetus is one of the earliest whales and the first cetacean discovered with functional legs. In addition, it retained many other features of
one of the earliest whales. It doesn't even say like one of the earliest ancestors of whales. And I don't even know what cetacean means. Do y'all know what that means? I don't know how to spell that well. A-C... Aquatic order of mammals. So they... Alright. Have a good one.
I'll be back later.
Alright. So they're already calling it a whale, and then they're saying a whale discovered with functional legs. Why are they trying to call it a whale?
terrestrial mammals, including an auditory system that was better for hearing in air than in water, a dentition not unlike that of its closest terrestrial relatives, such as the Masonichids, and functional feet capable of locomotion on land. The body mass of Pachycetus was estimated at 45 kilograms, roughly the size of a wolf or large dog. The dentition of the animal indicates that it had a diet primarily of fish. However, its skeleton and skull suggest that it spent a considerable amount of time on land. Now, if this whole subject is new to you, you might be thinking, where on earth would they get the idea that this hairy four-legged land wolf rat creature was some kind of a whale with legs? Why are they saying it's an early whale if it walked around on four legs? They say it likely ate fish, but so do bears, and they aren't land whales. Surely there must be something more to it than the facts they're presenting here. Well, let's go through the history of this discovery and explore it in more detail. In 1983, Dr. Phil Gingrich, a whale paleontologist from the University of Michigan,
One thing I will say about the whole evolution scam thing too is that I don't think I've ever seen one of these discoveries, one of these dinosaur skeletons ever unearthed by a regular person. It's always a damn paleontologist, archaeologist, motherfucker like that making the discovery. The people who stand to gain the most just so happen to find it. It's interesting.
Had an article published in Science magazine purporting a monumental evolutionary discovery where he claimed his find, Pachycetus, is the oldest and most primitive whale yet discovered. It is an important transitional form, linking Paleocene carnivorous land mammals and later, more advanced marine whales. Supposedly based on the fossil evidence he'd found, the magazine cover featured a rather goofy-looking drawing depicting a half-land, half-sea creature diving into the water to hunt fish. And yet, how much physical evidence had he collected that would inspire such a depiction? Well, the only bits of bone he'd then collected were a few pieces of the skull. He had absolutely no fossil evidence below the head. Now, think about this. If the
It gets worse than that too. They'll build whole skeletons based on a damn toe or a bone that they don't even know what the bone is.
That's so.
But they're trying to make that money. They got student loans to pay.
The drawing was supposedly based on the facts he'd had at the time. How could he possibly know what the diet of the creature supposedly was? Or how to get an artist, if you could call them that, to draw the entire creature, complete with front legs and
Artists catching strays for no damn reason. Nigga, you can draw alright.
flipper-like feet. And yet, despite not having close to a complete skeleton of the creature, a full 11 years later, Gingrich was still so taken with his own imagination that he was still declaring, in time and in its morphology, Pachycetus is perfectly intermediate, a missing link between earlier land mammals and later full-fledged whales. Now, remember, there was nothing in the bits of skull he'd found that would definitively indicate this creature operated in water. No blowhole or nostril on the top of it, nothing indicating it had ears that were designed for use in aquatic environments, etc. And yet he spoke so confidently about his discovery and had all of this published in prestigious, peer-reviewed scientific journals. However, by
Peer-reviewed. They let them get away with this with, well, I guess they were peers. And they want to believe in anything other than God, so they'll probably hope and pray that somebody will discover something that'll let them get a little further away from that needing to be acknowledged. So
2001, nearly 20 years after his initial announcement in Science magazine, almost the whole skeleton was finally uncovered. And what did it show? Well, a technical paper in Nature unequivocally declared that the bones demonstrated Pachycetus was a land animal and no more amphibious than a tapir, which is a pig-like creature. The Encyclopedia of New Zealand website depicted the creature with muscle and skin in the following way, which is fairly similar to
y'all see what I gotta deal with in this life,
Hey, you chose this. It's not like we're forcing you.
and you choose to act the way you choose to act, as we all do. Is there a cat outside? No.
to most depictions shown today. Now, let's take a look at a whale for a moment and compare these two creatures. Considering the incredible differences in size and morphology, how Gingrich could have made his claim that Pachycetus was a perfect intermediate, a missing link between land mammals and whales, when its current description is that of a wolf-like animal about 1 to 2 meters long, is frankly astonishing and a testimony to the amount of storytelling commonly involved in these so-called science of evolution. And had the complete skeleton been uncovered and shown to the scientific community and the general public from the outset, claims of what are now commonly referred to as terrestrial cetaceans, literally land whales, would almost surely have been metaphorically laughed out of town. I mean, one can look up the dictionary definition of whale and find the following. Whale, noun, a very large marine mammal with a streamlined hairless body, a horizontal tail fin, and a blowhole on top of the head for breathing. And yet, there was never any indication of any of these features, marine dwelling, hairless, tail fin, blowhole for breathing, etc., found from the earliest days in 1983 all the way to 2001, while Pachycetus was being researched. However, in schoolrooms, colleges and universities, museums, zoos, or aquariums, as well as in textbooks, online articles, and peer-reviewed journals, such claims are greeted with serious nods of acceptance and thought of as scientifically legitimate. Charts showing wolf-like land animals whose feet morph into webbed and then flipper-like feet, which then gradually lose their hind limbs and grow fins and flukes, while their nostrils shift from the front to the top of their heads, are now seen as proof positive of the once missing links between land animals and whales. And they are taught and illustrated using a lineage of supposed transitional creatures, beginning with Pachycetus all the way to true whales we see today, which seem...
If you see something that's supposed to be scientific that but it's full of holes, Swiss cheese, it's not observable, it's not testable, you can't make accurate hypotheses, it ain't scientific. Put that pseudo in front of that thing and just remember when you still had your innocence of youth. Sit back and reflect.
Seems similar to how the old and now totally debunked horse evolution series found its way into many other publications and textbooks for over 150 years. You see, evolutionists constantly need new proofs to prop up their worldview. So while the horse evolution series was falling off the back end of the evolutionary conveyor belt, the whale fossil series was just being assembled and placed at the front of it. And evolutionists now show diagrams to students with all sorts of supposed intermediates between Pachycetus and true whales to make the evidence seem truly robust. And yet, just like Pachycetus, when closely examined, each and every one of these supposed missing links absolutely fails to qualify as a true transitional form upon inspection.
Yeah, honestly, most of them are in fact fraudulent creations. I guarantee you're going to start seeing 3D printed bone fragments that they're going to extrapolate into some alien humanoid creature that created us or something, and then their spaceship's going to roll up. I mean, it's going to be Operation Bluebeam, but anyway, let's get back in it.
They fail just like the number one argument I hear over and over again from evolutionists that push this whale evolution nonsense fails. And that is, why do whales have vestigial leftover legs if they didn't evolve from land animals? What use would hind legs have been to whales? Well, while it's true that modern whales are often described in evolutionary textbooks as having vestigial hip bones, which they say used to anchor legs, and this is often touted as proof of the whale evolution series, they've never found actual legs in whales of any kind, vestigial or otherwise. What they find are pelvic bones that perform a specific purpose. And a 2014 article in the journal Evolution confirmed that there's a perfectly designed and critical function involved in the need for whales' pelvic bones after all: procreating. Without their pelvic bones, they'd all be dead.
And that's why I love when people get caught in a lie and it's like literally the opposite of what they were saying. Like, I think it's almost like a, how would I put it? It's almost like a reflex to want to distance yourself from the truth when you're trying to convince someone of a lie. And in the mental, subjective, subconscious world of getting away from that truth, you make something the opposite of true. You make something anti-true to teach people. And it's just funny how that plays itself out a lot, actually.
Which means there's no evidence they are vestigial in any true sense at all. I hope this brief dive into just one of the many evolutionary arguments out there has been beneficial in showing you just how weak most of them truly are when stripped down. Christians should be aware of the illegitimate debate tactic known as elephant hurling. Perhaps in this case we should call it whale hurling. Often heard when evolutionists declare statements like, "The evidence for evolution is so overwhelmingly strong that I just can't understand how any intelligent person doesn't believe it." However, hurling the elephant is simply a bluff. And there's a reason why circumstantial evidence in a courtroom is given little weight. And in a case where such circumstantial evidence is simply piled on top of another in an attempt to sound robust, it's typically deconstructed rather soundly by an experienced opponent. Because such evidence is usually strung together with much imaginative storytelling.
Bad storytelling. Built on contrivance, convenience, and your apathy or unwillingness to check into anything that's being taught to you because you're a child and you couldn't imagine that there would be a malevolent source behind your education trying to teach you bullshit to steal your soul.
And you've likely noticed that I use the phrase "the story of evolution" when talking about the materialist's origin account. And I do that very specifically because that's what it is. It's a made-up story that says land animals turned into whales over millions of years. And it's not so much that I'm surprised, although I'm disappointed, when the world gets sucked into believing these things. It's when I see brothers and sisters in Christ get caught up in accepting these stories that are in complete contradiction to the Word of God.
It is indeed. It's sad to see. What's next? What do we got next here? Wait. Uh-oh. 6 hours of destiny.
Really to make a difference. I look around.
It said what 6 hours with Destiny did to me. I don't. Fuck it. I don't know if anybody's even. Let me take a quick little look. See. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna take a piss. I'm gonna let it play. Actually, yeah. I'm gonna take a piss. I'm just gonna let it play while I'm gone, and I'll come back, restart it. So it shouldn't be too long, and I don't need no extra dead air for no good reason.
Found out about this stream an hour before it even happened, and in the tweet, it must have been a typo. It said like January or something. And then he said, "Are you on Discord? Here, add me." And I thought, all right, well, I'll get around to that. I have till January. 45 minutes go by, and I get a message saying, "Hey, we're starting in 15 minutes. If you still want in, go ahead and add me." I was like, okay.
I've spoken to before. Most of you know about me and my political views and all that. I have beliefs about January 6th. I'm not sure what other people think about January 6th. And basically, I've collected a ton of information. Now I just kind of want to like walk through a lot of it. And
It got to a point where there was like, all right, I've got to kind of give my thoughts on all of this.
The before,
Go on,
yeah, I want. Yeah, wait. Let me just do this last chunk. Warren, hold that thought. And
after seeing all this information, I'm left asking the question. Okay, well,
Trump's biggest flaw is his ego. Like this is messed up. So I'm in this predicament where it's like, okay, we have a deeply, deeply flawed candidate, but he is the candidate representing these values. There's really only two if you take out Kennedy. So there's a lot of people in this country that are feeling like in this predicament of what do I do if there's these things that I care about deeply, and I definitely don't want to go with what these people are standing for. And I understand there's like flaws, and thank goodness the founding fathers were able to create this systems of checks and balances that we referred to several times tonight, and that worked. It saved us from ourselves. And so I don't know what to do.
there are going to be many people today as we enter into this election who are asking themselves this very question. What poses a greater danger? What is more likely to lead to the outcomes that I care about? And each voter is going to have the things that matter to them.
Everyone's weighing this in their, not everyone, most people are weighing this in their minds who are considering voting for him. People see his faults, but they also say, oh, Elon Musk, things that Elon Musk are saying, deregulation, we need border security. Do I care more about people like issues at the border, or am I going to hang up on the past?
And I'm so hesitant to even talk about this that it makes it that, and I think many people feel that way, and that causes just this frustration.
You made a good point about like being in a predicament where you have a candidate that is based like your candidate for these specific sets of values, but there are other things with this candidate that you like vehemently disagree with. So like what do you do?
Everything that is laid out in this 6-hour stream about January 6th, if you're concerned about things, then it seems like you would genuinely want to give the other candidate the best chances of victory. And to do that, you need people to be able to point out the flaws of the Democratic Party or the platform of the left, or when the left goes too far, to be able, if you're going to take anyone who cares about these things and categorize them as your enemy and think that you can anticipate what they think, because that's what makes an ideologue. That's an ideology. If you could predict what I thought on every single topic, that just means I'm buying into an ideology.
Let's put ourselves in his mind for a second, because he genuinely seems to believe that there is a deep state. He has been put through all these legal challenges, a recent assassination attempt. There's all the media attacks and fake media. We've seen this battle ensuing for like 8 years. It's got to wear on a person's psyche to the point where it makes him extremely prone to these things. And then we're listening.
So, just Warren Smith, what 6 hours with Destiny did to me. Secret Scholar Society from a day ago. I don't know when the debate was, but they'll probably go over it, I suppose. Alright. Let's get into it.
I think Warren, I think you were going to say something before, and I cut off.
I did not expect this. I found out about this stream an hour before it even happened, and in the tweet, it must have been a typo. It said like January or something, and then he said, "Are you on Discord? Here, add me." And I thought, all right, well, I'll get around to that. I have till January. 45 minutes go by, and I get a message saying, "Hey, we're starting in 15 minutes. If you still want in, go ahead and add me." I was like, okay.
I've spoken to before. Most of you know about me and my political views and all that. I have beliefs about January 6th. I'm not sure what other people think about January 6th. Basically, I've collected a ton of information, and I just kind of want to like walk through a lot of it. And
It got to a point where there was like, all right, I've got to kind of give my thoughts on all of this.
The before,
Go on,
yeah, I want.
hear what
Yeah, wait. Let me just do this last chunk. Warren, hold that thought. And
After seeing all this information, I'm left asking the question, okay, well,
Trump's biggest flaw is his ego. Like this is messed up. So I'm in this predicament where it's like, okay, we have a deeply, deeply flawed candidate, but he is the candidate representing these values. There's really only two if you take out Kennedy. So there's a lot of people in this country that are feeling like in this predicament of what do I do if there's these things that I care about deeply, and I definitely don't want to go with what these people are standing for. And I understand there's like flaws, and thank goodness the founding fathers were able to create this system.
Like, basically, what are you supposed to do if Trump is the only candidate that actually speaks to your values and actually has similar values that you hold, even if you find him reprehensible as a human being in the other avenues of his life, or maybe even his personality, but what he believes about family and about security of the border and whatever policies that are important to you, he actually cares about those, and the other candidate doesn't. You're put in this predicament where you're going to be ridiculed and told that by people like Destiny that you deserve to die because you want to side with a candidate that speaks to the policies that are important to you. Especially when there's only two to choose from, and one does hold those values and one doesn't. Then it's like, well, what are you asking me to choose, and how does it make me a bad person to choose the candidate that actually agrees with my policies, or my policies agree with his, whichever way you want to look at it.
Of checks and balances that we referred to several times tonight, and that worked. It saved us from ourselves. And so I don't know what to do.
And did the way that he edited that, like, was that really how it went, where Destiny invited him on the show, then went on a rant about January 6th for 5 hours, and then finally let someone else talk? Is that, there's no way that's what, well, I wouldn't say there's no way, but is that really what happened? I like that he edited it that way.
There are going to be many people today as we enter into this election who are asking themselves this very.
Not trying to be an asshole. Not trying to be an asshole at all. But how do human shoulders get so sharp? Like, it looks like there's a coat hanger in there, or I don't know where. I'm not trying to. I'm looking, okay? I'm observing, I'm reacting to what I see, hear, all of that.
Very question. What poses a greater danger? What is more likely to lead to the outcomes that I care about? And each voter is going to have the things that matter to them.
Everyone's weighing this in their, not everyone, most people are weighing this in their minds who are considering voting for him. People see his faults, but they also say, oh, Elon Musk, things that Elon Musk are saying, deregulation, we need border security. Do I care more about people like issues at the border, or am I going to hang up on the past?
And I'm so hesitant to even talk about this that it makes it that, and I think many people feel that way, and that causes just this frustration.
You made a good point about like being in a predicament where you have a candidate that is based like your candidate for these specific sets of values.
It does feel as if we will be punished for speaking about it. Because when it's the news cycle about Will Smith slapping Chris Rock, the news cycle for that lasted way longer than someone making an assassination attempt on a former president. And that tells you, like, that the media has a very vested interest in particular values not being in the White House. And those seem to be family and secure border and doing things for the common good of Americans in general. And understandably so, the media's masters are not the American people. So it does stand to reason that they're trying to secure their position as well as they can. And then some of the ideologically possessed individuals that you'll see are a result of that, and to be expected, especially when they get money to sit and do nothing, or to read a script. Now, if I get money to be my authentic self, then it makes it easy to be my authentic self. But if you never had an authentic self and you're just basically throwing shit against the wall to see what people respond best to, and then you change who you are based on who you're around, and you change it based on what society says is okay, it's usually not going to look very good for you in the long run. But let's see how they respond to an actual human with a human question, not an ideologue trying to like push them a certain way. Maybe they'll at least be able to recognize that and not try to shit on what he's saying, but we'll see.
Values, but there are other things with this candidate that you like vehemently disagree with. So like what do you do?
Everything that is laid out in this 6-hour stream about January 6th, if you're concerned about things, then it seems like you would genuinely want to give the other candidate the best chances of victory. And to do that, you need people to be able to point out the flaws of the Democratic Party or the platform of the left, or when the left goes too far, to be able, if you're going to take anyone who cares about these things and categorize them as your enemy and think that you can anticipate what they think, because that's what makes an ideologue. That's an ideology. If you could predict what I thought on every single topic, that just means I'm buying into an ideology.
Not just buying into, no, you're possessed by it. You have become a walking speakerphone for that ideology. If I know what you're gonna think about something before I ask you it, yeah, that's definitely an indication that they're gone. There's no longer an individual there. They lost a sense of their identity at some point and never was able to reclaim it. So now they hang on to whatever they can hang on to that makes them feel good in the moment, which is whatever society is currently celebrating the loudest.
Let's put ourselves in his mind for a second, because he genuinely seems to believe that there is a deep state. He has been put through all these legal challenges, a recent assassination attempt. There's all the media attacks and fake media. We've seen this battle ensuing for like 8 years. It's got to wear on a person's psyche to the point where it makes him extremely prone to these things. And then we're listening to him with Elon last night, and he does have his strengths.
Trump's fighting the deep state, or he has reason to believe, like this cabal is out to get him, and like he's fighting an illegitimate election. It's his own guys saying that he's wrong. So I don't really understand where the whole
Even if your own people say that you're wrong, if you're not wrong, are you wrong to back down? Are you wrong to stand up for yourself and say, I don't care if the people who work for me believe I'm wrong. I don't believe I'm wrong. I don't see why like that really makes any difference. It doesn't. What we need to know and determine is if he is wrong. We don't give a shit if who thinks what. We need to find out if it is in fact being manipulated by the people who are in charge now and the people who have been in charge since before.
Like the entire what's the word? The entire like conspiracy that the election's fake that he's coming up with, and he's saying that it's if his own guys are saying that it's not that way. Like I don't. Where's he getting that information from?
Yeah, his guys are pointing out that the technical claims about the election fraud is not accurate, but surely you can acknowledge that there's an imbalance in like with the media coverage.
A huge imbalance. I had never seen the media 99% of it or 90% of it just say, hey, we're gonna try to destroy this guy every single day for his entire campaign, for his entire presidency, and if he ever tries to run again, we'll try to throw him in jail, try to shoot him, try to damage his character or assassinate his character, and we'll make sure he doesn't get back in. It's like, or he doesn't run again. I've never seen the media that on somebody like with such joy and glee. There was people I thought they should have been like that with, that they were incredibly respectful and kind to. I think George Bush Jr. was a perfect example of this. Obama was a perfect example of this. They were incredibly kind to Obama. When he did the most drone strikes, he killed an American citizen, in Yemen, where it wasn't even a war zone. There's, complaints that he might have been someone who was riling up terrorism or something, but it's just wild that, Obama was just murdering people left and right to make sure they could never come back and actually file a grievance against our country and file suit.
I think, Warren, I think you were going to say something before, and I
predict what I thought on every single topic. That just means I'm buying into an ideology.
Let's put ourselves in his mind for a genuinely seems
deep state, or he has reason to believe, like conspiracy that the election's fake that he's coming up with, and he's saying that it's
with the media coverage.
The response to Trump is going to do more to get him elected, I think, than anything even that Trump is going to say in any of these speeches or debates. Because people see just an unfair
People love an underdog. People love an underdog story. So if we watch the media and everyone pile on this man for years and years and years, and then he gets shot at and he stands up and he puts his fists up, I mean, just the fact that they piled on him tells the human brain that he's the underdog. The fact that he didn't take any of the money from his first presidency run. The fact that he already had money. He didn't get into office to become rich like the rest of these politicians. So he wouldn't be someone who could be as easily bought. But he's an underdog. He's never been in this political system, and if you want to make somebody an underdog, I think they've done a very good job of making one.
Reaction, an unbalanced reaction and vitriol and hatred towards those that are wrestling with this question.
Whether or not you agree with that, you have to recognize that people are perceiving this as an effort to destroy someone.
I agree.
Exactly. And when we recognize it for that, we see that as what it is, he's going to have all the support. And not just like in a superficial way, but from like a grassroots kind of way. That's America. And that's human nature to an extent too, I feel like.
I agree that the perception can be that, but I think an issue also is that, like, where is that perception coming from?
It causes them to feel.
The perception is coming from thousands of years of stories being told to our kind, and us watching when society decides to destroy a person, that's a bad thing. And then as people who enjoy stories watch movies, we want to see the underdog come up and destroy the system that's trying to destroy him. That's the anticipation that they're creating by attacking him with that kind of vitriol. And Destiny's included in this because he's part of the media. And if I'm considered a public figure at some point and a pundit, then I would be considered the same. So that's why you need to be careful about what you're saying and what you're putting out there. I don't, because it's just the truth. But if you're going to be hateful, then you definitely need to be careful about how you're putting that out there.
Feel like, wow, this problem is bigger than I thought, and maybe we do need a rebuilding of this. We need someone to come in like a bulldozer.
If you feel like you're fighting a corrupt system, you're going to, and this is what I've been thinking about throughout the night, if he genuinely believes that this system is broken, they're going to cheat him, he's going to fight back with everything he can in unethical ways. That's how you slip into a dangerous game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then the question would be is, like, you probably need some corrective mechanism to make sure that isn't happening, right?
Which
absolutely.
That would be the people you have around you to tell you, like, this isn't actually happening. But
thank God it worked.
That's the checks and balance.
We could all objectively recognize when something is unfair, and I think that is what has tipped the scales.
As Destiny pointed out.
Yeah. Anything that's unjust, it immediately baby faces whoever is the victim of that injustice. Doesn't matter if it's Trump a billionaire, doesn't matter if it's Musk a billionaire, doesn't matter who it is or who they are or what they've done or whatever. When the promotion comes down in an unjust way onto a particular individual, they become the baby face. They get the support. And Trump right now is baby face as it gets, as far as I can tell. Cornette might not like that shit, but fuck him. Thank you, fuck you, bye.
Trump is such an out-of-the-box figure. He's not like Bush, previous Republicans. He just came out of nowhere, and we have this kind of, I mean, a lot of people have talked about this over and over, but this system that's just kind of shocked by it, and there's been that conflict. So by pointing out that conflict, surely we can acknowledge that conflict exists. That doesn't invalidate what you're saying.
And by conflict, you mean the media coverage?
Not just the media coverage. I don't want to like belittle it by just pointing it out as like, oh, the media is unfair to him. It's I think it's the same thing. It's motivating people like Elon Musk to get behind it. He's feeling the same frustrations.
That is what I think has caused many people who were very skeptical of Trump in 2016. Elon Musk, for example, the more that he has been, the more tribulations he has gone through, the more he has dealt with, that has caused him to.
And I compare it to Chappelle. When we seen what the media was trying to have us believe about one of our beloved black heroes, right? This nigga's a crackhead. They were trying to destroy him in every way they possibly could. And the fact that he didn't take the money to avoid that because it was wrong or went against his principles gave him this air of authenticity, made people trust what he had to say that much more, and believe that he was on to something. And so when we see Trump saying all the things that he's said since the campaign in 15, 16, when we see him work as a president for 4 years and the country's going in a good direction, then we see the tribulations. Then we see how the media, the media have been attacking his character since he was president, nonstop, incessantly. And so it makes people assume that, well, if the system at large that we know to be corrupt and to be run by devilish individuals is trying to tear down this man in particular, either they're trying to do some reverse psychology or he might actually be a good thing for the country. And that's as simple as it really needs to be, is if the elites hate this person, then they're probably a good person. Somebody's at the door. Left him at the wrong address.
Take the position he has taken.
But then you look at like criminal convictions that Donald Trump has, and be like, well, these were unfair. And it's like, wait, what? And then you get, and then it's hard because then you run up to this talking about, well, the perception is that it's so unfair, and it's like, well, what if he just did do a lot of bad things?
It doesn't really matter. What matters is the timing of it. You didn't care about those things that he was doing when they happened, when they were reported, when they were talked about, when he ran the first time. No, but after he won, all of a sudden y'all care. Now that he's going to run again, all of a sudden it's super fucking important to get him arrested for those things that no president has ever had to worry about. And that is what's unfair. They didn't fucking drag up all Hillary's skeletons. They didn't drag up all Barack's skeletons. They didn't drag up all Bush's skeletons. Whether it's Republican or Democrat, they didn't do that. But the media is doing that to him. That is what is unfair. It's not a matter of perception even when it comes to that.
Now he's being held accountable for
No,
it.
you're absolutely right. So I'm not trying to go into the minutia of those cases or even claim that that they are unfair. That's why I'm trying to take the larger perspective and say that we can't. I think, like you pointed out earlier, I think that was a really good point, that he was this outsider coming into like a wrecking ball into. When it's like in the movie industry, if someone comes in, some outsider, and just tries to restart rejiggering with this system that is highly designed to be built around gatekeeping for self-sufficiency and keep outsiders out. You have someone come into that, it's going to resist against that. It's going to lead to conflict.
I guess my biggest frustration as somebody that does a lot of like media coverage and reads a lot of autistic shit, and autistically reads a lot of autistic shit, is that if one of the frustrating parts, I guess, from the liberal side is that in terms of like a deep state existing, like every single thing, I think even for what I've read in here, every single thing that Republicans have accused like Democrats of doing insofar as like deep state stuff is actually happening here, and it's like all in the open. Like the idea that that a president would call a state, that's already wildly inappropriate. That you're calling a state election and saying like, I need you to do something about the voter fraud. I need you to find shit that like how many times has Trump said Biden told his DOJ to investigate me, and here you have Trump firing attorney generals and telling his like attorney generals like, I need you to send this letter out. I'm gonna fire you guys, right? Or like all of the like the fact that Elon Musk bought Twitter, right? This is literally your George Soros figure, right? You've got a foreign billionaire that buys one of the largest social media companies, makes it public, and then turns it private, or takes it from public to private, right? And then is posting deep fake images of
the same reason that y'all say it's okay for those things to censor people that you don't like is because they're private. And they're just social media. But when someone you don't like buys one, now all of a sudden, like, him taking it private is a problem. Well, it's harder to win a battle of ideas if you can't censor all the good ideas. If you're Destiny or anyone on the left. Well, I don't even just say the left, but the progressive left, we'll say, the neocon type. The neocon, the progressive liberal, male feminist type of individual. Which, you know, to be fair, I mean, should we even? Well, I mean, if they had taken care of themselves, they could still be strong individuals. Physically strong and imposing. But instead, they're 5'0" in terrible shape. And then the mental of it, unless they are delusional and so they don't have to believe the things that they say, because if they did, their body would fall apart. Just because, like, you're building all your cells on lies with your mindset. So, like, I don't imagine that a person like that would last very long.
Kamala Harris, we know they're deep, but still, holy shit!
I
like,
love Elon, bro.
Yeah, the media is probably coming down really hard on you, but it's also because you're like being exceptionally like fucking wacky. It might be because of the things that you're doing that the media is coming down on you like so much.
Partially that, but we could look at the media coverage of the interview with Elon last night. There's nothing to justify the response that I saw today. I made a video about that today, but also this is bigger than just media coverage. Anyways,
after Elon Musk met with Trump in that X space, I made a video about CNN's response, and just by making that video, people characterize me as a Trump supporter, which I don't understand.
Just say I'm wrong if I got this, if I don't have this right.
Sure.
Yeah, if you're unbiased, if you are not completely swept up in the ideology that the left presents, if you are not brainwashed, if you're not ideologically possessed like them, then you are Hitler now. Because basically, if you support somebody that I call Hitler, then you might as well be Hitler. So that's why it's cool for you to die. That's where they're trying to go. Luckily, I would imagine cooler heads and stronger fists will prevail before this person, who I really wouldn't believe could even fire this weapon behind his head. But it's good that he has it, though, the way that he talks.
I feel like you were saying since the media coverage is super biased against him, and I agree, they went after him for a bunch of stupid shit, like the whole like grab him by the thing. I thought that was a huge waste of time. I don't give a or the fact that he like a porn star. I don't care, right? Who cares, right? And they try to make that like a really big deal, sure. But you're using that as like, it feels like a reasoning for why he could have these meetings for like Clark to take over as the DOJ or the Attorney General and stuff like that, to do these illegal acts, to like fight back.
No, I don't mean to indicate that at all. I'm just trying to point out like where that conflict exists and how people are perceiving that conflict. And I would encourage you to watch like the video that I did today pointing out just the response from last night. It's only been one night to see how people, the lens and what Destiny's saying about distributing and actions have consequences. That's absolutely true. But none of that explains just from last night why people describe it in this way.
This is just the nature of politics, where it is a Machiavellian game where people are, it's a struggle for power. But when you start getting to that portion about the slates, the false slates, and the Electoral College, and this legal plan by Cheeseborough, it does paint a different picture, and I can absolutely understand the concern around that.
That's going to be probably the most challenging portion as well, because it's so detailed and a bit more complicated. It revolves around the Electoral College or anything, but it seems to be the most crucial component. Like, that's where the story really starts to shift, because up until that point, I'm like, okay, I see how he genuinely believes this. I can hear it in his voice. It's just ignorance, but that's when the strategizing starts to turn.
Walking away from this, I gained a lot of insight into the details that I was not aware of prior to this, not in that depth. And I still have some questions around Cheeseborough with the slates, the false slates.
The question I still kind of have, but is the way it was written out in that one paragraph where he brings in the lawyer and the lawyer sees a strategy where if we implement the strategy, it was the wording that was a bit confusing, about where it could allow Trump a path if the court rules in his favor between this period and this period. And I read that paragraph a few times. I think you explained it better. I was just trying to, because it was so complicated, I kept reading that paragraph on my own. So, but
the ultra charitable beyond good faith construction is that they were sending in an alternate slate of electors in case they won a court battle, which would allow them to pick the other slates of electors just in case, so that they wouldn't have to like certify votes or whatever, or have electoral votes counted that the state legislature would change their mind on. The big example that conservatives will bring up when they want to argue this point is, I think in 1984, I think Hawaii did something similar where they sent in 2 slates of electors. Greenwald tried this on me in a debate. And they bring up that, like, well, Hawaii sent in 2 slates of electors. The reason why Hawaii did that was because the count was, I think it was like 130 vote difference in the state. So what the state legislature did was, well, it's close enough to trigger a recount. So what we're going to do is we're just going to send in both slates of electors just in case. And then when January 6th rolls around for the certification, you guys can pick the one that we basically ascertain is the correct one. The only difference between Hawaii I would say the key crucial difference is that one was done on the up and up. Everybody knew it was going on. The state legislatures were involved. They certified.
Again, I don't mean to be negative or to poke too much fun, but I didn't know people's jaws could go like the bottom jaw go like left and right as you're talking. Is that like due to like a broken jaw at some point or something, or like maybe a methamphetamine addiction, or I've just never seen. I don't think I can even recreate the shit that his mouth is doing. That's a pause-worthy statement, I suppose. But anyway.
The governor gave the ascertainment to both sets of electorate slates. None of this was done like behind the scenes or in any kind of like weird spooky way. I feel like for the Trump stuff, that if they wanted to say that like, hey, okay, like maybe we do in a court case, if you feel that strongly about it, go to the legislatures and say, hey, can we like do 2 sets of electorate slates just in case, rather than kind of like all the shady shit they did. I feel like that shows worse intent. It's my feeling it. But yeah.
If you are deeply concerned about the events that were discussed in this 6-hour stream, then this is the way to get that information out there, is through calm, non-judgmental dialogue. He could have easily been combative with me and confronted me on my reaction to his comments, but he seems to care more about getting this information out there.
It's still a worthy endeavor to undertake.
No, I agree. Of course it's worthy.
Your goal isn't really just to win votes for Kamala. It's more to shift like the moral landscape, it sounds like, is what Destiny was describing. It's like, it's this culmination of all the, like, it was this perfect storm, and the whole effort is to reveal that so it doesn't happen again.
And there's something so effective about that, and I was so proud to be part of that. This is what I think is this gives me hope. This is what we should be striving for.
This is truly remarkable, and so I just want to give you props for this. This is like a level of, and I mean this in a good way, like a level of like autistic detail that is in the best way.
Sure.
Like, it's truly remarkable.
And I still disagree with his characterization of what he said.
Yeah. We gonna do that a lot more than not. Dude makes cool content though. I do like his content. Not Destiny so much, but someone needs to lay off the boot. Oh, this is memeology right here.
Hello, Democrats! Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris, the first president of the United States? Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Did she say the first president of the United States?
Elect Kamala Harris, the first president of the United States. Kamala Harris, the first president of the United States. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. President of the United States. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Over my dead body.
It's widely understood that men generally...
Wait. Let's take a step back. That was memeology before. Who is this now? Fighting Spirit. Equal rights, equal lefts. Fighting Spirit. This is from 2 weeks ago. Some women feel brave enough to challenge men and even step into the ring with them, believing they are equals and can have a fair contest. This usually backfires with the female getting humbled and taught a lesson in karma. Unfortunately, this is in fact true, and many have died as a consequence, unfortunately. Well, let's get into it, see where we're at.
have an advantage over women in terms of size, strength, and biology. However, this reality is sometimes questioned, especially in today's society.
So I asked you, generally speaking, are men more physically strong than women?
I've been doing a lot of thinking about this, about the conversation,
Sure.
and what I would say if it came up again, and I want to say, how are we quantifying strength?
This fallacy has extended to professional sports, with women advocating for equal pay and coverage.
It comes down to simply a matter of inequity. It's not, I mean, women are not paid the same amount of money as blokes in so many professions, and I think we need to pay women more in sport.
However, it seems odd to ask for equal pay when we have examples like a team of one-legged men defeating a
No, not a group, not a team of one-legged soccer players. Oh. Oh no. Not the one-legged demons out here. The one-legged demons is out here running loose, bro.
The professional women's soccer team.
Guarda que ahí se escapa el número 7, se escapa el número 7, si la hace bien. Sí, 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 puede ser, le pegó.
Or when Australia's women national soccer team got beaten by a group of 15-year-old boys.
"15-year-old boys."
Funnily enough, no one was asking for equal pay for the under 15 boys team, since the
Sexist.
first two videos on this topic were a hit. We're back with another one. Sit back, relax, and grab your popcorn, because this one's a good one.
Oh no. Oh no. Homie looks like he's about to deliver too. Look at that face. Look at his face. So sorry. Oh shit, I am sorry. This is too much. It's too much for me. I can't. I don't think I can. I'm getting in behind this shit. What is happening? I don't understand why it's doing that, but whatever. Let it loose. Yeah.
Talking about a man, Joey Buttafuoco taking on the former pro wrestler Joni Lauer. Man versus woman. What are we to expect here?
A TV show hosted a boxing.
Pretty sure you know what to expect, my good sir. Either he's gonna be nice and let her do some shit, or he's just gonna knock her out.
Match between a random guy against a former professional female wrestler. Let's see what happened.
People of America, it's the all-new Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic.
That's what happened. Sonic.
I've lost a couple by accident, and a couple of them would need to be pulled. And now the rest of them right now.
They only showed me that because they know I'm getting my wisdom teeth pulled out. Sons of bitches. Now let's see how she does. I don't like the look of her chin straight up in the air at the moment, but let's see what happens. Okay, good. He's not in there throwing haymakers and shit. I was a little worried for her that he would actually go in there with intent. Thank goodness. He's got a little bit of class on him. We just tossed her aside and said, "Bitch, get off of me. I don't know who you think you are. But you better get your damn dirty hands off me." Imagine if it was a boxer or something, an athlete of any kind in there with her. That's when it gets dangerous, because you have to make the decision to either just literally pull your punches or Let her feel the thunder.
Winner by majority decision, Joey Buttafuoco.
This clip clearly demonstrates the reality of biology. Notice how the woman has a lead on everyone else in the beginning.
12 seconds later.
Yeah. Unfortunately. That's how that works.
And just speeding past Justyna Svetiavsetic, who can't
Meow.
here. And she knew this was going to happen here, but she's chasing a medal.
Yeah.
Justyna Svetiavsetic
Yeah.
trying to get the United States way out in front.
Yeah. How about 5th place for you?
On Fight Circus TV, a man was matched against a woman for a Muay Thai fight. I'll leave it up to you to decide whether the headline is correct or not.
Just off the elbow of Nong Rose. Oh! Big left hand again from the American. Right. He is punishing Nong Rose. Oh! Amazing left. Oh, no. She's... Oh, no. You're down. How much more can she take? Hands heavy. Oh, no. Left.
This is how it went down when a male tennis player was serving against a high-level...
Yeah. There's very little they can do with our speed, our strength. They can be more agile, but the ways in which that can be utilized against a man would require intense training, I believe, in an effective way, and even then you could still just end up dead, or extremely brutalized, because of just the strength difference. There's dudes that can break a hand by squeezing it, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I haven't met a woman yet that can do that. Like, we can hurt people not trying to hurt. So let's see the fire he puts on these balls. 'Cause I bet you they don't even move. They just let him go. Wait until he's done serving. Fuck this shit.
level professional female tennis player.
40-50.
Yeah, that's the one I'm waiting for. All right, one. This is kind of 6 foot. Oh. Giving the ball away if you just cross willy-nilly.
These are consecutive serves, and this continued for far too many rounds to show them all. One guy versus...
Wouldn't it be so exciting to see us play each other?
Versus the whole...
Oh yeah, I've seen this one. Dude torches the whole women's squad by himself just because there's nothing they could do.
Crystal Palace's female soccer team.
Game over.
And what's so sad is, like, in some of these examples, like that soccer one, like this one, you can tell the boys ain't really trying all that hard, are they? Like, the way the kid just, like, taps the rebound to himself a couple of times, flick it up, like, he'd never do that against other guys. You know what I mean? Like, but he's not trying to, like, crush him either. He's not down there throwing bows.
When a female grappler tries choking out a UFC fighter, imagine if he actually took this seriously.
Give her a brain buster. The brain buster. Oh yeah. Oh no. What? Oh, okay.
After England's women's football team won the Euro Cup, a YouTuber invited England's goalkeeper for a challenge to see if she could save his shots.
Not a professional. Not a professional. Not a professional. A YouTuber asked, who is now a gold medalist goalie, considered the best goalie in women's soccer in Europe at least. Let's see how she does. Let's see how she does.
For a challenge to see if she could save his shots. Now keep in mind that she was rated the best female goalkeeper in Europe.
Yep. The best. I'm gonna remember that celebration. Alright, let's see how the dude handles himself. Is that his ass hanging out? Oh no, it's his arms. And okay.
A few moments later.
Oh. He came down on it. Down on it. And he even had Mike Epps' baby powder. Downward slap. The downward trajectory. I always forget how much power that adds on the last segment of the swing of the slap. Segment swing slap.
This YouTuber dressed as a woman and snuck into a women's basketball match to prove the gender difference.
Joanna Man on his shit. Joanna Man, baby.
Zurich's female football team was on fire, dominating every women's team in their country. They set up a match against the same club's under-15 boys team and ended.
And that is where they made their mistake. Ain't no reason for y'all to be on the field with boys. But if I was them, I would have been hollering. I would have been like, if y'all lose, we all get to go to BJ's warehouse department store and pick out fellatio.
Ended up losing 6-1. Equal pay for Zurich's boys team. Two girls, one guy, a familiar title to all of us.
Did he mean like porno, or he said two girls, one guy? Is that his dick they're pulling up? No, can't be.
WNBA versus 3 Average Joes.
Yeah, sorry. It could be WNBA versus. Well, again, it's 3 Average Joes are worse than a basketball team in high school. So, fuck.
Once again, this female grappler wanted to submit her coach, but she has a long way to go.
Lord forbid somebody ever put you in this situation. You tap out immediately and you pray that you don't fall into the desolate rot decay of shame that you really should. That wasn't it, was it? I mean, that was pretty light. She was not having that shit. Well, we know where this is going. I want to see the guys, cause you'll tell, cause you know how guys are. You know how we are. First thing we gonna get down in it. We gonna squeeze, and we gonna get what it feels like. I guarantee you. Nobody's gonna give it their all first. They're gonna try to like halt the momentum from the other side first and see what it feels like, because that's what we would do against each other. And then I think a confusion will hit most of the guys as to whether they're actually pulling or if that's just how weak they actually are. They'll look up, and again, I haven't seen this video. I'm wondering, but this is just my internal guess as to what the guys will do. They'll look up in confusion at the other side, and then they'll yank them across. I was thinking I was wrong for a second, but that's exactly what happened. They all like froze for a second and look up, and then just like yank these hoes across, bro.
This clip is a classic, but let's see it in slow motion. This guy has no chill. He choked out a girl without even thinking twice.
I'm not going to make any of those jokes. I don't know who you think I am.
I hope that you enjoyed this video. Be sure to
And damn, she looked upset, didn't she? Like she couldn't believe that this is what it really comes to. Yes, as an adult woman, even if you're in the top 10%, if it's a decently athletic 14, 15, 16-year-old male, you could be in some serious fucking trouble, even as a top 10% female athlete. The muscle density, the bone density, there's just too many differences. The fast twitch muscle fiber, we can close distance way faster than you can. The stamina is an issue. There's too many issues to contend with for it to be fair in any kind of physical undertaking. You know what I mean? We're not equal. So, with that being said, what kind of notifications are they giving me? What is that, bidding? I don't even know what the fuck that means. Ooh, you've completed It Begins. Build a community. Get 5 people chatting at the same time. Nigga, please. Oh, interesting. But yeah, we're just getting started up in here. And to be fair, I'm about to smoke a cigarette, relax for a second. What should I do in the meantime? I could put on an old stream, the stream I did yesterday. Maybe if y'all want to watch a nigga sleep. No. I'll put on the second half of the game. Shit, fuck it. Yeah, why not? Let that rock. Let me just take it off screen real quick while I find it and get to the right location. I'm unmuted, but yada yada. Actually, fuck, can I? Damn, I don't know. Because there might be commercials and shit while I'm... And they might have music playing, like that's what I'm saying. Because that shit was on TV. I don't know. I'm confuzzled. Well, let me look. I'll be right back.
Been in coaching for a while. It's like a breath of fresh air for myself. You know, I didn't grow up in the era of the Nintendo, the PlayStations, the Sega, the Xbox, those type of things. I wasn't a part of that, but I guess for me this has kind of become that, and it's fun to work with, and it's
Okay, coach. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave this rocking. It's just, you know, just one of the games from my senior year in high school back in 06. And hopefully we won't get in trouble for any of this shit. I don't know all the rules yet. I literally just started streaming 6 days ago, or however many streams I've got, so don't fuck with me, alright? Just let me learn. Send me a message, nigga. Fuck.
The Southeast Seminole Marching Band making their appearance here at halftime. Their team with a 14-6 lead as we tick down until we begin the second half. Unfortunately, Mother Nature also making an appearance here. You see the rain coming down here at halftime. Hopefully it does not last long. Here are your stats. Rushing about even. Manatee has more yards on the ground, but you look at the passing stat, you see why. Southeast controlling the skies. Total yards also belongs to Southeast. Manatee with 1 fumble, and penalties about even there as well. 25 yards against Manatee and 30 against Southeast. Some of the big plays of the first half, we started it off with this, a fumble which put Southeast in business. As you saw there, diving and scrapping for the ball, it was Francisco Marino coming up with it. Then the running back Henry Sales, who has been the MVP so far in this first half, scoring on some tough running to the outside. Manatee would respond. They do it with their senior leader, Austin Jensen, number 44, plays both ways. Showed some speed on that play, scoring. Manatee misses the extra point, so it's 7-6. From there, Henry Sales, the star running back, goes out of the game for the Noles. Chris Hart, no problem. Looks downfield, and Todd Spate catches it and runs away from everybody. Southeast kicks both extra points, both good. It's 14-6, and that's how we ended the first half. We'll be back with the second half of action when we come back on the Catch 47 Game of the Week.
Love sports? Then Catch 47. Football. Catch 47. Baseball. Catch 47. Basketball. Catch 47. Soccer. Catch 47. Softball. Catch 47. Fishing. Catch 47. If it's your sport, if it's your game, then it's Catch 47. Tampa Bay Sports Television. Only on White House Network.
Sure, my neighbors Gene and Louise, they may be superheroes with superpowers, but that doesn't make them so super at saving energy and money.
Honey?
I may not be able to harness the power of the elements, but I save significant cash and help the environment with appliances, electronics, and windows featuring the Energy Star label. So discover your own energy-saving superpowers. Go to ase.org/consumers.
Mom, Dad's making fondue again.
Taking the time to tell a great story.
Go off to the Marine Corps, get some discipline, and fight for my country.
Local athletes.
I really want to make the Olympics. It would be great to make the Olympics.
Sports journalism you can count on.
Put everything together and you realize that your dad was abusing your mom.
Anchored by the most trusted man in Tampa Bay sports television. Bay Sports with Dick Griffin will bring you sports figures and their incredible stories on and off the field.
Join me Wednesday nights at 8 p.m. here on Catch 47, Tampa Bay's sports television.
Today, 36 million Americans live in poverty, but one by one, people are helping themselves and each other to change the picture of poverty to one of hope. For easy ways you can help, visit povertyusa.org.
You're watching Catch 47, Tampa Bay sports television, only on White House Networks.
Minutes away from the start of the second half, Southeast leads Manatee by a score of 14-6. We talked about in the first half how Joe Kinnan and Paul Meckley aren't necessarily best of friends, although because they've been coaching together for so long, they're mainly competitors first. But believe it or not, Coach Kinnan is actually a Southeast Seminoles fan, all except for 1 week of the year.
Well, I support, Southeast in their program, and except for when they play us. Paul does a super job. He has his kids always ready to play. They're very well coached. They always are very, very physical. He does a great job, and he's done it with a lot of different coaches over the years. He hasn't had a lot of the stability sometimes. He's had a lot of turnover in coaches, but he's had the ability to take whoever he's got, and it's still the same Southeast team, so it has his mark on it.
A lot of people don't know, Jeff, Coach Kinnan actually almost hired Coach Meckley back in 1981 to be his defensive coordinator at Manatee.
Yeah, that it got kind of messed up with the hiring process or whatever, and they switched it up, but it's worked out for both pretty darn well.
And over the years, Coach Meckley says there are no hard feelings against Manatee High School. He supports the Hurricanes program just like Coach Canan does otherwise.
It's been a rewarding experience for me, and the games against Manatee have been hard-fought, good football games, close games, and both programs have moved their way up into better teams in the state.
So much respect developed between these two coaches over the years. So many great athletes, so many great games, so many great fans have gone through these two programs. I think when you look all around our viewing area, including Polk County, Hillsborough County, the northern counties, Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, I think this rivalry may be the most special one throughout our entire viewing area. And I'm actually from Hillsborough County too, but this rivalry, I think, has the pageantry that maybe no other one has.
Well, I agree, Bradenton. The Bradenton-Sarasota football aura is special. They've proven it over the years, and there's no way to fight it because they put out quality college football players and just put a great show on every year in high school football.
Take nothing away from other rivalries like Jesuit Tampa Catholic, Lakeland, Kathleen, all the other great rivalries in our viewing area. We're at halftime. We're back with the second half. Right after this, Southeast leads by 8.
Spend your day with Catch 47, Tampa Bay Sports Television. Your sports, 24 hours a day. Fishing. Catch 47. Baseball.
Bouncer right back up.
Catch 47. Extreme sports. Catch 47. Racing. Catch 47. Football. Catch 47. For 24-hour sports coverage, Catch 47, Tampa Bay Sports Television. Only on Bright House Networks.
Drew Felios, Jeff Carlson here at Southeast High School. We are about to begin the second half with the Southeast Seminoles leading the Manatee Hurricanes by a score of 14-6. It was an entertaining first half. The second half should be even better as Mike Klein is back to kick, and the traditional hands in the air for Southeast. The horns go off. We had a shower at halftime. Those rains have ceased as we begin the second half. And here comes Austin Jensen, who had a touchdown in the first half. He's up to the 22-yard line. Manatee High School, 1992, their last state championship. That glory year, 1992, with star quarterback Tommy Frazier. And here's a clip of that great game. And number 15, Frazier, and all the work he did. It was over Dillard, the last of 4 state titles for the Hurricanes. Since, Manatee has not won one, but still the program has managed to continue their winning ways to still become one of the dominant programs in the entire state of Florida. First play of the game, Sean Williams stacked up in the backfield as Southeast that time sniffed that one out.
You know, they've shown Coach Canan's record over his entire career, 201 and 55. That's four wins for every 1 loss. That's 8-2 every year. That's pretty tough when you go as many years as they've gone.
Southeast, on the other hand, they've had some great games as well. 2 state championships, not as many as the Manatee Hurricanes have, but Southeast still very successful here as well in Manatee County. Breon Carson, here he is again. Ooh, that time took a big pot. That time near the 30-yard line as host of Manatee defenders, or Southeast defenders on him. Breon Carnes, the young quarterback for Manatee, getting it done here in the second half.
You can just see how it's going to be in a couple years from now. He's already got the ability to do it. He just has to be put in situations for him to be successful where he doesn't have to read defenses and find small holes. If they can just do that and hold on to the ball this half, hold on to the ball. Canan's biggest worry was turning the ball over, and they turned the ball over in the first half. They stopped that. This will be a good game.
Carnes gives it to Williams. Williams trying to get the first down, and he may be a little short. Let's see where they mark the football. Needed to get to the 29.
Couple yards short.
And I believe, yes, it is going to be 4th down. actually needed to get about 3 more yards on that play. Again, tough to see the first down marker from here, but he is well short of the first down nonetheless. So Manatee will kick it away. Vince Chircaro back at his own 15. Todd Spate calls for the fair catch. He's got it at the 38. That's where the Seminoles will take over. Big question for the Noles. Will Henry Sales play? And you see number 20 trot onto the field in blue. So that is good news for Southeast. Sales is back. And speaking of this Southeast offense, they've had some great, and I mean great, offensive players of the past. The biggest one went on to Florida State University and led the Noles in this game. Remember this guy, Jeff, guy by the name of Peter Warwick. What speed he had catching the ball.
What a great kick returner he was. He just was special. All kinds of moves.
20-7, the final in that state championship game. First play for Southeast blown dead. Peter Warwick went on to Florida State University. To the NFL from there in the Cincinnati Bengals. Now Warwick with the Seattle Seahawks. Southeast going to be called for another offsides. That's not the first time that infraction has happened tonight. It happened on that last drive before the half. And I really am happy to see, Jeff, the rain has cleared off. It looks like the weather's going to be favorable this second half.
Yeah, just enough rain to keep it cool, but not to hinder the play on the field.
Chris Hart had the big first half if you're just joining us. A touchdown pass to Todd Spate. Also very efficient on offense.
Now there was a storm. You may have just heard them mention it. I believe that at halftime it looked like they might have to call it, but then it looked like, okay, it's moving away. And then if I'm not mistaken, at some point here pretty soon, there's going to be a pretty severe lightning strike, and we're going to step away, and then we'll wind up coming back to finish the game after I think like a 20 or 30 minute delay. I'm not exactly sure what the final score was, but apparently we'll see.
Here it comes again. Split. Two defenders, nice throw. Chris Waters, the reception. And he's about 5 yards shy of the first down. They'll mark it at the 49.
Nice throw by Hart. Next time, watch Josh McCoy. He's going to get there a step earlier next time. He just gets it in there. Good shot, good catch. Nice pickup.
Call it the 44-yard line, Jeff.
I'll call it the 44 with you.
So it's 2nd and 5 for Hart and company. Operating out of the shotgun most of the night. Sales right next to him has not carried it. This is his first carry since coming back into the game. And he is greeted at the 44-yard line by Austin Jensen.
Jensen and McCoy, 44 and 54. Pretty good team there. He doesn't even get touched on this one on the defensive end. Hoping to play kind of an option style out there, let the defensive end have to make a decision, but Jensen really sniffed that one out and made a nice play.
It was almost like Jensen was saying, come to Papa, come to Papa. He was waiting for him on that play.
He came to him and he took care of him. 3rd and short.
3rd and short. Manatee crowd trying to get their defense into it. Here's Hart, he'll take it himself. He's got the first down. Not electrifying, but efficient. He's up to the 47, and Southeast will move the sticks.
this damn fight.
Interesting play. Watch the lead back. That looks like they didn't know which one was getting it. Sales was right next to him. I mean, good lead blocker, I guess, but it didn't look like.
That's the nature of a read option. Maybe he's unaware, or he was unaware at the time. But yeah, the read option, the quarterback is reading a defensive end. The running back doesn't know if he's going to get the ball or if the quarterback's going to pull it and run. That's the nature of the read option.
Yeah, that was the way it was designed. He didn't get much of Josh McCoy that time, but got enough of him on that block to spring Hart free for the first down. Hart gives to Sales again. They've had problems on the exchanges tonight on both sides of the ball. That time it's a loss of 4. Southeast does recover, but
That is one thing I never liked about the read option. Is that essentially, because of the nature of it, like the running back can't hit the hole with the same kind of ferocity. Like, he can't know that he's going to have the ball. And I guess you could say, run as if you're going to get it no matter what. But you're creating an issue where, like, there is a good chance that in the middle of deciding to, or whether or not to leave the ball in the pocket of the running back as he goes by, the quarterback tries to pull it, and it creates a fumble. It really wasn't my favorite idea if I was going to be running. Like, it's one thing on a video game, it's one thing in theory, but, like, in practice, it didn't seem to be the best option to me.
still a loss of 4 yards, and it's second down.
Surprising that Chris Hart would have this kind of trouble in the backfield. This is where your experience as a senior is supposed to shine out, but they're just play before we mentioned on the third and short didn't look quite like they were in sync. And again, right there, ball up high on Sales' chest.
There you see the offensive coordinator for Southeast barking out the play call, and Chris Hart with a second down and about 13 yards out of the shotgun. Looking for Spade again. No, he throws deep. He's got another man. Touchdown, Southeast. That's Chris Waters. Actually, number 2, Charles Chestnut on the reception. Chestnut with the score.
The second of the night. And what does Chris Hart show you right there? He had Joey Spade running down the left, kind of down the seam, turns all the way back and goes deep for Charles Chestnut. What a great throw, catch, and finish.
Chestnut had a reception earlier for a touchdown. That was called back. This one, no flags on the play. So Chestnut gets into the scoring column, and Southeast looking for the knockout blow to begin this third period. It's 21-6 after the extra point.
I made a mistake, Drew. The first touchdown, his catch got called back on a penalty. I made that mistake.
There's the numbers on Chris Hart. Only 7 and right South.
Yeah, because this, I mean, if Chris is going to have big plays, they're going to have a lot of plays and
defense. First it was Henry Sales on the ground. He goes on his side as Jensen will field it again. He's had some big returns tonight. This time as Jensen will field it again. He's had some big returns tonight. This time he's going to be stopped just across the 20-yard line.
Late flag, Drew.
There you see a little bit too roughness call.
Right there.
Right there,
up
yeah.
on top.
That may make it a roughness call. Foul. Another look at the play.
I call this unnecessary roughness as opposed to late hit. Watch this. I guess that is a hit, but he goes down on top of him, and I call that unnecessary roughness. But
away, Manatee needs some points.
On top of him, and I call that unnecessary roughness, but they call it a late hit. Still a dead ball foul.
Yeah, either way, Manatee.
I guess that is a hit, but he goes down on top of him, and
It kind of looks like I seen at the end here what he did, and then I'm waiting to see if a flag is going to be thrown. And that look away is kind of like, yep, they're going to throw that flag for sure.
still a dead ball foul.
Yeah, either way, Manatee needs some points. Trailing now by 15. Ooh, that may be a late hit as well. Filer was on the ground that time defenseless, and that time took a lick big time by Troy Dufresne. No call.
I kind of give him a pass on this one. I'm pretty sure it's Chris Bowden, not Troy Dufresne. Troy Ward 21, Chris Ward 31, and right now they're up in the press box behind Chris, where all you can see is his back flap, and that's not their fault. I'll give them a break on that.
Edgar Thyler.
Mac. Chris! Get your head up! I thought I was about to say, get your head out of your ass. Right there on live television.
Still looking for his first catch of the day.
Well, this is where Breon Carnes is going to have to mature quickly. He's going to have to become on the money so that with the two-point conversion that they're going to need on one of them.
And 2nd and 10 from the 36. Carnes will fake it. He's got a man open. He'll swing it out to him, and a nice job of hanging onto the foot.
Breos had a good game tonight, and that was a very nice catch. Had to make the acrobatic catch behind him, and brings up 3rd and a medium. This is going to be a place where Carnes has got to come through.
The Hurricane Stadium killed some
solid first half, and they do.
Williams going to try and turn the corner. He's got the first down and more. Williams across the 40 and try and turn the half,
and they do.
Williams.
Very solid first half. And they do.
Williams. Going to try and turn the corner. He's got the first down and more. Williams across the 40 and out of bounds. Sean Williams coming through. The senior running back answering the bell.
When you need it, his determination and grab of. Give it to the senior when you need it, and he does a great job of finding it. Could have easily been held behind the line of scrimmage, but it's his determination and great athletic moves right there, breaking for the big run.
Especially for
when you play to a tune in the war chant that has become nationally known with Florida State, with the Atlanta Braves and other organizations that use that as kind of a rallying cry. It's exciting when you hear that on the first time on a Friday night for a football game, and then when you double it against Manatee, you talk to the kids about, not many teams would want to play their, big rivalry game week out, except maybe 2 other Seminoles and Hurricanes that are in the northern and southern part of Florida, being Miami and Florida State. So that's kind of
I ain't gonna lie, there is something to that. You hearing that war chant in those drums going off. And one thing that they don't really mention is that, like, game day, the band, I don't know how they did it, but all throughout the day, when you pull up to school, you hear them out there in the student parking lot on the drums. You'll hear them off campus. You would hear them, like, before you got to school. You hear them drums going from a distance, and all day you would hear these drums, the same drums for the war chant. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, there was something to that. And then, like, you know, you might wear a jersey, you know, or something, and there was something to it. It was special. I can't lie to you. There is something special about just that in and of itself.
Exciting for our kids.
It has been exciting so far for both of these teams. The rain has continued to come down here as a lot of the fans sort of run for cover. Sean Williams among the Manatee Hurricanes that will now try and grind it out as this rain kind of takes over here. Carnes will keep it. He's going to have positive yardage, 6 yards, up to the 33-yard line.
Freshman in, and I tell you what, his ball is going to be wet, going to be late here in the third quarter.
Let's see how much of it is a factor. Austin Jensen in the backfield, a little bit of a, there you go, Jeff, ball on the ground. Austin Jensen able to recover, and you saw was able to recover the ball.
Possibilities of these types of things happening, and if I'm coach, I think I said this in the first half, 3rd and 3, that he can pick up 20 yards, go ahead and throw the ball.
So Carnes looks for Jensen. It's a throwback pass. Thyler, off his chest. Manatee had that play open. Back pass.
Passes.
So Carnes looks for Jensen. It's a throwback pass. Thyler, maybe
but it was catchable. But that was catchable. Catch that ball.
Have a positive 4th down for the team in white. And this Southeast crowd starting to get into it. Carnes back to throw. Looking for his man, Williams. Nothing doing. And the Southeast defense holds. Manatee.
Dog Joseph Magruder. The nickname may have been considered, well, maybe considered today to have been a little bit of bullying or hazing or something. I don't know, but Weeble Wobble. I actually think Coach said that shit. It was probably a grown ass man. They gave us more ammunition than we needed in high school, really, already.
He will trot to the sideline, and job well done by the Southeast defense.
Yes, definitely, and I agree going for it. I thought this was good. Trying to make, was ready for it. Again, they were ready for it. Let Carnes roll out and either have the run pass. Was ready for it. Again, they were ready for it. Let Carnes roll out and either have the run pass option. As we've seen, he can run the ball very effectively and either have the run pass option. As we've seen, again, they were ready for it. Let Carnes roll out. And either Seminole was make him throw a pass. That play did not work in the first half. Seminole was ready for it. Again, they were ready for it. Let Carnes roll out and either have the run pass option. As we've seen, he can run the ball very roll out and either have the run pass option. As we've seen, again, they were ready for it. Let Carnes did not work in the first half. Seminole.
Okay. See, I don't know what I'm saying here. I want to see if I can figure it. I don't know what I'm saying right there. At first, it's like they were holding the hell out of us, but like, I'm not sure. Okay, then he started talking to Francisco. So like I don't know what I was saying. There's no telling what the fuck I was saying. Boy, like I don't have memory like that. But maybe somebody could like eventually maybe lip read and they get to see what the fuck I was saying. But I wasn't pissed. Like there are games where like I know I was fucking upset, bro. Just very upset. I mean, I wish I could, without like missing stuff, but I think we'll miss stuff if I zoom in too much. Like that, I guess.
So let's see if this rain has any effect on slowing down this Southeast Seminoles offense. Hart looks left. Here he comes. Up to the 46-yard line. Pop Southeast. With Hart, this type of threat running the ball and Sales right behind him, it presents a nightmare for opposing defenses. I mean, when they go option like
Of offense, you see them miss that first tackle with the two guys up front. If they miss them at the first level, this is going to be a long finish to the third and a long fourth quarter for Manatee.
Hart, fake handoff. That's the only. Hart has been effective rushing the ball as we just saw. They'll operate back now with a first down and 15 to go after the penalty. Spate was open. Hart missed Hart
as well. The couple good job holding on Chris Hart.
Richard Cunningham, number 77. We haven't called his number a lot tonight. Nice job making that initial hit. And Jensen finishing it off. So Southeast way back now, and it's second down. Hart looking downfield. He's got another man. It's caught. 30-yard line. That's number. Their attack continues.
Off catch. It looked like the defender was going to make the play, and then but he just drops right into his hands. I think, Drew, we are going to be out of here quickly. Was that lightning?
Yes,
we are.
Lightning.
This game has been.
Yeah, so I think it was it's 21-6 right now. Lightning into the third quarter, and I think it ends up being like final score is like 35-21 or something like that. I was like, dude, I feel like we would have beat them 42-6 or whatever the score is right, like their score is right now. If we didn't go in there and get all cold and shit and then have to come back out, but sometimes that's how it be.
Been halted right now. We're up high. We need to get down low.
Locker room temporary. 1-6-2.
7 40 session.
Our handheld
The third quarter, it's the week broadcast after an hour and 20-minute rain delay. Southeast takes over.
Damn, so it was an hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20 we was off. That's a lot of time to then come on back on and finish a game.
At the 35-yard line, just like nothing ever happened. This will be a direct snap to Sales. He's got the stadium here. 20% of the people are still here. Both of the bands have gone home to come back from this was filled, and now as Alton Asylum in the game full time. We're going to have a flag to be on that door. Keeping his team in the game. Bradenton, a cell of lightning and rain moved in, and it just kind of hovered. A cell out. Coach
What am I doing?
His team in the game. What a past
What am I doing?
15 minutes it has been down here in Bradenton.
I'm talking shit to somebody.
Cell of light. lightning and rain moved
Francisco.
in, and it just kind of hovered.
Is that Gary back there? My dog Gary? I think.
Right above where we were. It just wasn't moving, and there were doubts, Jeff, to whether they were going to continue this game.
I'm surprised we waited as long as we did and then came back out. We had to wait 30 minutes from the last lightning strike, and we finally did make it back on the football field.
Chris Hart looks like he hasn't lost a stride. Hart inside the 10. No signal yet. There it is. Touchdown. Southeast. Chris Hart. You know, before that touchdown run, I was just
Hell of a run.
about to say, collect their thoughts and get themselves back, but I think the door was just slammed by number 5. What a great team down in the club, but Mike Klein on for 2 points as well. Leffert, Buckets, got no contact, like on this run away, that guy, but Chris Hart is throwing the big. Either way it goes, he even had, I could go for that, but Chris Hart is throwing the touchdown plays. Yeah, I'm okay with it. He's Austin Jensen back to receive for Manatee. Jensen scored on a touchdown early on. He's had a couple good returns, and he's out to the 30-yard line for the Hurricanes, where they tonight he's had his side down. Jeff can also be on catch. Hands down in the eye. Play action looks to throw, and it's underthrown. Good Manatee talk. He's innocent to get a good here. The damage tonight. They fake it to him and give it to Eric Williams. Williams down and sideline down for, and you're right. It looked like we're going to have to be Manatee ball surface. Yeah, for game was hurricaned out. That also spoiled our plans on the game of the week tonight. It almost does, but Mother Nature does let up, and we are here to play. As quarter of action on what has been a long night here. Great quarterback.
Don't give the answer early. I'll get it here for you in a second. I got it. I know I have it somewhere around here.
We will get that trivia question to you as soon as possible. Edgar Thyler on the catch. He's got it. And he's to the 35-yard line. Excuse me, our trivia question. It's consecutive.
The rain kind of gave us a fun.
Which future fans, that's a no
disappointment of giving up the long touchdown run, but to put a good drive together here in the fourth quarter.
So they hand to Williams. Williams trying to make up some yardage. He's to the 28. He's 5 yards. The big catch.
I like to the ball. I'm not gain or
1 and 5. Williams has
really made a lot of positive yards.
So 2nd down and 5. Williams will take it again. Hard running. He's knocked back. Close to a 1st down. Southeast, their game plan tonight of spreading the Manatee defense out. Shutting down Sean Williams in the Manatee attack, but containing them. Not shutting down Sean Williams in the Manatee attack, but containing them. Hard running. So 2nd down and 5. Williams will take it again. Hard running. He's knocked back. Close to a 1st down. Southeast, their game plan tonight of spreading the Manatee defense out.
Got involved on that one.
Worked to perfection. Also, they have been efficient on defense.
You see number 80 come in there.
Shutting down Sean Williams.
Right there.
The Manatee attack, but containing them.
We all going down now.
Forcing a big turnover in the 1st half and forcing them to punt the ball on numerous occasions tonight.
Corey and Weaver Wop up in that big dog, nose tackle and 3 technique. Yeah, I'm telling you now. You say what you want, but them boys would get at it, boy. It was getting active.
It's 3rd and about 1. Carnes will hand it off to Williams, and Williams has got another 1st down. They'll mark it at the 20 after the forward progress. And that's where Manatee will take over.
I mean, not right now, but you know what I mean.
It's amazing the way the atmosphere was here early
Yeah,
on.
5,000, 6,000 people, and now there's like a couple hundred.
A little bit anticlimactic. You need to play smarter football and make sure that Carnes takes care of the football. And they will do that as they move into knew it. Bayless knew it with the big hit.
Melee.
Well, a lot of our rosters that we began the game with are absolutely soaking wet here outside. So, tearing in pieces like paper. Look at this paper. This makeshift tent that our director Ed Bochter and Ken O'Leary constructed, definitely doing the job. Is Thyler out inside the 10-yard line. Edgar Thyler now with a couple to heat up.
You know, really, I said it a couple plays ago. Pick up another
6. Carnes out of the shotgun. Fakes to Williams, and he'll take off. Carnes has got some daylight.
A pro like the Bill goes left.
6.
Right, they're going to be an effect.
Carnes under center. Hands to Williams. Here comes Williams. He's going to be in for the touchdown. Big play for Manatee and for the touch. Hands to Williams. Here comes Williams. He's going to be in for the touchdown. Big play for Manatee, and I believe they will go for 2 on this because that makes the score 28-12
I think
after that score. And
I put a lick on him
because of that missed extra point.
going into the end zone.
Good work to practice it. Might not be enough time to get this game tonight, but they do.
I knew I wasn't going to be able to stop his momentum at that point.
You need to get Carnes in all the different situations that they will see and probably face as they go on down the rest of the season.
Sean Williams has
But man, I got to come from the. They just ran away from 80 all night, like, which was a standard type thing. Unless I was down, if I was on D line, then they would try to run low draws and screens and shit up under me. But I don't know if that was just because. I don't know. Just happened to be, but that's what it seems to be, is run away from 80. Or maybe it's run at 35 because Francisco's a little smaller, but you would find out real quick, like, he'll tackle your ass. He ain't scared of y'all.
had a very productive night. Over 100 yards rushing. Making his case to be the Catch 47 player of the week. So here comes the 2-point conversion. Carnes. He's got room on that right side. He'll throw it, and it's good for the score. Edgar Thyler, his 3rd catch of that drive. Good for it for the score. Edgar Thyler. His room on that right side. He'll throw it, and it's good for the score. Carnes. He's got room on that right side. He'll throw it, and it's good for the score. Edgar Thyler, his 3rd catch of that drive. Good for a touchdown.
I was mad at somebody right there, but it wasn't lethal.
You're going to be watching that kind of combination for 4 years. Not necessarily the receiver. The receiver's going to change because Carnes is only a freshman, but they're going to be
It's key.
running these types of option
Yep, it's key.
run
Absolutely.
throw for the next 4 years, and it's going to put a lot of wins on the board for Joe Canan.
I was
Last year,
upset.
Manatee had the great combination of Thyler and a young man by the name of Bobby Spann, who had 5 to adjust so well.
A run that shouldn't have gained, so as they move forward.
7:38 to go. Manatee will try the onside kick. It's gone 10 yards, and Manatee has
They recovered. And so it was 21-28 at the end. And we're tired. We're dead tired right now. I don't know how we weren't prepared for this at all.
Nicholas right there to Pizzola, about 50. It's a handoff inside. That's wrong. So from the 50, it's a handoff inside.
But I know my guys are dead tired right
Number
now.
43 on the carry, Nick Rail.
Because I'm dead tired.
4 yards, it'll be 2nd down.
I like the idea of coming inside.
Even though we had that break, but then we just had that long-ass drive that ended in a touchdown. Then they do the 2-point version. Then they do an onside kick, and we're walking back out
Pop
there.
it inside. This one only went for 5, but I expect to see that again down in the drive and maybe pop for a big 15-yard gain, something like that.
Carnes under center from the 45. Gives it to Williams. He's going to be stopped.
Nice pursuit on the inside. Big number 88. We haven't called his name a lot tonight, but Will Maxwell, we talked about him in the pregame, right there to make the stop.
Very tough to come out, after the, hour and a half rain delay that we sat through for the Seminoles to come out and really keep the intensity up. So, Coach, credit Coach Mackley for being able to do that. The offense put the points on the board, but a very tough situation to come out with that lead and still keep the intensity.
So it's a huge down. Third down and about 6 for Carnes and the Manatee offense. They'll fake it. Carnes looking for somebody. Throws it out there, and his receiver just couldn't catch up to it. Ben Axon had a little there. They'll fake it. Carnes looks for Carnes and the Manatee offense. They'll fake it. Carnes looking for Carnes and the Manatee offense. They'll fake it. Carnes looking for somebody. Throws it out there, and his receiver just couldn't catch up to it. Ben Axon had a little bit of room, but the ball was thrown short, and he just couldn't make the cut on the deep. Really interesting. Touchdowns.
Forward and 6 minutes, 21. Maybe that's what I'm talking about.
You question who was the quarterback who went the great Florida 3 and 9 trivia question. Who was the quarterback who went on to college for Southeast in 93 and 94? His name Southeast team, but you know, Jeff, that in the game out of Penn. In fact, that game is still a Catch 47 classic. It's in our archive system. We have run it on numerous occasions.
It turned out to be a pretty good one as well.
Carnes on 4th down. Fakes to Williams, and he'll throw. He's got Thyler. Still on his feet. Down to the 31-yard line. It's a positive play for Manatee and a great call on 4th down.
Great job. Very run-pass option.
Well, I think as this game is going along, McCohen nicely executed.
I didn't think I missed it down on this.
Throws it up. Little too far. Defender.
And then a ball for
the Manatee base up to Charlotte Lick Gimme District for Manatee.
That's what the coaches were talking about. That this is a game that sets them up to play such high competition that when they get into district, that they will really be ahead of the game.
Back to throw. He's got Thyler again. Thyler, took a shot.
Yeah, Chris cleaned his clock on that one.
Chris Bowden that time laid the lumber on Edgar Thyler.
Tough,
trying to knock his head off. You know what I'm saying?
The backside safety comes around and blasts Thyler. Tough catch to make. You see the safety coming right on. That's the backside safety.
Shoo.
You got to get the ball a little bit earlier when it's still.
You seen the nigga come jumping in? Yeah. Oh man, the good times.
In front of the safety that's running when he's running straight down the field before he makes his cut to the post. You got to get that ball on so that doesn't happen.
There you see Bowden too, just a junior. Carnes will try again. Back to throw. He keeps throwing and he's got Thyler again.
And a deep touchdown. Don't really remember if we just ran the clock out or what. Maybe we hadn't gone over Hans' team yet.
Onside kick, no, he thinks it. He'll go downfield with it. And it's fielded by Spade. Spade tries to turn the corner. He's out of bounds at the 35. Or going to be a purpose to see if Hart and Southeast try and get some more points. Better the Jet.
Done a very nice
47 and ticking on 2nd down for the Noles. Hart will try and take off. We tries to even that offensive.
A good on it.
Come up. Thick the field in under a minute. East has We'll pick it up, throw it, and it's going to be it. Lucky it wasn't intercepted.
Wow. Just what we talked about before we went to the break was making sure you don't do something that
ball game with his team, making sure that everybody knows their responsibilities and to remind these guys that, hey, we've come this far. We've dominated most of this football game. We got 3:50 left to go. Let's finish this puppy off.
Well, if the Seminoles
don't finish
Punt
this
team?
game off, and Manatee comes back and wins this, it seemed like a Muhammad Ali fight.
Which I was like, no, we're on. Yeah, it is punt, right?
In favor of the Manatee Hurricanes.
So Chris Hart back to punt. They spot the ball at the 37-yard line. And they'll let it bounce for Manatee, and it takes a Manatee bounce. Good field position. They're going to have it at the 37-yard line with 3:40 left to go in this game. That's enough time to even get in some running plays, and if you're Manatee, you've got the size advantage up front. You don't have to really hurry yourself. You got plenty of time. 3:40 to go 60 yards.
The clock will stop after the first downs until they
He's here in Manatee. Durfee, Tom and Linda Durfee here. Thank you very much. For providing our tools, the wings, the sandwiches, everything before the ball game, keeping our crew nice and fed before this game. Thank you very much to the Beaver Raiders here in Manatee County.
But I had to be where I had to be.
good defense right there by Hudson. Chris, how do you say that?
Resume.
Yes, Presume.
Good job there. I was surprised they didn't just run Williams on first down, trying to get some positive yards.
Carnes.
It was actually a good throw. So it could have got picked.
Wide open. Boy, that time looked like Eric Williams was running free of the defense. Instead, he tried to go underneath to Ben Axton.
Last series, this time you're rolling your freshman quarterback out to his left, and not really a position you want to put any quarterback in, let alone your freshman. Want him to throw the ball down the field.
So it's 3rd and 10. Manatee. On 3rd down, give it to Williams, and he's got room. Williams has the first down. He's up to the 48.
Yeah, I think
Oh, God. That was kind of my fault. Because they ran at 80 for once, and I was like, son of a bitch. What?
Take another timeout.
Sure, my neighbor's Gene and Louise.
Started, it was kind of
What? Final. So then we had to have gotten one last stop then.
Out of boundary. Between referee.
Right?
Seconds penalty. Put yourself in. Number 2 gets it one way or another, even if it's out of shotgun. Just I probably would put him.
It's ripped.
But because they're calling down to 4th and
30 for Breon Carnes and this Manatee offense.
I didn't watch that either.
Gets away from it. Still up.
No, I didn't see that either. Did I see his play? No. Okay, yes.
Let him keep doing it. By the time the clock runs down, you'll be in the end zone and you'll have a choice to go for 1 and for the tie or go for 2 in the win.
What a game we have had here on opening night of the regular season.
After saying it was going to be anticlimactic. It does end up being, but it got close to being. Because all the momentum's on their side since the storm, since the lightning.
Jensen runs a 4.4840, and they get it in his hands again around the corner. He might just outrun everybody to the end zone.
This is a tremendous football player, Austin Jensen. There's Henry Sales started out. Having the outstanding night, cooled off though as the game went along.
He blew up on the sideline.
Manatee from the 41. Carnes. That time got it out there, but it's dropped by Edgar Thyler. 2:33 left to go in this game.
drops the ball.
So Breon Carnes from his own, from the Southeast 40. He's under pressure. Gets away from it. Still under pressure. Still on his feet. And backs away from it. From his own. So Breon Carnes from his own, from the Southeast 40. He's under pressure. Gets away from it. Still under pressure. Still on his feet. And back to the line of scrimmage. Lucky that was not pure disaster on that play. Line of so Breon Carnes from his own, from the Southeast.
I'm running with the receiver.
Gets away from the line of scrimmage.
He reversed field back to had enough speed to make a big play.
Still about 10. Gets it out to Thyler. It's caught. Down. And still about 10.
I can't tell you.
For Breon Carnes and this
Okay, I'm coming.
Carnes gets it out to Thyler. It's caught. Thyler pounded to the 34. It's going to be about 3 yards short of the first down, and Thyler's going to be slow to get up. He took about 3 different shots on that play.
Well, they're down to fourth and about 4 yards. And the last time Thyler got a hit like this, he got up and went for a touchdown on the very next play. But because they're calling a timeout for his injury time.
Well, both teams take a knee as the trainers tend to Edgar Thyler. He's holding his wrist. So you got to wonder, get up and walk off. But your has been the main target for Manatee. This is the man, Sean Williams.
Number 2 gets it one way or another. Space, let the DB spread out across the ground, and powerful that I give him his shot for 3 yards.
It's a shame, Jeff. Everybody that left this game tonight, they're missing a heck of a finish. Carnes on 4th and about 3.
This is what they ran about 3 plays ago. The double option.
Looks like he wanted to pitch it, but there's nothing doing it. Francisco Marino is there for the takedown. That play looked like he was in the sight.
Yes, sir.
And he was. And, you know, they ran a similar play a couple plays ago.
No, Sean Pugh got held up. He couldn't pass it to him.
And just couldn't let it go. I would just give the Jets and let a speed taker around the outside. And, hey, credit the defense of the Seminoles stepping up with 1:51 left.
Francisco Marino, he's had a big night. A fumble recovery, then on that play.
That was 4th down, huh?
Stop of the night for the Southeast Seminoles. On 4th
That's what I'm talking about.
He gets to Breon Carnes in the backfield and gives the ball back to his Southeast offense. And now with 1:51, all they can
Last game.
check the down. Rarely do you see hard out of the shot.
They should have threw the end, snapped the ball. I don't think
a huge carry for the Seminoles, and that carry could very well.
I watched and completely, and they wound. Goes the referee just wound the clock again as he got the first down. That man is out of bounds. That should be a stopped clock all the way until the ball is brought into play one more time. Now, man,
the fact that it is
but they now
maybe a unsound just run in.
Let's take a knee.
Stop the clock.
Ball. That's 2 snaps or 1 snap.
Right.
Either way,
Gonna happen.
if you're off at center and
I guess don't tell him to not try and score points. He's up at 30 finals and win this.
It's getting up for me and fun.
Oh, I thought over next week. Away from Meckley will run out onto the advantage in this all-time series, 14-11. And the Noles in the past recent years have dominated, as Jeff said, since the year 2000. They've continued to exert their dominance in this series.
Good football game. Southeast probably should have won the game on their experience, but I credit the Manatee Hurricanes for putting up another good show, and that's what this type of a rivalry is all about.
28-21, Southeast wins. When we come back, we will.
You know, now that I see him shaking hands with his other hand, I kind of remember that now. I didn't remember it was so late in the game, but that's what makes sense. Well. I think I'm about to go up some groceries. I wonder if you can see it in this. Oh no. Maybe like that. Might be able to catch a little. This cat. Really, all these cats are bad. They're not bad, really, but they're just troublemakers. Making trouble for humans. I don't want to hear that shit. Little motherfucker. Luxury, always living lavish. I need to lock the door. But yeah, I'm about to go grocery shopping. Might do another stream when I come home. And then I got work tomorrow, so I'm gonna be I got work, so I'm gonna be unable to stream for a bit. Oh my gosh. I don't know if they get any cuter than this guy right here. Little quarter tail having son of a bitch. Be careful how you just throw yourself down. Ow! You know damn well. Yep, get up. Get up. She's home. NXT Zebra's gonna go ahead and sign on off for right now. Zipping and all the D-Dog day. But yeah. Or maybe I'll just say we'll be right back. We'll be right back. What about like a futuristic countdown? They got something like that on? Let me see. Did I hear something?
Caleb,
What?
will it cost money for you to get another work shirt?
Cost money?
Yeah. How much?
Why?
Because I really want my work shirts. They just look so comfortable.
We'll have to see. Damn, 4 minutes?
Wait, are you still streaming?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you said you were signing off.
Yeah, I'm about to, or I'm about to see if I can find a.
What?
Countdown.
Oh. Countdown to what?
It just says be right back.
Will you oh my god. Walk into me, what was Square welcome. No, I don't. No, stop. There's literally a video of me and Smile who were about to pretend fight. And she goes, and I'm like, no, please don't. Because you always taught me never to fight. So, like, I act like it. And with you, I will, but. This kid Gage. We were in art class, and it's really nice. I made this circle, where it's like one big circle and then 5 circles around it, and it's a flower in the middle, or it looks like it's a flower. I used a compass, for like you know like the playground, you like move the paper and you draw the perfect circle. It's not all the compass. Yes, it is. It's literally. Yes, it is. Like, you get so mad.
The production value is like insanity for a YouTube show.
Take me out to eat tonight?
They can do that or go grocery shopping. One of the two.
And then. Oh, I love my English too. All of my heart and soul. Yeah, why is that? Isn't that how his soul dies?
Yes.
Can you go talk to her? That's his way.
Fine. Damn whiny babies up in there. Think? Because that thing is
beyond with East Tennessee State University's online MBA program.
She does it in like 25 seconds. It's so impressive. I saw her do it the other day, and that's so cool because it only takes 19 minutes. And I'll make it to do it that fast. They was really hard. But she's really nice and really sweet. And I think me and my AP World History teacher is going to fight about it in a year.
Why? Is it anything?
No. Because I was trying to write some notes, and I mean, I should have been 100% focused on my career. But I've been on this stuff. Why are you teaching us 6th grade stuff? This is AP, college. Give me the hard stuff. Teach me the stuff no one else will. But no.
Like how to Dougie?
It's recap. On 6th grade stuff, really, we're going back. Oh man, that's so stupid. So I was still participating. I was reading my cards, putting them in the pieces, which is like, what E is next? What is I?
But yeah, if you're talking about data brokers, like ones that will actually go and delete your data from a bunch of different places on the internet, I don't do that shit. Usually what they do is they go out to different websites that already have your data out there, and they just turn in the form that they require, and all those websites do that. You can do it yourself. Outside of that, you can never fully clean yourself from the internet. That is a myth. Those companies stay in business because there are too many places for you to be cleaned from. And that's a never-ending battle and go forever. You know what I do instead? I release my information on the internet, which is slightly wrong. Pretty much any place that you can find doxing information, you'll find mine. But it won't be correct. A little bit off here and there, so that when people find it, they think that they found me, and then they use that in other doxes that then they create themselves because they think that it's been found by a previous person doxing me. But yeah, if you're talking about data brokers, like ones that will actually go and delete your data from a bunch of different places on the internet, I don't do that shit. Usually what they do is they go out to different websites that already have your data out there, and they just turn in the form that they require, and all those websites do that. You can do it yourself. Outside of that, you can never fully clean yourself from the internet. That is a myth. Those companies stay in business because there are too many places for you to be cleaned from. And that's a never-ending battle and go forever. You know what I do instead? I release my information on the internet, which is slightly wrong. Pretty much any place that you can find doxing information, you'll find mine. But it won't be.
The hidden genius himself.
No, it's like.
Little guy, you gotta be sitting in the back. You got your license on you? Nah, I don't. I got a screenshot of it. Here, you can look me up.
Yo, let's game. Hey, good game, bro. Yo, so boys, what are y'all up to later? We still playing laser tag? Y'all are going to a party? Oh, nah, bro, I'm good.
Let's talk about the Cyborg situation.
I knew you were going to go there. As soon as I said that, he's going to bring up Cyborg.
Well, they fucked up, and they really fucked up.
They
when
mean
they tried.
Cyborg's team.
Cyborg's team. Whoever did it, that edited that video, that lied and put words in his mouth is so fucking stupid.
I don't want to fight, but you know I want to fight. But I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know. You do. You get it done. Okay. And listen,
to say that whenever I'm talking in public, I'm not telling the truth, which is not what he said at all. And then to have it edit. Look. Let's talk about the Cyborg situation.
I knew you were going to go there. As soon as I said that, he's going to bring up Cyborg.
Well, they fucked up, and they really fucked up.
They
when
mean
they tried.
Cyborg's team.
Look, Colossus, I don't have time for the goody two-shoes bullshit right now. And you are...
Negasonic Teenage Warhead.
Negasonic Teenage... What the shit?
All right. Wrist curl time.
Oh, yes. When at Elite, of course the cable stack weighs 1 trillion pounds. The thing about forearms is I
Just gonna put some little stream up on that piano.
Don't flip him. No, I only do them over here. So I always stand behind the cushion. And I only do it like you don't. Because I was just stretching them out and I went like this and I was like, oh my god, no, watch this. And I just spun him around. I was like, and I put him again. I was like a flip. So then I held him and I just flipped him like that. So cute. But I didn't like actually like go with him.
Help me understand whether they're actually in reality and not just on paper.
My aunt teacher, she's nice. She doesn't like the kids who don't
So good.
actually do the work and just end up because they have to do it. I don't blame her. But they're kind of fun. Not really. Honestly. But I got some talkies from the kids today. In art class. Because they were just sitting there on that piece of paper. And I was like, oh, I want those. Those are so good. Like, there was like talkies that was all crazy. And it was like, it looked like he was like, commercial. And I was like, he said commercial really good. And I was like, hey, you make those talkies? And he was like, honestly, no, I don't want one.
Yes.
You want it? I was like, yes. Stop with my hello. And I ate my first one and it was so good. I'm like, something like that. Like, man. It's true.
Inverted.
Yeah, there you go. That's how it's gonna be. Because that's how I actually see. I'm on this side and you're on that side. And that's how they look. We'll just like cut that. Welcome back with JoJo and
It's Bobo. Angsty zebra over here. And what do you,
what is the news?
I don't know what the news is.
Me neither. I don't watch the news.
Well, I mean, what's new? We ain't seen you in forever.
What's new? I can do 12 dips in a row, y'all. Well, they're assisted. But barely. I'm very proud of myself. Dap me up. Yes, sir.
Oh, goodness gracious.
What are we sounding like? What are we looking like?
I don't know. There's no telling.
Oh no. Leave me alone, Caleb. Wait, are we one of the viewers?
Shouldn't be. Well, I think maybe one of them. I don't know. I don't know how that works. Honestly.
I feel like that's kind of embarrassing. See, this needs to be inverted too.
Which one's this one? Alright.
Transform. Oh, there we go. That's what's up.
Okay, nice.
And when we're like that, we need it to be brighter. Because now it's too dim. See, so now it needs to be like that.
Well, this is this camera.
Yeah, I know.
But it does help.
Oh, that's even good like that, too. Oh, it's cute. Yes, sir. Stop rolling your freaking eyes at me, Caleb.
So you can do how many dips?
12.
Push-ups.
Like 5. Oh, 6.
Oh, how many sit-ups?
I can do a lot of sit-ups, actually. It just freaking hurts. But I can do a lot. I mean, you have to hold my feet down. I feel like you have to hold anyone's feet down. Right?
Probably. You're supposed to. At least for y'all.
Yeah, exactly. Ba-boom! Look at me hitting that, yes, sir.
So what else is going on? How many boys are we talking to now?
Oh my gosh.
Operation
High jump.
Yeah. So.
Is that what we're talking about today?
Well, I'm gonna talk about that a little bit later.
Okay.
What?
I'm interested now. I don't know where for that. I could just like sit over there if you don't want me to get one.
Oh, it don't matter, but you're here now, so what's going on with
me?
Lamar? With
So his mama
said don't date that black girl. She's black.
got sick.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, this is so obvious.
His mom got sick.
Yeah.
So he couldn't come over.
He wasn't gonna come over.
Okay.
Hold this for a second.
What's the end of this story?
Well, you said what's up with Lamar. That's what's up with Lamar. His mama is sick.
Oh. Well.
Like what?
Hopefully she ain't really sick. That's all I think I can say.
So.
Well, damn. Hopefully.
Help! Why does it? No.
Hopefully she ain't getting jabbed. What?
Okay, that's better. It looked really old for a second. And that's not okay. I don't think I like how this really looks either. We're gonna suck it up.
So can I fit this to screen too?
Prime Video.
Okay.
Netflix, Hulu, Apple TV, Crunchy. See, that needs to be flipped.
That's what I just.
Yep, there we go.
So I gotta do that after I do each. So then stretch the screen and it's gonna do it again. But I don't like that anyway. Might as well just let it fit the screen. And then switch it back. Yeah, that sucks. I gotta do that and that doesn't have a hotkey. Oh, but I can copy one and then probably and then paste it, reset it. Okay. That works.
Okay, how are the braids? Are we good? Do they look okay?
I mean, looks like you're holding together pretty well.
Yes.
Better than mine.
No, Kitty, stop! Never mind. I forgot he was behind me. He just tried to, like...
Oh, yeah.
Pull my hair out. He kind of got a little bit. It's okay. We're okay. Just gotta keep pushing. What I always say.
So I'm not gonna have to threaten anybody's life anytime soon. Wait a minute.
No.
What about this weekend?
So I'm actually meant to go see stepdad this weekend to help him fix his TV, so I had to tell him that I couldn't go. And he was like, okay, that's okay. Just let me know when you're free.
So you canceled on him. So
I'm
that
not
you could.
saying this live on the internet, bro.
Ain't nobody watching.
But what if it becomes once you become famous and it's saved, they come back and watch and be like, oh, that's crazy.
I don't
I'm
know.
getting called back.
I mean, that already happened. A callback. Said, hey, my ex-girlfriend's gone.
Bro, if you don't leave my fucking stuff alone back there, get this cat and control him. Eat my cat and you don't even like him that much.
I was gonna say that's your cat.
Honey. Oh, that crap.
Oh, well, I was gonna show him, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
we ain't got to.
Wait, is this our camera now? Oh, okay.
So
So,
you canceled on Isaiah to hang out with Brandon, or
no.
Oh,
To go see Reggie.
okay.
Because he doesn't know how to work his Roku, so I have to go teach him. So he can watch sports and not fade into nothingness without his sports. It's very sad, but it's okay because I love him and he's my stepdad. And we have Bubba. Oh, I feel like that was so mean.
I don't know what that even means.
I'm sorry. I love you, Kevin. I do. Do you love me?
Well,
That's what's up.
I do. I just don't know why. Let me get some of that addition.
What the?
Okay, no, not addition. Multiply?
Whoa! Heck no, bruh.
Color channel.
No.
Alpha channel?
No.
Subtract.
Oh no! Try addition.
I refuse. No, I don't even really need this right now. I might need it later.
Trash it right there.
No, that's... Wait. How do I... Wait a minute. What is that up there? Noise suppression? Nice. Don't care. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't use it because I end up canceling out all my noise.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright.
Just stop trying to mess with stuff. Just do your thing.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm just playing with shit to see what everything does, because now I got...
what to do.
Well, I got more of a handle on the actual streaming, the audio. We actually got the PlayStation up. We ain't got it fixed yet, but almost there. I don't think anything's crashed yet.
My twin. Whoa! And now we're upside down. The eye thing, where they eventually start looking creepy.
So I can do that immediately. Just from edit. I don't gotta go in here and then do clear right click that shit. None of that.
one kind of look kind of faded. Is it because it's this one? Yeah. Okay. I kind of like that one though.
About a fade. What's that look like?
Oh,
Okay.
I like that a lot
That
more.
kind of fades.
Because we're like almost in the same position, so I think it looks better. You need to name this. This needs to be like PlayStation. This needs to be like desktop. So like you know what's what, and you're not just guessing.
No, I'd change shit all the time. I wouldn't.
Well, then when you change it, you would change the name.
Yeah, that takes too much time. I'm good with that.
Okay. Well, we know if it's ever finalized. Just let me know when I do it for you.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I love organizing stuff. I love naming and I mean, you can't co-organize on here, but yeah. I don't know. I feel like I kind of seem mean, brooding most of the time. Cause like most of the time at school, I'm sitting there, I'm focused, so I'm not gonna be talking to people. So I'm just like, and I'm walking fast to the halls, like I'm like, cause I'm just trying to get home, boy. I'm just trying to get back to my bed and go back to sleep and eat. I want to be in that school. Walking up all them steps. Ooh, I was getting my steps in, my workout in, walking around all them circles. Heck nah, man.
So yeah, why don't you just sit over there somewhere?
What do you mean? Oh.
Like, figure out how we can set up the camera
Oh yeah. No, you're fine.
to wherever the other person's gonna sit, and then I can just do a split screen.
I was wondering how you could do that.
Like,
Yeah. Let's try and figure it out. Yeah.
this one right here. Wait, no, not this. Properties. True Vision. Right.
No one. That's fine.
Not that I know.
Oh, I see. Okay, let me get something to say that.
I did something like this.
Can you see me?
Oh yeah.
Let me turn this.
You don't need to see nothing.
I need to see if I need to scoot it back or see like move it down, scoot a little bit, or make it not so freaking bright so I don't look like a ghost.
We're gonna need some.
Wait, I literally have a whole freaking. What am I doing?
You need a microphone. And she got a camera stand that is officially, at the moment, paper towels. A paper towel holder. So I apologize for all of this, and now that I think about it, I still like it. I still like having a recording of like us getting it together, like just fucking around, pushing forward, even without the proper equipment and the proper understanding. It's just trying to do something. I don't know what she's gonna have to say though. She ain't bouncing.
They really be making me mad. I swear. Can I say that? Like.
Yeah. You can say whatever you want to say.
It's like.
Do you have your own mic?
I have those little pink mics, but I don't know if those work. This isn't on right now. Gotta take these down. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Ugh. I don't know. Thinking about what else I could do. If I hook my phone up, we could play cup pong on this motherfucker. Or chess. I mean, I guess we could play chess anyway. On here.
Why is it doing that, bro?
Might not have enough power, or that light's gonna go out.
No, I don't know. You know, I hope it works. Let me just check it. Why is it flinching like that?
The hell are you hitting my camera for? Oh.
There was oh no, I done cut my pencil out.
Is this what we doing now? So Bobo and JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. Bizarrely starring the angsty zebra predator himself.
Whoa, who is that?
Me.
Oh my gosh. Why would you want that to be an actor?
I don't really care right now. I can change it at any point. Now that's double G shit. Split
How do I
screen.
make this thing taller?
Twin. You gotta
I can't. I'm not strong enough. I need a teacher.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll hold the mic. Why are they opposite? I don't know which one I want to be in. Bruh, I didn't cut my pencil.
So what are we doing?
I'm trying to make it taller, like up to my height when I'm sitting down. I think I cut my knee too. No, I'm just being dramatic. Sorry about that.
Not supposed to.
I didn't even think about that, man. Don't tighten it too tight in case I need to untighten it and move it myself. Okay? Why is it so zoomed in?
Flip horizontal. And then
Embarrassing. Can they? Okay, yeah. No, they can definitely. Yeah, they can get from over there. I'm a loud talker anyway, so it's okay. I think I echo enough. Well, let me look over here to see if there's. Okay, no. I couldn't even plug my thing in because you don't know your stuff plugged in.
look what it.
My mic.
Damn, I guess so. Oh no. This doesn't need to be in.
Would that work if I had my mic plugged in from there?
Yeah. I mean if it's USB.
Yeah. Let me go try it. Wait, I don't think it is. Huh. Let me see.
Over. Together. Here. So I can, so I thought it was in the 50s, but apparently, at least according to Wikipedia, we have Operation High Jump. I'm over here. I'm under about. Operation High Jump, officially titled the United States Antarctic Developments Program, 1946 to 47, was a United States Navy operation to establish the Antarctic Research Base, Little Butt operation. See, I'm not people's. Okay, so I guess that's who Admiral Byrd is. The operation was organized by Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd, Jr. Isn't that a slick ass picture for the. Anyway. USN, the Navy, officer in charge, Task Force 68, and led by Rear Admiral Ethan Eric Larson, also Navy Commander. doesn't run and hide. I drop him off in the litter box one time. He jumps back in there, goes to the bathroom. He comes out. He goes and he starts eating the big cat's. He starts eating the big cat's dry food. Like 4 or 6, like I was like, this cat is something else. And he's really smart, but just get lucky like that sometimes. But yeah, we'll link back to that game. If it becomes a game. Alright. We can let that go. Let me go ahead and mute this. The game plan. We're still at 10. Midway through the third. With 7-foot Jaylen Brown shooting free throws. Ain't nothing to worry about up in here. And I think I finally have to admit that Raid, and I'm not paid by Raid Shadow Legends, by the way, but I thought it was a cool game. I was wrong. I mean, it is, but it ain't for me. Like, I played it for a little while, and I thought there was more to it. If you didn't guess, I'm currently playing. But actually, no, we don't need to do that right now. I was thinking I need to set up my chess.com. I completely forgot about that. But anyway, we might as well jump into what I had planned on talking about before other people got involved. But we roll with it, you know what I'm saying? I planned on it being a long stream anyway, so this probably lent itself to it more than anything. So we were on high jump. Now I want to sign in. Make sure that we Gucci. Let me mute this real quick, and then I'll be right back with you. got sent down a particular train of thought a long time ago, and at one point it ended up here at this particular video, this lecture. My voice feels weird, but it's all good. We'll get through it. I had a lot of questions as a child, and as I've gotten older, and the more that I've relied on and studied science, I literally use it in my work. I get to thinking like so many different questions that don't make a whole lot of sense to me, like why we don't use more nuclear power. You're boiling water, right? Under what circumstances do you think we can't get enough water around some plutonium? I mean, if you're smart about how much you're using. I can't imagine this is an equation that hasn't been handled. You know, the meltdowns don't seem to be very frequent, and it seems to generate way more power than a solar or wind effort would. And maybe them all complementing each other could replace some amount of coal in what they call in term fossil fuels, but just the naturally occurring resources of the earth. Yeah, it could probably supplant 25 to 50%. I think if we're charitable, especially nuclear. I mean, anyway, so I wanted to learn more about it, and that's how I kind of ended up. I mean, with it going completely over my head, I watched this like 2.5 hour, I think it was a Harvard lecture on nuclear physics, just to kind of like let it seep into my bones, I guess is one way of putting it. But and I came away with more questions. I was taking notes. And the more I looked around at things, and then of course, it ended up going in a route that many would probably avoid. But I don't see anything wrong with using scrutiny, with scrutinizing my own current worldview. I don't see anything wrong with it, because my worldview is turned upside down constantly in my youth, and it's not a painful experience for me. So I just would like to be as close to right in as many different arenas as possible, right? That's what I like. But that's what I would like, sorry. I've said it before. I'm sure I'll say it again. It might end up being like the tagline for some of these segments is like, and of course I'll forget it. Fiction has to be believable. Reality doesn't. So sometimes, like, I get to eliminating out of what I've been told and what I've been taught. And when you eliminate the first piece of evidence or the first couple of things that you know are not necessarily pillars of your current worldview or what makes up your worldview, it doesn't affect you as much. You know what I'm saying? You can almost brush it aside like, oh, well, I'm sure there's an explanation. And then when you like look into the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing, that we like everything that we were taught, there's a flaw. Not in everything, but in so many different areas, you'll see this Swiss cheese around a particular idea, and it's almost more theoretical or faith-based than science-based. I mean, what would it take for you to adopt a position in public that you know you're knowingly accepting that by adopting a position that you believe to be right, you're going to be ridiculed? What would it take for you to adopt such a position publicly? I can't imagine. That's why when it comes to the supernatural, I know what I believe. When it comes to the physical world, I'm agnostic. I don't know. I simply don't believe every official narrative that comes out, because I feel like if I did, I would have bought some Kansas or Nebraska beachfront properties by now. But anyway, it leads us and led me to this video, I believe. If not this video, then, because again, this has been years and years and years. I'm a little older than I might look sometimes. I came to this video some kind of way while I was asking questions about nuclear physics. And this was one of the guys that was able to find his credentials. You're talking about somebody who, I mean, let's face it, I don't know how many people do this sort of thing, but if I remember correctly, it was described to me as running all the nuclear power plants on the eastern seaboard. Now, that sounds like a lot to me, but for all I know, there's only 2 or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know all of that. I know what feels right to me, and I have a very sharp intuition when it comes to facts and fables, let's just say. So, I'm gonna hop on in. I am feeling a little good. I'm drinking a little Smirnoff wouldn't suggest doing such a thing. But I do enjoy drinking and smoking, and I try to limit it to an extent. I try to limit it to what I can justify as being something that's not taking away from my work or my creative endeavors, and something that I can do without, as always, with everything except for God, really. That's just the way it is. So, if you want to follow me, I honestly don't know. It says Rob Adams, doesn't it? Is that what it says? Rod Adams. Okay. Let me bring it up real quick. And then let me get my face out of the way. My goodness. Nobody needs to see that. Alright, and then circa 1982, but what's it say here? Okay, so this is Rob. I went and did it again. Rod Williams, 11 years ago. Galen Windsor. Damn, I didn't subscribe to him either. Well, anyway. 11 years ago. Galen Windsor describes his hands-on experience with used nuclear fuel and radioactive materials. I don't got this on screen, do I? Comments are turned off. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is on screen. Shit, I'm losing it. He explains how the rules associated with his profession changed during the period of 47 to 82. He also questions why those rules changed and who benefited from the changes. Okay. So it doesn't say who he is in this, so maybe in this description right here, but let's get involved, folk. Like, I'm actually curious. I mean, I'm naturally kind of a curious person, but in the name of the video, what stopped plutonium economy? Alright, we're gonna back up because I don't think it's damn, I don't know what it's gonna look like at full screen. And then I'll have to go through a you know what? Let's just figure this out right now. Just real quick, like oh, there's a cat outside. Let me mute you real quick so you ain't gotta hear that shit.
pleased to have as our guest Mr. Galen Windsor from Richland, Washington. I first heard of Galen from a tape that somebody gave to me some months ago, and I found his story to be absolutely fascinating. His story is unique, to say the least. Galen has been in 77 different cities in the last 2 years.
All right, let me back it up. I'm gonna play around with the filters some more. Honestly, I mean, should I try a different one? I should probably try a different one. Shit. None of these look like the right thing, though. I mean, not that I know for sure anymore. No. Alright, let's just do the normal blend. And actually, it's that special blend. Oh, special blend. Oh, damn. Nigga, me why just take over the whole thing. Well, damn. I thought there was one that was better. Man, we gonna find out. Okay, that might be fine. Right? Let's see. You gotta take the most aggressive dump and then you gotta scratch for eternity. I'm surprised you didn't hear sphincter closing up around that motherfucker. Who owns the plutonium? Indeed. How much is it worth? If you haven't been burned by this source of radiation, what is your problem? I don't know what that means exactly. What is your problem?
I'm pleased to have as our guest Mr. Galen Windsor from Richland, Washington. I first heard of Galen from a tape that somebody gave to me some months ago, and I found his story to be absolutely fascinating. His story is unique, to say the least. Galen has been in 77 different cities in the last 2 years lecturing on the subject of nuclear energy. The majority of his life, the last 35 years, he spent processing plutonium from nuclear reactor sites. He has worked in the Manhattan Project facilities in Hanford, Washington, Oak Ridge National Laboratories and Nuclear Plant in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, General Electric's Midwest Fuel Recovery Plant in Morris, Illinois, General Electric's Fuel Fabrication Facility in San Jose, California, and Wilmington, North Carolina. And he's worked in every major reactor decommissioning project around this nation up to this present time. His major work in these projects has been the analytical process inventory control, which means that he was responsible for measuring and controlling the nuclear fuel inventory for these projects. Galen Windsor has few peers in the world in this area of expertise. And those few peers admittedly know and agree with the things that you'll be hearing on this tape. However, except for 2 or 3 of these experts, they've all chosen to remain silent for reasons which they only know, leaving this man then the burden of leading this lonely battle of exposing what we call the nuclear scare scam. He's without question one of the world's foremost authorities in nuclear radiation measurement.
The nuclear scare scam. Now, we know that they've been working together in Antarctica for at least since what we come to. I mean, the first expeditions were in the 1880s, but does that mean that they were already all working together? I figured World War I was against the Secret Kingdom, the people of who have the will of D. And then we have all this nuclear stuff, and then Antarctica stuff, and then space stuff, and then like just murdering a bunch of leaders all over the world consistently. And I mean, I can't be an alarmist though, because sometimes when I look at certain numbers, I'm like, well, shit, technically people are living longer. There's less people starving. There's less people in poverty. Still a huge chunk of people believe in a creator, so it's not completely, the globe itself, the earth itself isn't completely degenerate. But at the same time, it's like there are some issues. But this is one I'm eager to hear, though.
And he's recognized by members of the Atomic Energy Commissions of all the major nations of the free world. Mr. Galen Windsor.
God bless you. Thank you, Ben. We've been considering today how best to approach this subject so that you would feel comfortable with where I am. And we thought it might be appropriate to start with how I got involved in this game. Now, in 1945, I was a Navy radioman out in the Pacific on a destroyer aimed for Japan. We had a
So a veteran on his way to Japan in the 40s. You say 45? When did high jump start? Okay.
One-way ticket. That's all you get, just one way. So as we're becoming proficient at our business of fighting war.
That's a sharp suit. He's a wide man.
The Manhattan Project weapon that was dropped on Hiroshima, Japan in August 6, 1945 was a U-235, fully enriched U-235 weapon where the material was separated and purified in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. The one that was dropped August 9th on Nagasaki was a plutonium weapon made at Hanford. But to those of us out in the Pacific, it was quite interesting. It had a ticket on it that says, "You get to go home." I was impressed. Now, I was stuck out on Guam after the hostilities quit and was running a radio broadcast that communicated with 4,500 ships west of Pearl Harbor. Quite a few to listen to every dot and dash that I made. So I was used to having people listening to me. They couldn't see me, but they could sure hear me.
I've been muted this whole time. All right. I just was saying it's a shame what they did to those kids. Our great grandparents back in like World War I and even World War II. Like you're sending kids out there into the worst situations. But I found World War I interesting. Like if you ever seen Peaky Blinders, they kind of mention it a lot. The muck. Down in the mud and the muck. And World War I, when you look into it, it's characterized by mud. A lot of times, dealing with the mud, fighting in the mud, how to travel through the mud. And then there's cities, like there's whole cities that seem to have been dug out of the mud. There's railroad tracks that seem to have been dug out of the mud. San Francisco itself seems to be a city that was almost entirely dug out of the mud. It's you see some of the first photographs, I believe, in the 1830s, before the so-called gold rush that sent everybody west, of this like fully formed city fit for millions of people. It doesn't fit with like where we were supposed to be historically in building this nation. And there's quite a few cities like that are kind of inexplicable as to the timing behind a population of 5,000 to 9,000 built this fucking ridiculously large city. It's not even feasible, let alone pragmatic. So, or even something that you would do if you had all the money and time in the world, because you wouldn't know if people were going to move there or not. So why the fuck would you build a city for millions of people if you're not? Anyway, had to get that in there.
I had all of the good messages that were to come to them. Fleet movements to Red Cross messages. They came along one day and says, "We'd like to have radiomen to go down to Eniwetok for the atomic bomb tests." Not me. No way. I want to go home. So they went through and they took every third radioman to go to Eniwetok. I didn't go. They let me come home. But I wanted to go home. had a driving need within me that says, hey, that big firecracker, I want to know how it works. I want to know everything about how it works.
As one would, I would imagine. Let me try. No, let me try this with the. Wait. What the fuck? Sorry. Really, no need for that, sir. There we go. I think that's just as good, right? The Predator. I ain't got no Bobo shit. Or no Bojack shit, quite honestly. I did enjoy, I'm sorry. I did enjoy Bojack, though. I kind of feel like I should react to it, because I ain't watched the last season. So I'm not sure. I think I'm 3 episodes in before I started streaming every day. So, like, I could watch it myself, and then I could write down some notes on the episode, and then we could, like, basically black out the screen, and I can, you know what I'm saying, walk through it, kind of like EFAB does. Like, is that wrong? Like, to bite their shit? I guess it kind of is, but I like how they do it, and I feel kind of like maybe if I can cut my teeth doing that for a little bit, maybe I could reach out, and I'd have something to show that, yo, like, you know, is this in line, or is this I was just trying to show that, like, I could jump on if y'all wanted me to jump on, and then I feel like I would get a shot, you know what I'm saying, at a wide audience all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I mean, not that they're the hugest audience, but I think it's not about quantity. To me, it's about quality. The kind of people that take film seriously are kind of people like in story. It's so important to the human, that the histories are people. Like, I'm sorry. Like, so people who take that seriously mean something to me. Even if we don't necessarily see eye to eye on everything. I shouldn't let that cat out, should I? Alright. I'm gonna let his ass out, man. Fuck it.
So, back to the ranch in Nevada where I grew up and stacked hay all summer, gained back the 40 pounds that I'd lost out there in the islands. Into Brigham Young University in the fall of '46 in chemistry classes. Dr. Joseph Nichols could make an old farm kid like me love chemistry. I hadn't had any chemistry in high school, but the way Joe Nichols taught it, I wanted to know. So chemistry it was. And some neat guys like Carl Eyring taught me physics. And along in '47, I ran across a cute blonde from Richland, Washington.
A lot of stories begin like that. It doesn't end well. Let's see where this one goes.
This girl had been telephone operator for General Leslie Groves and Dr. Enrico Fermi on the Manhattan Project. She got to put through the calls to Franklin Delano Roosevelt for these guys. So she talked personally to FDR. And she told me some of the stories like you've never heard. She says, oh, in those canyons, great things are done. This cowboy from Nevada couldn't even imagine what she was talking about. Well, in 1947, after we were married, let's see, I ran until she caught me. I wasn't going to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You run until they catch you. That's good. I like that. Hey. The prize is always the one running. Believe that. That's all I can say.
Going to get married anyway. I wanted to get my education. I had to get on with this thing. And so we went to Richland, Washington for the first time in September 1947. I saw that those buildings she was talking about were there. 1,000 feet long, 11 stories high, 5 of them below ground. Tremendous things. And people all over. Camp Hanford in those days was a whole army camp just there to secure that place, to provide security. Thousands of soldiers. You move around out in the desert and hop out of a foxhole and pop a soldier with a gun in his hand. There wasn't any horsing around. It was all business.
Now, this is 1982. And apparently, Galen passed. I don't know if there's anything suspicious about. I don't even really want to look into it. You know what I kind of want to do? I kind of want to work on something on Bill Cooper. I mean, I'm sure it's been done to death. But I could do a little bit of a dive. You know what I'm saying? I could put something together. Because he was the one that said, like, I'm not telling you to believe me. Like, never believe. I'm saying never believe anything you can't prove with your own research. Because sometimes you got lying eyes. And sometimes your heart will be deceived, and sometimes your mind will be deceived. Sometimes you don't have the experience to understand how something could be perpetrated on a scale such as this.
Back to school. In 1950, I applied for a job up there before I had graduated. And they were in such bad need of chemists, I had a job before I had my degree. And so the last year of my chemistry, mostly English, I did on a bus, riding 25 miles to work in the morning and 25 miles back at night. And
25 miles on a bus? Well, an hour. Okay. I drive about an hour to work, you know what I'm saying? And from every night, so I could kind of get that. Well, I'm thinking an hour on a bus going 25 miles. I go about 40 miles, 40 or 50 miles. But, yo, if you want a job that pays, that are always going to need people, those STEM fields, I mean, I worry for you, especially in the sciences. Like, it depends on which it seems as though there's quite a few that they need people to create some science that's going to tell a particular, or at least imply a particular narrative. If you catch my drift.
I did advanced grammar and business writing and all of those things on that bus. But in September 1950, I got into this thing called plutonium processing when we did it barehanded, without instruments, without coveralls. We had some of the most peculiar acid burns in some of the shirts. And I found one of those the other day. It's got acid burns all up the front of it. Plutonium on it, too. Amazing. That.
Yeah. I thought you would be dead. Like, I really ain't remembering any of this. The image looks familiar. Those glasses, that suit. The footage, it looks familiar, but it is kind of like hearing the words for the first time again. But he hasn't really gotten into much, but usually I have a pretty good memory for dialogue, but let's go.
That was normal operation in those days. We ran those facilities, and we ran them so well.
I'm sorry, yeah, barehanded, yeah. What? Something that would boil tens of thousands of gallons of water, you could hold barehanded. Is that how? I don't know. Okay.
Well, that by 1965, we had separated enough plutonium when it only existed in the parent uranium matrix to a half of a single weight percent, 0.005 weight fraction of plutonium maximum in that fuel. And we processed enough tons of uranium to recover enough plutonium by 1965 to meet the weapons needs of this country 10 times over for the foreseeable future. Now we're talking about a massive amount of work. Hands-on, do it type thing. And there was a couple thousand of us, and we were just happy as could be, just working like mad, making those plants run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in a community that ran on shift work, ABCD shift.
So, coincidentally, we have ABCD shift. And, that's why my scheduling for screaming until, I either make I wonder if I could figure out a body cam type thing so I could take y'all through a day. That would be kind of wild. The only thing is, I'd have to do it on a weekend where, I could somehow communicate to an editor, if you will. But, yeah, I work ABCD shifts, so, we're doing 12-hour days, and then night shift comes in, does 12-hour night. Then when they check out, we're checking in, and there's 4 groups of us, A, B, C, D, and that keeps us going 24/7. So here we are.
The whole community that way. A wartime community. People dedicated to doing a job, and we were doing it. And we did it well. No pretense. Oh, yes, there were. Out in the reactor began to sneak in people who wanted a radiation monitor behind every reactor operator. Why? We know how to make these things run. When we got a metal fuel element stuck and it fell down on the trampoline back of the reactor, we'd go in with our feet and kick it off into the pool. Smoke.
So, although they sound like men after my own heart, I ain't gonna lie, because I'd be doing some wild stuff. Or at least I used to before they got cameras in there, and now I'm like, okay, so now corporate can see if I do some wild shit because it would be easier. So I better not do that wild shit. I better just put the harness on and be a bitch about it. But like, there are times where it's like, that's a waste of time and effort and money that the company could be putting into its employees, but instead it's doing things that aren't even helping it. You know what I mean? The habits of safety aren't at all prioritized in a lot of places, and sometimes it's beneficial to the production and the speed of that production. Things like OSHA and unions they slow it down, bro. But let's get, I'm losing it. I ain't trying to get into that.
Smoking, burning. If you didn't have an instrument, you didn't know it was too hot, so you just went in and kicked it. Finally, along came a rule maker that says, thou shalt not do that. You'll get burned.
Thou shalt not do that. He's basically saying they think that they're God, that they know better than the people that have been working with these chemicals. And now they say it'll burn you. Although, nigga, aren't you the one who just told us that you had an apron of some sort that was burnt all up the front and had plutonium on it? So I guess it does burn, but it's not as dangerous as they're making it out to be.
Burned. Oh, I didn't get burned when I did it last week. But you exceeded the limit. Well, where did this limit come from? Turns out that in 1934, the International Commission on Radiation Protection fabricated a limit for X-rays. It was no longer permissible to be burned by them, erythema, reddening of the skin. You now had to keep a limit called 0.2 of an R per day. How much is that? Well, you've got to have one of these Beckman instruments to read it, and you have to...
Uh-oh. This is starting to sound like snake oil. Already, ain't it? Like, all of a sudden, a federal agency makes a mandate that just so happens to benefit one particular company that sells a particular device for radiation detection. That's... Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going.
To keep time of exposure. You know, there are 4 requirements on this thing: the size of the source, there therefore the strength of the source, the distance from the source, the time of exposure, and the intervening shielding to keep from getting burned. Oh, fine. We've been doing this thing for years now, and we've never been burned. Why have we got these rules? And they says, yours is not to ask questions. Yours is to do and die. Don't you ask questions. If you do, you might disappear. Those who broke the rules didn't appear the next day. Military rule? Oh, yes. Absolute. What was your appeal? And people you were working with one day, when they weren't there the next day, you didn't go inquire why. You were just grateful you still had your work to do, and you kept right on doing it. Now, this is in the United States of America. Well, in 1960, we found out that the materials that we were working with, the thing that we called high-level waste, that if you waited 3 years, these million-gallon tanks that high-level waste went into boiled off 15,000 gallons of water a day. Fairly hot? Oh, yes.
So, boiling water. So, that is what I think it is. It's the most expensive way of boiling water. And we're able to extrapolate the electricity from the energy created by the steam. But after a few years, it would become hot like that. Huh.
This material that if it ever broke a line would seal itself off in the ground within a foot, make its own glass. It wasn't going to go anyplace. We did that a time or two, accidentally, of course. And so we started packaging this cesium-137 in cash.
Yo. When they all of a sudden say something like super dangerous and then the old timers come out and tell their stories, you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You did what? Jeez. Make sure I heard this correctly.
We did that at a time. That if it ever broke a line, would seal itself off in the ground within a foot, make its own glass. It wasn't going to go anyplace. We did that a time or two, accidentally, of course.
Accidentally,
and so we started packaging this cesium-137 in casts and railroad cars like that and shipping it to Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And they'd take it out and make it into a barium titanate and press it into a pellet, and those things were so hot that they actually glowed in the dark from the infrared heat. Now, thermal-ionic conversion.
We make some pellets ourselves. They ain't that hot, though. They ain't glowing. I don't think they're glowing in the dark. But they're not plutonium. It's plastic. Come on
now. Now, thermal-ionic conversions came along at this time. So you hook these little heat sources up to thermionic converters and you took electricity out this side. No moving parts. These things went into the SNAP program. And these early SNAP power generators are what power the underwater transmitters for our nuclear navy. We've got a regular road map under the sea. All you got to do is have an instrument that knows how to find it, and then you've got eyes on a submarine. You didn't know that, did you? The power from it came from this material that they now call waste. We process.
Here's some questions I had when they were teaching us about World War II and they spoke about the nuclear bombs. Actually, it wasn't until later. It was in high school when I was learning about Chernobyl, and I asked my teacher, if people lived in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And he said he was pretty sure, yeah. And I was like, well, if Chernobyl just had a meltdown, right? And there, it's unlivable for 10,000 years. Why does it seem like life was almost like uninterrupted by the nuclear bombs? Is there any obvious repercussion from the radiation or from the nukes themselves on the surrounding areas? Shouldn't there have been like a nuclear winter of some sort in the surrounding local areas as well? And the more me and him looked into it, the weirder it got, honestly, until we just kind of dropped it. Because you'll find out like Tokyo sustained more damage in an admitted firebombing campaign than Nagasaki and Hiroshima did. And that the Japanese media was saying those two cities got firebombed before we got control of their media and started censoring things. So I'm not 100% on that. The fact that just like space, no one's ever done it again. They did it at a time when people didn't know how to spot fakery in film. And they did it at a time when they thought that no one would see it more than once. And that's why they don't try it now. Because now people will just tear it apart. And even those people who don't find themselves in a more conspiratorial circle will look at it and be like, whoa, that's not real. At least that's what I think. That's why they're like, no, we ain't trying that again. If we try to slide a hand on this again, it's probably going to go bad. Same with the nukes. Like, they keep talking about it, but they keep talking about how many they have, and they'll kill everybody. But we ain't really seen one go off. If you Google the pictures of the mushroom clouds, tell me if they don't look oddly, suspiciously similar to one another. The one picture where you see the two clouds from the bomber or whatever as it's flying away, it looks suspiciously like someone photoshopped a mushroom cloud. But that's neither here nor there. Let's get back into it.
Processed that stuff and packaged it outside. The power from it came from this material that they now call waste. We processed that stuff and packaged it outside at Hanford. Well, we had rules that said 3R per year is your allowable exposure, that amount of gamma energy that will expose a film pack. But that was for the people that didn't know. We weren't about to follow those rules. We just went ahead and did the job. They send around an investigation slip that says your dosimeter was overexposed 2 weeks ago. What did you do? And they had a cute little form on it that says accidentally exposed to light, and that was the one I always used to check.
accidentally exposed it to light. I'm not full of gamma radiation. Even though I would be if I had been in the sun for 10 minutes.
Because it's the same amount of light. You know, if you get gamma through the film pack, it's the same amount of light as you get when you click the lens on a camera. They wanted to limit us to that. And one day we looked up, and they had limited us to that amount of exposure. Then the fun part of the game begins. You say, who limited us to that? Are they powerful? Yeah, they control the purse strings.
The purse strings. The money. It's a very, very simple conclusion. The U.S. is considered the most economically sound, most richest nation in the world. Every dollar that we print, we owe money on. So we're internally in debt. And we use a particular system, I guess the petrodollar, to essentially leverage the dollar to be used enough to keep it in its position. But nothing else is ready to supplant it anytime soon. I don't see anything happening on that front just yet. I think the next step is digital, but I think they have to be really careful about when and how they try to roll it out. They've tried it through the Bitcoin and the crypto, and everybody sees it as a scam, and so they kind of have to just back up on that, I think, for now.
They live by the golden rule. Them that's got the gold makes the rules. If you like your work, you keep the rules. If you don't keep the rules, you disappear. Sure enough, some of us disappeared. Some of my friends gone. Where'd they go? I don't know. Well, 2 years ago, I started traveling for American Opinion Speakers Bureau, and one of the documents that they had was Major Jordan's diary. A story of shipping the technology and the materiel that was developed at Hanford in 1944 directly to Russia on U.S. Air Force planes out through Great Falls, Montana, Fairbanks, Alaska.
And this is why them working together in a scientific capacity in Antarctica might very well be pertinent in other areas of global endeavor or national endeavor. Let me just make sure I heard this correctly.
Directly to Russia, documents that they had was Major Jordan's diary. A story of shipping the technology and the materiel that was developed at Hanford in 1944 directly to Russia on U.S. Air Force planes out.
Yeah, sharing the nuclear secrets and yada, yada, yada. So that you can make your own nuclear power plant. And you can tell people that you can use this shit to make bombs that'll be like the ones we use in Japan, quote unquote. Since we're working together in a scientific capacity in Antarctica, we're homies. We're on stage fighting, but y'all take this real quick. That way, y'all can really combat us on the world stage, because otherwise it's like we have a stick and y'all ain't got nothing.
Out through Great Falls, Montana, Fairbanks, Alaska, under the auspices of one Harry Hopkins, and with the at least tacit approval of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Now what are you going to do? That thing that we had been doing and feeling so good about had been shared at no expense with Russia. You go back and you check the record and you find Russia did not develop their own nuclear atomic weapon until 1949. Even when we supplied them the material and the knowledge. 4 years after we touched them off at Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
I'm sorry, I got to go. All right, I'll be right back. And then we're gonna let it, actually, we're just gonna let it ride while we go.
We weren't happy with that. We were just happy doing our job. Well, in 1965, General Electric was ready to leave Hanford. I'd worked for General Electric for that 15 years. And they took me out to California, San Jose, and we had in mind to design and build this nuclear fuel reprocessing plant at Morris, Illinois. They told me they were going to build it at San Luis Obispo. That's how they got me away from Hanford. But that was just to get me away from Hanford. I got to design the sampling analytical system for this plant. The sample cell was the hydraulic heart of this place. I got to dictate where they put the columns, how high the columns were in relation to my sample cell. One man standing in front of a lead glass window could sample any liquid stream in that whole plant. It took crews of men at Hanford to do the same thing. I wasn't happy with that, so I built an efficient system. I got to design that. I got to build it. Conceptual design, detailed design, build it, operationally test it. And in 1973, they says, forget it, friends, you don't get to run it. We had 170 tons, metric tons of spent fuel stored in the basin. And the then President of the United States, do you remember who it was? Jerry Ford. Says, friends, no way, you don't get to run it. That's when I started to kick over the traces. Up to that point of time, I thoroughly enjoyed my work. I had no
So I didn't even mute the mic. Had to piss. Anyway. I hope people will find this interesting, but I don't know if they will. But certain things, you know, people have to come to in their own time.
limitations, practical limitations. I had all the money to spend. I was in charge of the design effort. I built it the way that I wanted to because it was technically correct. All I had to do was check with engineers and make sure that it was right. And all of a sudden I was told, you must reduce your limits of exposure by a factor of 10. I says, I won't do it. First thing you know, you got the word that says, oh, yes, you will. And I says, no way. Well, that's when the rebel, Galen Windsor, started to show up. And when I found out that by management conference I couldn't get to these guys, I figured out another way. Now, in this plant is a beautiful pool. It's got a place to store spent fuel bundles till it won't stop. 660,000 gallons of water, demineralized, just as clear and pretty as it can be. Heated to 100 degrees Fahrenheit when the outside temperatures are minus 20, wind chill factors down to a minus 60, and I found out that I could swim in that rascal. You turn off the lights at night and it had a light blue Cherenkov effect.
See, the guy who told me about it said that he swam in the water, the plutonium water, that was being raised to 100 degrees under those conditions. Now, if this is 1982, I believe this man goes on to live another 26 years. I don't know. I mean, Lord willing, he didn't get any kind of cancer or anything. That way, he would, you know what I'm saying? Like, what he was believing was actually the case. But if not, man, that would have been one hell of a fucking diagnosis of irony.
And this kid from Nevada that never could pass up a warm swimming hole used to go swimming in that pool. There wasn't anybody that had the nerve to swim with me, but since I was manager of safety and analytical service at this plant, it was mine to use. Oh boy. I found out that I could do that. I showed some financial types one time that I could stir that pool with my bare hand and check out through the same radiation monitors they did without triggering it.
See there? Like, that seems like one of the most badass sales pitch, dramatic issue, or dramatic scene that you could do to, like, for investors, is to be like, well, you know, how safe is it, really? How safe is it? And then you dive into the water that's cooling off the plutonium. Like, I mean, that's a hell of a sales pitch. They either believe that you don't care about, or that you care more about money than your own health, or they believe that that it's safe. Like, which one do they want to believe about you?
GE didn't like it. I got a letter from him that says, thou shalt not tell financial types that you can swim in the pool, that you can stir it with your hand, because if they find that out, they will steal the inventory. They will know that the inventory can be stolen. Oh, is that a valuable inventory? This same material that's labeled high-level waste by our current government, our current Congress. Now, plutonium is an interesting chemical element. It is created.
They might steal what we call quote-unquote waste. Yeah, that is interesting.
In a nuclear reactor. The Manhattan Project built 8 of these reactors at Hanford. The first one took 12 months from sagebrush to nuclear steam to build, and it had never been done in that size before. How could they do that? Why did they do it? To create this element called plutonium. Plutonium has been assessed as being the most hazardous material on Earth. Now, from the standpoint that you can make an atomic weapon out of it, yes, it is quite hazardous, because a piece of it that big, 2.5 kilograms, that's only 5 pounds, is the force that delivered 20,000 tons of TNT equivalent over Nagasaki.
Huh. Okay. So he believes, but he doesn't believe that radiation is harmful either. Just that they harnessed that little bit of plutonium to create that kind of explosion. But if he believed that the radiation from that plutonium would fucking kill somebody, then he wouldn't have been swimming in the shit. Okay. Okay. I guess that makes sense. I personally just think. What did he say? I got you. We'll back it right up real quick.
Grams. That's only 5 pounds. Is the force that delivered 20,000 tons of TNT.
20,000 tons of TNT. Which is, what, 40,000 pounds of TNT? I would be willing to believe that they would have made a bomb of 40,000 pounds of TNT before I believe that it was 5 pounds of plutonium that created that same thing. Quite honestly. Like, until I see it, because from what I understand, especially with the compartmentalization of the military, it would have been quite easy to convince one group that the other group has the nuclear shit, and you guys have the TNT, and then the other group you convince that them of the same thing, that group has the TNT, the nuke, and you have the TNT, and this is what you're loading. But the other group has the real nuclear material. But we have to run this, so that at least I wouldn't be surprised.
The equivalent over Nagasaki. Indeed, it is hazardous. The one over Hiroshima that had fully enriched U-235 in it was 5 times as big. So plutonium is more dangerous than U-235, is it not? By a factor of 5. It takes 5 times as much U-235 as it does plutonium. Therefore, it is the most hazardous thing. Enter the great pretenders. They said that 5 grams of plutonium, properly distributed over the face of the earth, would kill everybody on earth. Now, if you can only get one 20 kiloton weapon to go on 2,500 grams, how's 5 grams going to kill everybody on earth? Early on, I had a fear that said, if there is this much fissile material, that can undergo a chain reaction, we called it in the beginning, then if you set a match to it, all the fissile material in the world is just going to keep right on going. Totally unfounded fear. It turns out that when you're in this business of recovering plutonium, like we recovered so much of it at Hanford, we found out that if you have it in a solution where it's less than 5% plutonium, it won't go critical any way that you kick it. And when you get it to 100% plutonium, you better be careful. Because if you put it in more than a 5-inch diameter cylinder, you're playing with fire. You can undergo what is known as an uncontrolled criticality, accidental criticality.
Accidental criticality. That shit should have been in Mortal Kombat, nigga. The criticality.
Air turns blue. If the cylinder is sealed, it will explode from steam pressure. And that steam pressure builds up in a millisecond, which is about that long. No, you don't horse with it. And then you find out that those 8-foot thick shielding walls on those canyons were put there because they didn't know how much was a critical mass. They says, if we make a mistake, we don't want to die, so we will provide the shielding. And so this shielding thing started for no other reason than they didn't know what was a critical mass. Well, through the years, we got pretty good at telling what a critical mass was. And I have worked in a plant where I had half a critical mass in this hand, barehanded, dressed in street clothes, half in this hand, wearing a lab coat, and I'd put...
Yeah. I had a critical mass over here, criticality over here. No big deal. Just left hand, right hand, hot potato. Drop it right here. And, hey, you got that filter changed? All right. Let's drop it back in here, and we're good to go. Nigga, what?
This half in a pocket on this side and this half in a pocket on this side and walk down the hall. If those two ever got together, there would be a blue flash. They never got together because I was in between them. And we do.
Yo. Oh, my nigga's Adam Man. He's getting ready to be the Incredible Hulk. His nigga's, I mean, what other is based on radiation? All the Fantastic Four combined. Nigga's about to be the Thing, human, stretched, invisible nigga.
Do that every day. And each half had to meet definite dimension characteristics. And so we'd take them down and pass them one half at a time, and they'd measure it and say, yeah, that one will pass. And then we'd pass them the other half, and that one will pass too. But they were carefully put in separate bird cages so they couldn't get together accidentally. Well, those of us who worked with it enjoyed it. We knew what we were doing. We worked at it. When the President of the United States decided not to operate that fuel reprocessing plant, I started scrambling to find out what was going on. Many things had been done in the name of health and safety. Don't get burned. You got to have safety record. You have to be safer than anybody else. We were already safer than anybody in the whole world. Well, you can't afford to get burned with this. You've got to enforce the limits. You've got to keep it. And I says, hey, that's not what the ball game is at all. I'll bet you the ball game is something else. And in 1982, when the Congress passed the Nuclear Waste Policy Act of 1982, a guy by the name of Mo Udall, I don't know whether you people in Arizona have ever heard of him or not, authored that bill. It's called the High-Level Waste Disposal Act of 1982. The material he called waste is the reusable uranium fuel that I had been working on for 32 years. Needless to say, Mo Udall and I do not agree on whether that material is waste or not. The name of the game then is, who owns the plutonium and how much is it worth? The government says bury it 3,000 feet deep in basalt, and we'll hold a contest among the states to see who gets to bury it. Oh? Why do you want to bury it? Did you ask the owners? Who is the owner of the plutonium? May I submit that it's most likely the nuclear power ratepayer. He is paid for the mining, the fabrication of the parent uranium, power generation, and is being charged in advance for its burial.
The taxpayer. Of course, that's where the money came from us.
If you're paying for it, to whom does it belong? How much is it worth? In inflated dollars, a ton of reusable uranium fuel contains useful metal isotopes worth upwards of $10 million a ton. Mo Udall says it's high-level waste.
For instance, some companies will sell about a ton worth of plastic flakes for like $1,000. So if a ton of plastic is worth like $1,000, and how much did he say a ton of this would be worth?
Inflated dollars, a ton of reusable uranium fuel contains useful metal isotopes worth upwards of $10 million.
10 million for a ton versus like 1,000 to 3,000 at the most for some plastic. So yeah, I mean, I know inflation even in 82 is crazy compared to like pre-1913 dollars, but they never go all the way back there. They always start at like 33 before the market crashed, and when the banks already had control of the currency production, when the Federal Reserve was already in power for 20 years. So the international banking cartel doesn't count to me. Their number one job was to protect the purchasing power of the dollar, and since its inception, 99% of the purchasing power of the dollar is gone. I don't need to waste my time explaining this. Anyway.
Dollars a ton. Mo Udall says it's high-level waste. The value of reusable uranium fuel scheduled for permanent disposal probably exceeds the national debt. Naturally occurring plutonium quantities, and you know plutonium does occur naturally. Plutonium-244 is found at the residual activities of the several, 8 at least, Oklo phenomenon.
You know, they seem to avoid that. I've never really heard as to whether uranium and plutonium and the radioactive isotopes are naturally occurring, because I feel like if they simply said that, it would make assume that it's not dangerous, or at least it's not something to worry about. Because things that are naturally occurring that are messed with by men typically aren't. You have examples where that's not the case, but it's typically in the animal kingdom or something like that. It's not a force of nature that you can't see, smell, hear, touch, taste, or feel. Like a rattlesnake's poison, you know, when you see the rattlesnake and you hear it, and then you feel it bite you, and then you're feeling the toxins within you, like, but instead it's, you don't feel anything, and then you get cancer, and then you die in 2 years from a tumor that you never knew that you had, because maybe you were in the wilderness or whatever the fuck. I mean, I don't know, man.
Reactors across the world. First one found at Gabon. Does occur naturally. Plutonium-244 is found at the residual activities of the several, 8 at least, Oklo phenomenon reactors across the world. First one found at Gabon, Africa. Naturally occurring plutonium quantities have been enhanced by transmutation of uranium. That's the reason we built reactors in the first place. Our ability to detect and measure emissions from these elements is useful in inventory control. When fissile elements, fissile isotopes, are present at less than 5 weight percent, plutonium-239 equivalent, and the heavy metal oxide matrix is stored dry in air, it has no critical mass. Remember, we talked about shielding was because they didn't know what a critical mass was? If it is light water reactor fuel at less than 5% equivalent fissile content, you can handle it, you can do anything you want with it, you can stack it up, you can have a room full, you can have a handful. As long as you keep it dry, it will not sustain a chain reaction. What then is all this falderall about a little bit, 5 grams will kill everybody in the world? They don't know what they're talking about. And when they say that, they're thumbing their nose at measurement experts like Galen Winsor. I am insulted when they say those things and get away with it, because it has no bearing on the truth. It cannot be mishandled. It will not expose any person to an unshielded nuclear reaction. In other words, no controls are necessary except to prevent the pilferage of the inventory. Have you got that one? Let it register. Do you need governmental rules and in a nuclear plant so that they can research and develop methods to throw it away?
What? They want to develop how much money it's worth, how much money each kilowatt of energy produced by nuclear power is worth, so they can, effectively throw it away. What the fuck?
Why do the utilities willingly pay this amount to the Secretary of Energy? To limit their liability exposure. Who pays that amount anyway? The consumer of nuclear generated power. You have no choice. therefore I call it a tribute. At the same time, they have provided their own storage basins at these reactors at ratepayers' expense to retain ownership control of the plutonium resource. So you consumer, you ratepayer, you taxpayer, are paying for the storage of this fuel, and WNP2 at Hanford has storage that will take them through the turn of the century, and yet every day they are paying a tribute to the Secretary of Energy with the concurrence of the United States Congress and signed by the President of the United States in 1982, 83. Who was that? Ronald Reagan. They have provided those storage basins at ratepayer expense to retain ownership control of the plutonium resource. I started playing a game one day, 7 years ago. I says, okay, Portland General Electric, you've got the Trojan reactor, you've got a storage basin problem. I'm going to make you an offer. I made them an offer that says, I will take all of your spent fuel, FOB your basin, if you will give it to me. In other words, I will take it off your hands at no expense to you. I will ship it, I will store it, I will do everything that needs to be done to that fuel. And you know what they told me? Can I quote them? Go to hell, Galen Windsor. We value it more valuable than platinum or gold. We're going to play the plutonium futures ourselves. Now, where did I learn that the name of the game is who owns the plutonium and how much is it worth? The first plutonium I saw was in a glass tube on the newsreel when I got back from the Pacific in 1946. And that they had in a glass test tube, they said was worth $500,000. Certainly they had less than 5 grams of plutonium in that tube. That's pretty expensive stuff. And so for the show, they put a pot underneath it in case they dropped it. They said, we don't want to have to pick it up out of the rug. When it was decided for us not to operate this plant, plutonium was guaranteed on buyback by the federal government at $43 a gram. That's quite a price drop, don't you think? When that price guarantee went away in October of 1971, the price of plutonium became $10 a gram. It steadily went down to where its present worth on the market is a minus $2 a gram per year. That's what it costs you to hold on to a plutonium inventory on a material that has been declared worthless by the utility owners and rubber stamped by the Congress of the United States, and they're spending billions of dollars digging holes in ordinary rock so that they can throw it away, dispose of it. Okay, what are you going to do with it? Reusable uranium fuel may be properly stored in air-cooled, dry storage in a cost-effective manner. Nuchem in Germany offers this immediate and long-term option as a necessary and safe step prior to reprocessing.
Darfur.
They're doing it in Europe. At least 4 regionally located facilities are available in the United States where this concept can be used right now. Barnwell Nuclear Fuel Plant in South Carolina, Midwest Fuel Recovery Plant in Morris, Illinois, this one, Nuclear Fuel Services in upstate New York, and Redox Processing Plant at Hanford, Washington. These fully shielded, already radioactively contaminated storage areas have secure, limited access. All have been operated under processing conditions of 10 CFR 50, and the MFRP has a 10 CFR 70 storage license, the only licensed storage facility away from a reactor in the United States.
Honestly.
It singly all by itself is capable of storing all of the reusable uranium fuel that needs to be moved away from power reactors for the remainder of this century. We had that storage designed in 1975. Had the approval of the design. Why then are you spending money over here in New Mexico on the waste isolation project? Why are you spending money at Hanford at the basalt waste isolation project? Why are you spending money at
Because
Beatty,
we need to
Nevada?
launder a lot of money and make it seem like this
When I
and
can
that
already
and this
store
and
it
this
in
and
this
that and
building
this and that
that's
and
already
this.
built. I just named you 3 others that can do the job all by themselves too. And I know where there's 14 more buildings that can do it. What are we going to do? Redox and other excess facilities at Hanford are capable of dry storing all commercial REF until plutonium recycle, at least through 5% enrichment, is reestablished, or until the 22nd century, whichever comes first. RUF can be cost-effectively stored in existing facilities. Where does Mo Udall came off then, saying that you cannot use this plant for its intended purpose unless it is owned by the United States government. He has said that. The waste isolation projects are politically mandated wasting of national energy and construction resources. Plutonium proliferation by diversion of stored reusable uranium fuel is of minor importance compared to global availability of fully enriched uranium by laser isotopic separation. Let me explain that last thing that I said. Jimmy Carter said you can't ship plutonium to India, but in the same paragraph said you may ship them fully enriched uranium. Oh, Jimmy Carter, that peanut brain, what did he just say? He says that when the Israelis took out the reactor in Iraq, they had fully enriched uranium from France. And they says those rascals, those Iraqis, are going to take that fully enriched uranium, put it in that reactor, irradiate it to plutonium, and therefore have to recover the plutonium in a plant like this, and we stop them when the fully enriched uranium makes a better weapon than the plutonium in the first place. Now, when the President of the United States says things like that, and when the press gives it credibility, I get insulted. And right after I get insulted, I get angry. And I've been angry for quite a while now. And finally, one day, I said, my own personal security is not important. I think I'll go tell this tale. All I want is to tell my story. The commodity that I communicate is called truth. And so then I ask you a question, a very brief, pointed question. Who owns the plutonium, and how much is it worth? And then I'm going to attach on to that a question I want you to think about till we talk again. If you haven't been burned by this particular source of radiation, what is your problem? You obviously have one. Otherwise, you would join with me in telling the truth about this particular commodity. And so yes, I'm recruiting helpers. What happened to the guys who taught me the business? Thousands of them. The hands-on business. Where are they? They're still there. Why don't they talk? Who are the they that say this is the way the business is going to be run, whether it makes sense or not?
Picture this. You're sitting at home alone watching YouTube videos, wondering why you can't find the motivation to do the things you need or want to do or change in the ways you'd like. Even thinking about your mental health and all that it entails sounds exhausting, too difficult, not worth it. I've been there, even as a therapist, often as a therapist. It doesn't matter what your profession is, how much money you make, or whether you'd like to admit it or not, your mental health has, is, and will continue to affect every decision you make in life and everything you experience in life. Therapy, you know, the thing that people shame others for going to or pretend that they don't need, is essential for creating the life that you want to live if you feel like there's a block in your mind, a break in your heart, or a hole in your soul. BetterHelp is an online platform that connects you with therapists in your area, gives you the option to complete sessions via phone or laptop, and has ways to make it more affordable for those who need support. You don't have to sit at home alone anymore wondering how to get better. BetterHelp can help you in your home today.
And we're back. We've got Nominal Naomi on the left and Andrew Wilson, the host of The Crucible, on the right. Nominal Naomi, I know it's not your first time here, but before we get started, why don't you shout yourself out, tell everybody where they can find you.
Yeah, I'm Nominal Naomi, or you can call me by my nickname, the N-word. I'm a PhD student and a leftist streamer who does debates, convos, and more with a particular focus on queer rights. So you can find me on Twitch, YouTube, and other places. Just search Nominal Naomi. You'll find me.
Whenever you're ready, you got 7 minutes on the clock.
First and foremost, I need to say in my opening, thank you for coming in to have this debate with me, Naomi. Appreciate it very much. Second, the Serbians who are in our audience who enjoy debating are not Irish, so they are not equipped to have this debate. They have not even fortified themselves with a single beer before they have a debate. Ridiculous. First and foremost, I want to say that I'd like to point out that Naomi has a regressive definition of woman. Making the claim what a woman is one who identifies as a woman, and this makes Naomi fall into this trap. Essentially, if you can see this chart, what is a woman? A woman's someone who feels like a woman. What is that feeling? Right? The feeling is one that's a woman, et cetera, et cetera. It's regressive. It's an infinite loop, a never-ending, never-ceasing loop. And I'm going to demonstrate that this is actually the definition. I think that Naomi is going to claim that it's not, but I'm going to demonstrate that it actually is, and that Naomi's not being completely honest with us on what Naomi's definition of woman actually is. Second, when it comes to gender, the construction itself tells us very little because it's a social construction. It's almost meaningless. Naomi is so broad when Naomi explains gender that it could encompass everything, but Naomi can't really limit it because then it can't really explain anything. It's a typical expression of non-facts which have nothing to do with anything. Nothing to do with anything. Naomi will say something like, gender is the way in which the person wishes to be perceived based on their lived experience and how you want the world to perceive your identity. It's a big statement, but it doesn't actually tell us shit. In fact, gender itself is simply era-specific fashion, and it has nothing to do with the essence of what a woman is. There is no way for Naomi in any way to express what that is, because it's impossible for Naomi themselves to have had that lived experience, regardless of what Naomi says. What a woman is or is not, the way Naomi describes it, would be a violation of the very laws of logical identity. Third, Naomi believes that men and women are interchangeable widgets based on X amount of traits. Naomi will tell you that if X amount of those traits are present, then that means Naomi is a woman. The problems with this are astronomical, so I am hoping we can get into that. Also, I'm just going to say that Naomi is what I call sex denialist, and this is much like flat Earth, this type of thing. Naomi's a sex denialist, and this needs to be addressed as it's a massive conspiracy, and it's not backed by science. It's not even backed by sociology. So with that, I will turn the floor over in my opening statement, as those are kind of the things that I'd like to address.
Okay, thank you for that. And 1 second here, Naomi, whenever you're ready, you got 7 minutes on the clock.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so that was really interesting because Andrew is simply mischaracterizing what I believe on all of these things. I don't believe that gender is simply a matter of identity. I think that we can certainly analyze gender from different frameworks. Perhaps identity is one of them, but I certainly don't believe that that's all there is to like being a gender or living, a life in a certain gender role. Now, also on the sex denialist comment, I absolutely believe that biological sex is real. I don't know where he's getting that from. My claim is that biological sex simply is multifaceted, as in we can kind of break it down into lots of different categories or characteristics, which is also true. But more broadly into kind of what I actually believe, I think that if we're going to begin to answer a question like, what is gender, or what is a woman, or how could a tranner like myself be a woman, we first have to take a step back and determine, what do words mean? How do we determine what words mean? Words are tools for communication. They exist to serve a human need, to serve a functional utility. And the precise meaning of words is highly contextual. Allow me to illustrate with a couple examples. What is a mother? We would typically think of a mother as somebody who gives birth to and raises children, but this creates some questions. Is a woman who adopts and raises children a mother? What about a woman who gives birth to, but then abandons her children? Is she a mother? In the context of a Mother's Day celebration, the adoptive mother would absolutely be included as a mother, while the woman who abandons her kids wouldn't be. Yet, in the context of genetic testing, the woman who abandons her kids is their mother, while the woman who adopts them isn't. So why is it that the meaning of mother is different in these contexts? The answer is utility. Whether or not the woman in question serves the utility of a mother in the given context. And utility-based contextual meanings even apply to words as simple as water. Whether water refers to pure H2O, or the dirty liquid found in rivers, or the potable liquid found in water bottles, is dependent on the utility that water serves in a given context. Any ecologist will tell you that you can find water in rivers, but if a friend of yours is thirsty and asks for water, you wouldn't be giving them the water they're asking for if you gave them a bottle of river water. River water is water, but it doesn't serve the utility of water in this context. Nor would pure H2O, the waterest of all waters, because it's also unsafe to drink, as it doesn't contain the minerals and additives that are needed for human digestion of water. So the meaning of words, even water, is highly contextual, and it's based on utility. With that said, river water, potable water, and pure H2O can all be water because they each serve the utility of water in their own contexts. So now to get to the topic at hand. There must be a difference between sex and gender because there is greater utility in distinguishing these terms. It's far more useful to be able to analyze biological aspects of sex separately from sociological aspects of gender, because it allows us to think about how these concepts differ, how they relate, and how they interplay. As such, there is greater utility in recognizing gender, woman, as a social class. It cannot solely be a biological class because there is utility in understanding womanhood from a sociological framework. Similarly, there is greater utility in recognizing trans women as women. Descriptively speaking, if you were to, for example, meet me in a restaurant, it's most useful and easily understandable by all parties involved to tell the waiter, I'm meeting my friend Naomi, she's over there wearing the black blouse. If you were to say he, you would just be confusing everyone. Social and linguistic utility is maximized by recognizing me as a woman in this context. And prescriptively speaking, socially affirming the gender identities of trans people drastically improves their mental health and overall well-being, which again shows there is greater utility in recognizing trans women as women. So, to conclude, words are highly contextual tools for communication, and they're based in the utility they serve. There is greater utility in distinguishing sex from gender. There is greater utility in recognizing trans women as women, across both descriptive and prescriptive contexts. And with that, I cede my time.
All right, thank you so much. So, Naomi, you said that I was mischaracterizing your position, but you didn't actually give us a definition of what a woman is. You just said it could encompass all these multifaceted things. What is the definition of a woman in your purview?
Would you like a definition?
I would like you to give me your definition, or what
Sure,
you
I can
consider
certainly
to be the
give
definition.
you a definition of woman, but I want to be clear that I don't believe that there is like one end-all be-all definition for any term, let alone woman. But because I recognize woman more so under a sociological framework, I would say that a woman is an individual who's assigned feminine roles and expectations by their society based on perceived femininity, femaleness, and or stated identity.
So it's just a perception? There's nothing
No,
foundational
I said
about
it's based on a lived social experience.
Well, it sounds like it's an empty label because you're not telling me what it actually is. What
I
is
told
it?
you it's based on a lived social experience
Yeah,
of
that
having
doesn't
these
mean anything.
feminine roles and expectations assigned to you by society.
What is the actual definition according to Naomi? If I
just provided it to you.
If I declared that I was a woman, would I be one?
I don't think so.
Why?
That is not your sincere identity.
But assuming that
also that's
I
not your lived
took
social experience.
Assuming that I took it as my lived identity, do you need to have the social experience of being a woman in order to be one?
Are you asking descriptively or prescriptively?
I'm asking you.
Well, I think that descriptively, if we're recognizing woman as a lived social experience, then that would encompass somebody who lives that social role. But if we're talking about how I think that people should be prescriptively treated, then I would want to treat people based off of their sincere identity.
I'm
That
asking
is
you
completely
if a
an
man
answer to your
claims that
question.
they're a woman. If a man claims that they're a woman, a biological male claims that they're a woman, what makes them not one?
What do you mean?
I don't know how else I can possibly frame that better, but I'll try. If a person says, Naomi, I have all the same characteristics that you do, but I'm not a woman, are they a woman?
If we're talking descriptively, if their lived social experience is that of a woman, descriptively they would be a woman.
So would you misgender them?
No, because I interact with people based off of my prescriptive beliefs. Of a woman, descriptively they would be a woman.
So would you misgender them?
No, because I interact with people based off of my prescriptive beliefs.
Okay, so anybody who says they're a woman, you're going to consider them to be one. Is
If
that
it's
not
a
correct?
sincere identity, then prescriptively, yeah.
Well, how would you know if it's sincere or not? You just have to take them at their word.
I think that you can typically do this based off of a vibe check. For example, when Steven
I don't know
Crowder
what that
Steven
means. What does
Crowder
that mean,
dressed up
a
as a
vibe
woman
check?
and said that he was a woman, I didn't believe him.
Wait,
I think that a
vibe
trans
check?
woman who sincerely believes that, you know, they are a woman, they want to be a woman, it's pretty easy to tell based on the vibe
Naomi,
check.
you just told me that based on the vibe, if you feel like they aren't, it's okay to misgender them.
If someone like Steven Crowder is pretending to be a trans woman, I think it's okay to misgender him.
Okay, but what if you don't know? What if they're claiming that they are? You don't know for sure, but the vibe you get is that they're not. Is it okay to misgender them?
I mean, I default to being pretty lenient with people, but I think that based on the vibe check, it's pretty easy to tell when someone is being, you know, very, very dishonest.
Well, how do you know? They could be lying. Like, for instance, if you tell me, Naomi, if you said to me, Andrew, I'm a woman, and I said, you're lying to me, the vibe that I get is that you're not. Why am I wrong? Because
Why are you wrong?
It's
Because
a
my
lived,
lived social
you claim it's a
experience is
lived
that of a
social
woman.
experience, but you could be lying, right?
Sure, people can lie about their lived social experience.
So then why ought I say something that I think is not true?
I mean, you can say whatever you want to believe. I'm simply arguing for what I believe and what I believe creates the most utility in these situations.
But Naomi, I know what is. I know that in the realm of what is, I can do whatever I want. I'm asking you, why ought I do this thing?
Why ought you do
Why
what?
ought I go ahead and do this thing where you claim that I need to go out of my way to call somebody based on the vibe, whatever I want, even if what if the vibe I'm getting is that they're
Wait,
lying?
I never said that you have to do this. I'm
Well, no,
explaining
no,
why
no.
I do this.
Well, regardless, it's still an ought. Don't you think people ought not misgender other people?
Yes, I think that people ought to treat people based off of the gender role that they would like to live in.
What if your vibe is that they're lying? Is it okay to misgender them?
If it's somebody that it seems that they are very much being dishonest, yeah.
Well, I don't know what that means, though. That's all subjective.
You don't know what vibe checks are? I think
well, if
there's
any
lots of
human
things that we vibe check about.
Well, wait a second. If any human being then, based on the criteria of like conservative Christian, thinks that a transgendered woman is lying about being a woman, they should then misgender them because their vibe is that they're lying, Naomi.
I don't think that they think the trans woman is lying. I think they disagree with the trans woman, which is not
No,
the same
they
thing as thinking that the trans woman is lying.
Well, they think they're lying about being women.
Wait. Is it a lie if like the conservative person and the trans woman has a different perceptive of like what gender means, and the trans woman sincerely believes that she is a woman? Like, is that a lie or is that just a different perspective?
It's a lie if, from the conservatives' perspective, they believe.
That's
or
not a
the-
lie at all. That's a difference
The
of
Christian
perspective.
person believes that what you're doing. Well, okay, lies are based often on perspective. They can be malicious. This is true, but they're based often on perspective. The conservative wouldn't be lying then by misgendering you, would they?
Wait, what do you think a lie is? I think that a lie is a false statement.
I'm not going to endlessly define everything under the sun with you. If you want me to pull up a definition of lie, I will, but it's acting in a way which is dishonest, right?
Yes, and a
That would
trans
be the
woman is
person
not
lying.
acting dishonest by claiming that she's a woman. Just
But how
because
do
she
we
has a
detect
different
what's-
definition of woman, that doesn't mean she's acting dishonest.
How do we detect what's a lie?
How do you detect what's a lie? Well, I think there are lots of things that it's kind of hard to detect what's a lie, and we kind of just take people
Well, then what are
on
you
their
even
word or based
talking
on a vibe
about? So
check.
then it
I mean,
is a
for example, somebody could lie to you about what their name is, but we kind of just take people at face value on that.
Yeah, but if somebody came up to you and they had a scar across their face and they said, I have no scar on my face, is it okay to say that you're lying?
Well, if it's based on something that is physically observable, then perhaps they are lying.
If it's based on something that's physically observable that you can see and from your perspective is not true, you're not actually lying then by
Right, but
misgendering
gender
somebody,
is not
are you?
something that's just like purely physical.
Really?
Yes.
There's a metaphysical aspect to it? What would that be?
I would say that gender is more so sociological in nature.
So it's a social construction, that's true, but every manifestation that you can point to of it would be physical, correct?
I guess like, are things like behaviors physical?
The way that they manifest are physical, yeah.
I would certainly think that like gendered expression, there would be physical manifestations of it.
Yes, it's all physical. We've established this. So I don't know what you're talking about. You essentially have just told me that if a person believes that the other person is lying in regards to gender, that it's perfectly okay for you to misgender them. This is your stance you just took, Naomi.
I think that if it's like very clear that somebody is being dishonest, you don't have to, follow along with that. But trans people aren't being, dishonest by claiming to be a certain gender.
Okay, well, you claim this, but from my perspective, they are. What's wrong with me saying that you're lying and then misgendering you?
So a lie requires intent. This is something that you've said yourself.
Yeah, but I'm not lying about it.
Wait, but you said that the trans person is lying. The trans person had no
I
intent of being
said-
dishonest.
No, the intent
You
works on
yourself
both
have said that lies
levels. The
require intent, but there is
from
no
both
there is no
part- but-
intent of dishonesty when a trans woman
From
claims
both
to be a woman.
parties. The conservative also isn't lying to you by misgendering you, is he?
I never said that they were lying.
Right, they're not lying. So the thing is that in order to be completely honest, a conservative must misgender.
If that's what they believe, like
Yeah, because that's the
they
vibe.
I'm not saying like they have to like gender a trans person as the trans person would.
Right, so because that would be a lie and that would be bad and that would be against the vibe. So as we can see, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know out in the audience, Naomi made a phenomenal case for why anybody who doesn't believe that a trans woman is a woman, it's okay to misgender them because Naomi wouldn't want you to lie after all. Right, Naomi?
Well, hold up. I think that there is a loss of utility in doing so. Now, people can for whatever their intentions are, they can still do things that have bad outcomes. So, for example, misgendering a trans person, it has negative outcomes. That's a bad thing.
Doesn't lying have negative outcomes?
It certainly can.
Yeah, so how do we determine
But not
whether the
necessarily.
lying has a worse negative outcome than the negative outcome on your utilitarian chart of how the person feels who is doing the lying?
Wait, what is the negative outcome for like a conservative to like gender a
It's against
trans
our
person
religion.
correctly? How is that
Against our-
violate your religion?
I just told you. You just expressed that if, from the perspective of the Christian, they believe that they're lying by giving you a gender that they don't believe is true, that actually correlates with the sex in which you're trying to express, they would be lying. That's against their core value. There's no utility in it for them whatsoever. In fact, it's counter-utils. negative
So,
U-turns.
wait. Just because like a religious person believes something doesn't necessarily mean that like that is a moral action to
Just
do.
because a transgender person believes something doesn't necessarily mean it's moral action either.
Right, which is why we should look at objective outcomes, such as the mental health and overall well-being of trans people.
Why should we look
And
at
the
objective
affirmation,
outcomes? Wait, stop.
And the affirmation
Why
of trans
is it-
people improves
First,
those outcomes.
You smuggled this in. The objective outcome, right? How do we know that this is the objective outcome, that it's more harm for you to tell the entire swath of the American public, some 270 million who self-identify as Christian, that it's better for them to lie from their perspective than it is for you to be lied to because you think the outcomes are more negative?
There is no harm in gendering a trans person correctly, and we have research studies, medical studies, which show that trans people's mental health outcomes are better when they are socially affirmed in their gender, like in the gender they wish to be.
Well, that's nice for them, but what about the person doing the gendering? Where's the study showing what it does to the person's psychology when they're forced into a situation of having to lie to make you feel better?
I don't think that we have necessarily like studies. I don't think we have any evidence which shows that like Christians are harmed by gendering a trans person correctly.
You
So I
haven't-
think
you
we should
don't-
I think we should default to analyzing that as neutral, unless you can present
Well,
evidence that it's
no.
harmful.
No,
we should
no.
default to analyzing that
You
as
know why
neutral.
there's no evidence? There's no evidence because nobody will fund what it does psychologically to a population to be forced to lie. And
Are,
that's
are
what
you
that's
really
what it is.
claiming
It's
to
a
be victimized by like
lie.
calling a trans woman she? Like that victimizes you?
You said earlier that based on the vibe, that a woman's not just anybody who says they're a woman, because if that were true, then just based on the vibe, you can say, no, that's not true, right? You said that that's totally appropriate, meaning from the person's perspective, the individual's perspective, it's okay for you, if you believe that you're lying, to not lie, right?
So I'm talking about like trying to figure out people who are being disingenuous. A trans person is not being disingenuous. Now,
Yes, they are.
You are claiming
A
that
trans
like there is
person's being
you're claiming that there is a
disingenuous.
harm in having or in like gendering a trans person correctly.
Yes,
How are
that's
you
correct.
the victim in gendering a trans person correctly?
Because you're forcing me to lie.
I'm not forcing you to lie.
Yeah, and not only that, it's emotional hostage taking because transgenders are saying either lie to us or we'll kill ourselves.
I never said that.
Yeah, well, but when we talk about the data that you're about to get into for why it's objectively better to not misgender trans people, the number one thing you're going to bring up is that they may consider self-suicide if we don't gender them correctly. Correct?
So just because like
Is
like,
that
like if you
correct,
are going
Naomi?
to
Is
like
that
is it correct
correct?
that trans people
Yes.
commit suicide at
No,
like greater
that's
rates
not my
when they are not
question.
socially
I'll
affirmed?
just restate it really simply. Is it not correct that you're about to tell me that the number one reason that we need to use the proper pronouns is because if we don't, transgender people are going to kill themselves? Isn't that true? Isn't that really what you're going to tell me next?
I don't think that's like necessarily like the main or only reason. I think that just like doing things that lead to, you know, better, more accepting, more welcoming, more happy, healthy societies in general is a good thing, such as gendering trans people correctly.
Because if we don't gender trans people correctly, what's the consequence, Naomi?
Worsened mental health and all the things
Which
that are associated
leads
with that.
which leads to
It can lead to mental health disorders. It can lead to
Yeah,
suicide.
higher
There are
rates
lots of
of
things that it can
suicide,
lead to.
right? Okay,
There are lots
so-
of negative outcomes it can lead to.
Right,
Don't you want to?
so-
Don't you want to prevent those negative outcomes?
Well, perhaps it depends on what we mean when we're saying negative outcomes. What I'm asking specifically here,
Do you want to
since
like prevent trans
from your
people from committing
perspective,
suicide?
I want to know why you think that a whole swath of the population that may not believe this should do it anyway, other than the fact that you're holding us emotionally hostage, literally at the barrel of a gun to your own heads to say, if you do not do this, we are going to collectively start killing ourselves.
I never said that. I have never used any language
Then
that
why
is.
ought we
I have
do
never
it?
used any language that is emotionally hostage taking. I'm simply stating we can create better social outcomes by socially affirming trans people. That is just a fact. I'm just stating facts here.
What social outcomes do you want to see? You
I
want
want
to
to
see
see
the
improved mental health.
suicidality?
I want to see improved well-being.
Right. Why do you want to see those things? Because if trans suffer from a worse mental health status, what ends up happening? Their suicidality rate goes through the roof, right? This is the number one critique, is it not?
That is certainly one thing that happens, but also socially affirming trans people leads to good social outcomes for everyone. When trans people are more included in society, when they're more able to self-actualize, they can become happy, healthy members of society that are more productive, and that helps us all. I think you should be interested in this too. If you want a happy, healthy, productive society, building a diverse and accepting society is going to help us all, and that would include the social affirmation of trans people.
Well, Naomi, let's dive into that and see if that's true. Right? When you say that we should socially affirm trans people's identity because it's good for the trans people, why do I, a Christian conservative, believes I'm lying by calling you something I know for sure, at least from my perspective, is a lie? Why is that good for all of society, considering that you're outnumbered thousands to one?
Because there is no harm in you gendering a trans person as they wish. Meanwhile, we have demonstrable benefits of gendering a trans person as they wish.
Naomi, is lying harmful?
It certainly can be.
Okay, it can be. And if you were a person who was a Christian, one of the foundations of your religion was that you were not allowed to lie, would it be harmful for you then to do something that was contrary to your own religious values?
It can be.
Would it be?
I don't think that I can make a blanket statement there.
You don't think that a person who lived their life contrary to their own values, that wouldn't be harmful?
I think that it certainly can be, but I think that people have justifications for things where they might have conflicting values, such as, I think that you in general would believe that reducing the amounts of people that kill themselves is a good thing. You also believe that lying is a bad thing. You have some conflicting beliefs there, so I mean, there's some things to weigh.
So you want me to lie so that trans people won't kill themselves, right?
I don't think it's a lie.
But that's what you want. Why not just admit that that's what you want? It's a lie from my perspective. I'm not saying that you're lying. Listen, Naomi, I want to be ultimately charitable here. I'm not claiming that you yourself are trying to lie to me. I don't believe that that's true, okay? From my perspective, though, regardless of what you believe, I think you're lying. Therefore, it's contrary to my religious belief structure, which is very harmful to me. So why should I affirm the identity unless it's to somehow stop you from doing self-harm? You're asking me to do something against my moral values in order to stop you from self-harming. How is that justification? How is that good for society?
How is it good for society? Because it leads to better social outcomes.
How do you know?
Because we have studies on this. We
don't have any studies on how
studies on trans people.
Lie.
Okay, well, if we don't have any evidence for your claim, I think we have to default to it being utilitarian
neutral.
No,
we don't. First of all, that's not how science works. Science doesn't only.
If you don't have evidence that it's actually like harmful to you, I don't think you can claim that it's harmful to you.
Well, first of all, wait a second. I have no evidence harm. I'm telling you that you're asking me personally to do something that conflicts with my own moral values. That would be harmful to me, yeah?
I think that you have moral values that are at conflict there because you also have a moral value for social good, don't you?
It depends on what the social good is.
Say, like, people in general having better mental health and, like being more so able to self-actualize.
Not necessarily. It depends.
You don't think that people should have better health? You don't think that we should take actions that give people better mental health on average?
Like, for instance, if you were to say, should a person take a magic pill that makes them live for 300 years, I would tell you no.
I'm talking about mental health.
Okay, but let's say you said that a person could take a pill. Like I said, it's the criteria that matters. You have to be very specific here. I'm giving you something that is now. It is right this second. I'm telling you that Christian conservatives don't want to gender trans people based on the pronouns of their preference because we think we're lying. And so this causes actual harm to us. On the scale, you say, but the only empirical evidence that I can demonstrate is a harm to ourselves. That's nice, right? But there is polling.
I don't think you can empirically demonstrate a harm to yourself.
I just told you that you're asking me to lie, and that's harmful.
That's not empirical.
That's
entirely subjective.
Health. What?
That's not empirical. You don't have any numbers.
How is it subjective?
You're saying it hurts my feelings.
Wait
like that's
second.
just entirely
that's
subjective.
All you're saying.
No, I'm saying we have objective data which shows that trans people live better lives.
Oh, you're so
when they are socially affirmed.
No, the objective data that you're going to say is that these amount of people were polled and it hurt their feelings. Isn't that true?
No, we also have objective data on things like educational outcomes, things like economic outcomes. Trans people who are socially
because their
affirmed
feelings are no
do
longer
better in society. They
Because
get
their
better
feelings are
jobs.
no longer heard.
They acquire higher education. We can actually point to objective outcomes that have been studied
why?
here, but you can't point to any objective outcomes.
Yes, I can.
Rebound, Washington. And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the three. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession. Tampa trails by 3. Now the dish to Mitchell. Here's the 3. Here's McCarthy. Shakes off the strong D and gets to the bucket for 2. 8 points for him. And of the last 6 baskets, 5 have come on the interior. This is just smash mouth physical basketball, guys. Just trying to get a break in the action to clear some heads here. I mean, they've gone ice cold, and not a bad idea to give them a little quick breather.
Quick breather and maybe scheme something up that we haven't seen yet in this game. We'll know soon enough.
The Wizards with the lead. Richmond outside. He feeds it to Kerr. Here's the screen. Back to Richmond. The pass to Park. 6 to shoot. With the fadeaway. The rebound by Tampa. Just doing the job on the backboard. Feeds to Jeffries. Launches a 3. The shot's good. Brown making the play. Brown's got 3 assists tonight. And they can't allow him too many open looks like that. That's just inviting trouble. Passes it to Kerr. From about 16, and it's good off the glass. Kerr's got the game tied up here for the Wizards.
Boy, shaky work defensively, giving him that good look on the jump shot. What were they thinking?
I don't know, Doris. There's the pick. Here's Mitchell. Quiet so far offensively, searching for his...
So I'm probably gonna call it a night. We went out to dinner, had a nice little dinner. I got me a prime rib, that's 16 ounce. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. That way I can get in there early tomorrow. Get some work done. But all I'd like to say is I hope y'all stay free, stay safe, stay armed. I hope you and your people are never harmed. I don't know if you can hear all that goddamn giggling in the back. But regardless, I hope you and your people are never harmed, and wish you continued success and growth as a human being. And tomorrow maybe I don't know. By the time I get home, a lot of times I don't be trying to do too much. But I'm gonna go ahead and sign off, and yeah, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Stay blessed, y'all.
Both shots good from the strike. Their usual strong work